It starts with a rumor, a scattered whisper that something is terribly wrong. Then the world begins to fall apart. This is World War Z, Max Brooks's haunting global tale of survival, inspired by his fascination with history, geopolitics, and the oral accounts of people who lived through unimaginable wars. Published in 2006, the novel spread across the world much like the crisis it imagined, selling millions of copies and redefining modern zombie fiction. Brooks, also known for the Zombie Survival Guide, brought a chilling realism to the genre that later inspired the 2013 film adaptation. As you listen, remember, this is a third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading of the book. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And along the way you'll discover fascinating facts, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes details that shape this unforgettable story. The story begins. The archivist of the apocalypse wrestled with the nomenclature of the end, rejecting sterile political titles and trendy monikers that implied an inevitable sequel. To him, it was simply the zombie war, a term scientists might scoff at, but one that uniquely captured the visceral terror of the creatures that nearly drove humanity to extinction. His monumental project to record this greatest of conflicts was born from a bitter dispute with the chairperson of the United Nations Post-War Commission. He had poured his soul into the initial draft, armed with a generous travel stipend, top-tier security clearance, an army of translators, and a prized voice-activated transcription device, only to discover nearly half his work scrubbed from the final edition. The chairperson had dismissed his interviews as too intimate, arguing the official record required cold data unclouded by the messy human factor. He fiercely disagreed, knowing that stripping away personal accounts would sever future generations from the emotional reality of the past, risking a dangerous detachment that could lead them to repeat the apocalypse. He lost his temper during their final confrontation, passionately insisting the survivors' stories could not be allowed to die, prompting his boss to coldly suggest he write his own book with his legally protected notes. Detractors would inevitably argue that publishing a personal history, a mere 12 years after VA Day in the continental United States, and just a decade after Victory in China Day, was far too premature, claiming the world lacked perspective since peace had lasted only as long as the war. He understood their logic, but time was a ruthless enemy. The physical and psychological toll of the conflict had slashed global life expectancy, and with resources stretched thin by malnutrition, pollution, and resurgent diseases, waiting for the luxury of hindsight meant the memories would rot along with the damaged survivors. He had to publish immediately, leaving the task of a wiser retrospective history to the future, while stripping his own ego from the pages and weaving in the technological and economic data from the original commission report, only to contextualize the voices of the survivors. Half a world away in the greater Chongqing region of the United Federation of China, Dr. Kwang Jingshu surveyed the hollowed remains of his home, an area that had once teemed with over 35 million souls but now housed barely 50,000. Reconstruction funds were being funneled to the dense coasts, leaving his region without a central power grid or running water beyond the muddy flow of the Yangtze River. Yet the streets were swept clean of rubble, and the local security council he chaired had successfully staved off any post-war outbreaks. Despite his advanced age and the lingering ache of wartime injuries, the medical doctor still made his rounds on foot, his mind drifting back to the very first outbreak he had witnessed in a remote, officially nameless village the locals called New Dachong. The name was a nostalgic nod to their ancestral home, a settlement dating back to the Three Kingdoms era that had been painstakingly dismantled brick by brick for the Three Gorges Dam Reservoir and rebuilt on higher ground as a National Historic Museum, reducing the displaced peasants to mere tourists in their own heritage. Kwang had been entirely unaware of this shadow settlement, which left him profoundly confused when an emergency call reached his hospital during an unseasonably quiet night. a rare mercy given the surge in fatal motorcycle accidents, where the reckless allure of Harley-Davidsons was claiming more young Chinese lives than the Korean War ever had. Exhausted and aching, he had been stepping out for a dawn cigarette when the new receptionist paged him about an urgent dialect-heavy call for medical help, and knowing the younger, profit-driven doctors would never venture out for a mere peasant, Kwong felt the old revolutionary duty to hold themselves responsible to the people compel him into his dear vehicle. Finding the unmarked village was a frustrating ordeal over unpaved, rutted dirt roads, and his patience was wearing thin by the time he finally reached the cluster of hilltop homes, silently demanding the emergency big grave. The moment he entered the bare, cold, and damp cement walls of the new communal meeting hall and saw 7 people hovering on the edge of consciousness, he regretted his wish, especially when the terrified villagers whispered that no one dared tend to them because it wasn't safe, pointing to the heavy lock securing the door from the outside. A hot flash of anger flared in his chest as the residents cringed, kept their distance, and prayed in hushed tones not at the individuals, but at the stagnant superstition they represented, highlighting the bitter irony that after centuries of foreign humiliation, China had finally reclaimed its throne as a dynamic superpower mastering space and cyberspace at the dawn of the Chinese century, yet its people still lived trapped in the ignorant, superstitious darkness of the ancient Yangshao. Savages. The doctor, still preoccupied with his own grand theories, knelt beside the first patient and took in her condition. Her temperature was dangerously high, and her body shuddered with violent chills. She was barely conscious, letting out a faint whimper when he tried to move her limbs, and when he found the wound on her forearm a bite mark, he studied its shape and realized it was no animal that had done this. The pattern was distinctly human, from a small or possibly young person. Though he suspected this was the source of her illness, the injury itself was surprisingly clean, which made no sense given the bacterial load in a human mouth, far worse than any unhygienic dog. He turned to the villagers, asking yet again who had been tending to these people, and they repeated their claim that no one had. He knew that was impossible, yet the wound showed no sign of festering. Moving to the other 6 patients, he found the same pattern: fever, shivering, and bite marks on various parts of their bodies. He singled out the most coherent among them and pressed for an explanation of who or what had inflicted these injuries. The man revealed that it happened while they were trying to subdue him. That was all he got before he was directed across town to an abandoned house with a locked door, where he discovered a 12-year-old boy bound at the wrists and feet with plastic packing twine, lying on the cold cement. The skin around his bonds was rubbed raw but bloodless, and other wounds, gouges on his limbs. A missing right big toe also showed no bleeding. The boy writhed with animalistic fury, a gag barely muffling his growls. The villagers tried to hold the doctor back, warning that the boy was cursed, but he dismissed them and reached for his mask and gloves. The moment his fingers touched the child's skin, he felt its cold gray texture, like the cement beneath him, and found no heartbeat, no pulse. The boy's eyes, sunken and wild, locked onto him with a predatory intensity, and throughout the examination he remained inexplicably hostile, lunging with his bound hands and snapping through the gag. The doctor had to summon 2 of the strongest villagers to help restrain him, but they cowered in the doorway, refusing to approach. He assured them there was no risk with masks and gloves, and when they still hesitated, he ordered them, even without authority to do so, and they finally obeyed. As one held the boy's feet and the other pinned his arms, the doctor attempted to draw blood, only to extract a thick brown paste. As he withdrew the needle, the boy convulsed violently, and the orderly responsible for his arms lost his grip, thinking to brace them with his knees instead. But a sudden jerk from the boy produced a sickening crack, the bones of his left forearm snapping and piercing through the gray flesh. The boy didn't react, didn't cry out, but the sight was enough to send both assistants fleeing in terror. The doctor also stepped back, and the admission of his own fear burned in his chest. He had been a military doctor for most of his adult life, had treated countless combat injuries, and faced death many times, and yet this frail child terrified him. The boy twisted, tearing his arm completely free as flesh and muscle separated, leaving only his stump. With his free right arm still tied to the severed left hand, he dragged himself across the floor toward the doctor. The man hurried outside, locked the door behind him, and struggled to steady himself, his voice cracking as he demanded to know how the infection started. No one answered, and the weak pounding of the boy's fist against the door made him flinch. He shouted again, his fear and frustration mingling, insisting he had to know what happened. A young woman, perhaps the boy's mother, stepped forward, her eyes red and dry from days of crying. She admitted the boy and his father had been moon fishing, diving for treasure among the submerged ruins of the Three Gorges Reservoir, a common but illegal practice. She insisted they were only recovering heirlooms from their own village, Old Dashang, and the doctor had to interrupt, promising not to notify the police, before she continued. The boy had surfaced crying, a bite on his foot from something unseen in the muddy darkness, and his father never returned. The doctor called an old comrade from his army days, a doctor at the Institute of Infectious Diseases, and they exchanged pleasantries before he described the outbreak. His colleague made a joke about rural hygiene, then reluctantly asked for symptoms, and the doctor recounted everything: the bites, the fever, the boy, the arm. The man's face stiffened, his smile fading. He asked to see the infected, and the doctor walked back into the meeting hall, showing each patient through the phone's camera, then zooming in on wounds until the video image cut out. His colleague, his voice now flat and distant, instructed him to stay put, document all contacts, restrain the infected, and secure any who slipped into a coma. Then he asked if the doctor was armed, and the doctor could only ask why he would be. The man promised support within hours. They arrived in under an hour, 50 men in hazmat suits, descending from large helicopters, claiming to be from the Ministry of Health. The doctor recognized them for what they were, the Goanbu, by their overbearing swagger. They moved first into the meeting hall, carrying the patients out on stretchers with shackled limbs and gagged mouths. Then they went for the boy, bringing him out in a body bag while his mother wailed as she and the entire village were rounded up for examinations, their names recorded, blood drawn, stripped, photographed. The final figure exposed was a wizened old woman, her body bent and face lined, her feet clearly bound in childhood. She raised a bony fist at the supposed doctors, shouting that this was punishment, revenge for Fengdu, the city of ghosts, another place sacrificed to progress, drowned like Old Dashang. The doctor dismissed her words as superstition, a cheap tourist trap to his scientific mind, but her tone, her anger, stayed with him. She had lived through warlords, the Japanese occupation, the Cultural Revolution, and though she lacked his education, she understood that another storm was coming. The doctor's old comrade had understood the gravity from the start, and had even risked his own safety to give the doctor a warning, buying him precious time to make calls before the so-called Ministry of Health arrived. It was a single phrase that triggered the memory, one his colleague hadn't used since the border clashes with the Soviet Union back in 1969. They had been in an earthen bunker near the Ussuri River, less than a kilometer from Chenbao, as Russian artillery pounded their positions. The two of them were removing shrapnel from a young soldier's torn abdomen, blood and excrement covering their gowns, while every 7 seconds a shell would land close enough to rain dirt onto the open wound, forcing them to shield the boy with their own bodies, close enough to hear his soft whimpers for his mother. Beyond the bunker's entrance, desperate, angry voices rose from the darkness, voices that shouldn't have been on their side of the river, and the infantrymen stationed there shouted a warning and opened fire into the night, the return fire impossible to distinguish from their own. Another round hit, and they bent over the dying boy, Gu's face just centimeters from the doctor's, sweat streaming down his forehead, his pale skin trembling in the dim lantern light. He looked at the patient, then at the doorway, then back at the doctor, and uttered words that were utterly foreign to his nature. Gu was a worrier, a neurotic pessimist who always anticipated the worst, but in that moment, when reality surpassed even his darkest predictions, he had to reverse course entirely. For the first time, his unlikely optimism proved true. The Russians never crossed the river, and they saved their patient. For years afterward, The doctor teased him about that rare moment of hope, and Guo always swore it would take something far worse to ever pry another one out of him. Now, as old men, something worse was indeed coming. When Gu asked if he was armed, and the doctor replied that he wasn't, there was a brief silence, and then the same phrase came across the line, and the doctor understood that this was no isolated incident. He ended the call, and quickly phoned his daughter in Guangzhou, telling her to accompany her husband on his next overseas trip, taking the granddaughter and staying as long as possible, but his signal jammed just as the first helicopter appeared, and the last words he managed to offer her were the same hollow reassurance. The smuggler, sitting at a crowded sidewalk cafe in Lhasa amidst the roar of post-election revelers, explained that overland smuggling had never been popular before the outbreak. The costs of forged documents, fake tour buses, and protection on the other side were prohibitive, and the only profitable routes were into Thailand or Myanmar. From his home in Kashi, the only option was the ex-Soviet republics, a destination nobody wanted, which is why he started not as a Shitu, but as an importer of raw opium, uncut diamonds, and trafficked people. The outbreak changed everything, bringing a flood of offers not just from the floating population, but also from professionals, farmers, and even low-level officials, people with everything to lose, desperate to get out regardless of destination. He acknowledged the rumors and the outbreak that had occurred in Kashi, quickly suppressed by the government, but they knew something was wrong. Officially, penalties were hardened, checkpoints strengthened, and several smugglers were publicly executed to make an example. But the reality was different. He made many people rich: border guards, bureaucrats, police, even the mayor, because these were still good times for China, where the true tribute to Mao's memory was the proliferation of his face on currency. Kashi became a boom town, handling perhaps 90% or more of all westbound overland traffic, with a small side business in air travel, just cargo flights to Kazakhstan or Russia. Nothing like the eastern provinces where thousands were smuggled out weekly on pre-booked travel packages and first-class visas, stepping off planes in London, Rome, or San Francisco, checking into hotels, and vanishing during a day's sightseeing. He had always wanted to break into air transport, and initially there weren't many infected taking those flights, and if they did, they were in early stages, carefully screened by smugglers, protecting their business. The golden rule was that you couldn't fool foreign immigration until you fooled your chateau first, and even then it was always a race against time. He recounted a story about a wealthy businessman who had been bitten, a slow burn that missed the major vessels, who reached his Paris hotel room just as he began to collapse. His wife wanted to call a doctor, but he forbade it, afraid of being sent back, ordering her to abandon him and leave before he lapsed into coma. She did, and after 2 days of groans, hotel staff broke in, and the smugglers speculated that this might have been how the Paris outbreak started. When pressed about why they wouldn't call a doctor if they believed in a Western cure, he explained the desperation of refugees trapped between infection and their own government's treatment. If you had a loved one and believed there was any hope abroad, wouldn't you do everything to get there, to believe there was hope? As for the wife and others, they vanished into the host country's underbelly, staying with family, friends, or working off debts to local mafia, melting into the parts of society no one acknowledged, which explained how so many outbreaks started in first world ghettos. When asked about Chateau propagating the myth of a miracle cure, he conceded that some did. The smuggler paused, then answered with a single flat refusal. Another silence stretched between them before the question turned to Flight 575 and its impact on air smuggling. He explained that restrictions tightened in certain countries, but the smugglers were resourceful, operating on the principle that every rich man's house had a servant's entrance. If Western Europe tightened, they went through Eastern Europe. If the U.S. closed its doors, they went through Mexico. He admitted this probably helped wealthy white nations feel safer, even as infestations already simmered within their borders, but he stressed this wasn't his area. His focus was land transport to Central Asia. Those countries practically begged for the business, their officials so corrupt and economically desperate that they helped with paperwork in exchange for a cut. Local smugglers worked with him to move people across the old Soviet republics into India, Russia, even Iran, though he never asked or cared where they were going. His job ended at the border stamps, vehicle tags, bribes, and his fee. He saw few infected in the beginning because the blight worked too fast for overland routes, where travel took weeks. Even the slowest burns couldn't last more than a few days, so infected clients usually reanimated on the road and were collected by police. Later, as infestations multiplied and authorities became overwhelmed, he saw more of them, but they were rarely dangerous. Families had them bound and gagged, squirming under blankets or banging from trunks, later in crates with air holes. He understood what was happening to their loved ones by then, but explaining was hopeless. He just took their money and sent them on. Sea smuggling, he noted, was more difficult and dangerous, with coastal associates facing the threat of infected breaking free and contaminating entire holds. He'd heard of various solution ships pulling up to deserted coasts to unload infected refugees, or captains dumping whole writhing loads into the open sea, which might explain early disappearances of swimmers and divers, or sightings of figures walking out of the surf. He was grateful never to have dealt with that, though he did have one incident that convinced him to quit a beat-up truck with moans and fists pounding from the trailer, swaying back and forth. In the cab sat a wealthy investment banker from XIII, his Armani suit rumpled and torn, scratch marks down his face, his eyes burning with the frantic desperation the smuggler was seeing more of every day. The driver's eyes held a different look, the same one the smuggler felt, the suspicion that money wouldn't be much good much longer. He slipped the man an extra 50 and wished him luck, all he could do, as the truck headed for Kyrgyzstan. The Canadian veteran, now speaking in the shadow of the monasteries at Meteora, insisted that his unit was nothing like the American Alpha teams. This was long before the panic, before Israel's self-quarantine, before the first major public outbreak in Cape Town just at the beginning of the spread, before anyone knew what was coming. Their mission was conventional opium and hash, the primary export of terrorists in a rocky wasteland of traders, thugs, and local muscle. That's all they'd ever encountered, all they'd expected, all they were ready for. The cave entrance was easy to find, tracked from a blood trail leading to a caravan. Right away, something felt wrong. There were no bodies. Rival tribes always left their victims mutilated and displayed as warnings, but here, there was only blood and bits of rotting flesh. The only corpses were the pack mules, brought down not by gunfire, but by what looked like wild animals' bellies torn out, large bite wounds covering their flesh. They guessed wild dogs, the same big nasty packs that roamed the valleys like Arctic wolves. What puzzled them was the cargo, still in saddlebags or scattered around the bodies. Even if this wasn't a territorial hit, no one abandoned 50 kilos of prime raw opium, perfectly good assault rifles, or expensive personal trophies like watches and GPS locators. The blood trail led up the mountain from the massacre in the Wadi. A lot of blood, more than anyone could lose and survive. Yet somehow, the man had risen again. He hadn't been treated. There were no other tracks. He'd run, bled, fallen face down, left his imprint in the sand, then lain there for some time before getting up and walking again. The new tracks were different, slower, closer together, his right foot dragging, leaving droplets of hard, black-crusted ooze that none of them recognized. The tunnel entrance was unguarded and wide open. Inside, they found bodies killed by their own booby traps, as if they'd been trying to escape. In the first chamber, evidence of a one-sided firefight, only one wall pockmarked by small arms, and on the opposite side, the shooters had been torn apart, limbs and bones shredded and gnawed, some still clutching weapons, one severed hand still gripping a Makarov, missing a finger that the veteran later found across the room, wedged between the teeth of another body. Every chamber told the same story: smashed barricades, discarded weapons, bodies or pieces of them, only the intact ones killed by headshots, chewed flesh bulging from their throats and stomachs. The blood trails, footprints, shell casings, and pockmarks all traced the battle back to the infirmary, where they found several cots, all bloody, and at the end of the room, a headless doctor on the dirt floor next to a cot with soiled sheets and an old left-footed, worn-out Nike high top. The veteran described the last tunnel they'd checked, which had collapsed from a booby-trap demolition charge. A hand was sticking out of the limestone, still moving, and he reacted on instinct, leaning forward to grab it. The grip was like steel, nearly crushing his fingers. He pulled back, tried to get away, but it wouldn't let go. He pulled harder, digging his feet in, and first the arm came free, then the head with its torn face, wide eyes and gray lips, then the other hand grabbing and squeezing, then the shoulders. He fell back, the thing's top half coming with him, its waist still jammed under the rocks, connected by a line of entrails. It was still moving, still clawing at him, trying to pull his arm into its mouth, and he reached for his weapon. The burst angled upward, connecting just under and behind the chin, spraying its brains across the ceiling. He'd been the only one in the tunnel, the only witness. Back in Edmonton, they told him it was exposure to unknown chemical agents or an adverse reaction to their own prophylactic medication with a healthy dose of PTSD thrown in. He just needed rest and long-term evaluation. That's what they called it when it was your own side. Only interrogation when it was the enemy. They taught you how to resist the enemy, how to protect your mind and spirit, but not how to resist your own people, especially those who thought they were helping you see the truth. They didn't break him. He broke himself. He wanted to believe them, wanted them to help him. He was a good soldier, well-trained, experienced, ready for anything he thought. But who in his right mind could have been ready for this? The emaciated white man in the Amazon, suspended among the treetops with his hosts, reflected on his past as a doctor. He had told himself he was still helping people, even as he grew rich from cosmetic surgeries for the wealthy. And if the self-righteous North found it immoral, why did their citizens keep coming? The package arrived from the airport an hour before the patient, packed in ice in a plastic picnic cooler. Hearts were extremely rare, unlike livers or skin tissue, and certainly not like kidneys which, after presumed consent laws, could be obtained from almost any hospital or morgue. When asked if it was tested, he explained that you had to know what you were looking for to test for something. They hadn't known about the walking plague then, only conventional ailments like hepatitis or HIV, and they didn't even have time to test for those because the flight had already taken so long and organs couldn't be kept on ice forever. The heart had come from China, most likely through a broker operating out of Macau with a solid record, and when he assured them the package was clean, the doctor had to take him at his word. Herr Miller, in addition to conventional heart ailments, had the rare genetic defect of dextrocardia with situs inversus, his organs in exact opposite position, making a conventional transplant impossible. They needed another heart from a donor with the same condition, and where else but China could they find that luck? He smiled, calling it luck and political expediency, and 3 weeks after giving his broker the specifics, he received an email titled, "We have a match." He assisted while a prestigious heart surgeon performed the procedure, an arrogant bastard who treated him like a first-year resident, but Herr Mueller needed a new heart, and the doctor's beach house needed a new herbal jacuzzi. Herr Mueller never came out of anesthesia and recovery. His temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation began to show symptoms. The more experienced colleague dismissed it as a common reaction to immunosuppressants or complications of an overweight, unhealthy 67-year-old, and told the doctor to go home, shower, sleep, relax. The doctor, bothered enough that sleep was impossible, hit the town instead, dancing, drinking, indecent distractions, and only after at least an hour did he finally pick up his vibrating phone. His receptionist, frantic, told him Herr Mueller had slipped into a coma an hour before. He was in his car before she finished the sentence, cursing himself and Silva every second of the 30-minute drive back, relishing the prospect of tarnishing the invincible Silva's reputation, even as he knew being right meant dire consequences. He arrived to find his receptionist trying to comfort a hysterical nurse, inconsolable. He slapped the nurse across the cheek to calm her, demanded to know what was happening, why the blood on her uniform, where was Dr. Silva, why were other patients out of their rooms, and what was that banging noise? She explained that Herr Mueller had flatlined unexpectedly. They were trying to revive him when he opened his eyes and bit Dr. Silva on the hand. The two struggled. The nurse tried to help, but was almost bitten herself, then ran from the room and locked the door behind her. The doctor almost laughed at the absurdity, rationalizing that Silva must have misdiagnosed him, that Herr Muller had just risen in a stupor and tried to steady himself, but there was the blood on her uniform and the muffled noise from Herr Muller's room. He went back to his car for his gun, more to calm the women than for himself. When asked if he carried a gun, he scoffed. He lived in Rio. He returned to Herr Muller's room, knocked several times, heard nothing, whispered names, noticed blood seeping from under the door. He entered to find the floor covered in it, Silva lying in the far corner, Muller crouching over him with his back turned. He couldn't remember how he got Muller's attention, but the man turned, bits of bloody meat falling from his open mouth, his steel sutures partially pried open with thick black gelatinous fluid oozing through the incision. Muller got shakily to his feet and lumbered toward him. The doctor raised his Desert Eagle, never fired before, aiming at the new heart, but the recoil sent the round wild, literally blowing his head off. Lucky, just lucky, standing there with a smoking gun and a stream of warm urine running down his leg. It was his turn to be slapped several times by the receptionist before he came to his senses and telephoned the police. The doctor scoffed at the question, pointing out that these were his partners. How else could he have obtained his homegrown organs or handled the mess? They were very good at that, helping explain to his other patients that a homicidal maniac had broken in and killed both Herr Muller and Dr. Silva, and ensuring the staff said nothing to contradict the story. When asked about the bodies, he explained they listed Silva as a probable carjacking victim, perhaps dumped in some ghetto side street in the City of God to lend credibility, and he hoped they just burned or buried him deep. He couldn't know if Silva had reanimated. His brain was intact when he died, and if the ground was soft enough, who knew how long it would have taken to dig out? As for Muller, no explanation was given to his widow or the Austrian embassy. Just another kidnapped tourist careless in a dangerous town, and he didn't know if Frau Muller ever believed it or investigated. But she never realized how lucky she was. Pressed on why she was lucky, he asked. What if Muller hadn't reanimated in his clinic, but managed to make it all the way home? Because the infection started in the heart, the virus had direct access to the circulatory system, reaching the brain seconds after implantation. But another organ, a liver, kidney, or grafted skin, would take much longer, especially if the virus was only present in small amounts. The donor didn't have to be fully reanimated if newly infected. The organ might only have an infinitesimal trace, taking days or weeks to work into the new body's bloodstream, by which point the patient could be happily recovering. The person removing the organ might not know what they were dealing with. He hadn't. These were the early stages, when nobody knew anything, and even if they did, like elements in the Chinese army, a little virus wasn't going to stop that golden tit. He elaborated that hearts were removed not long after death, sometimes even while the donor was still alive to ensure freshness, packed in ice and flown to Rio. China used to be the largest exporter of human organs, and who knew how many infected corneas, pituitary glands, or kidneys had been pumped into the global market, and that was just organs, not to mention eggs from political prisoners, sperm, blood. Not all initial outbreaks were Chinese nationals. Could all those stories of people suddenly dying and reanimating without being bitten be explained by illegal immigrants who weren't going to hospitals? How many thousands got illegal transplants in those early years leading up to the Great Panic? Even 10% infected, even 1%. When asked for proof, he admitted he had none, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Few of his patients asked where their new organs came from, be it a slum kid from the City of God or a Chinese political prisoner they didn't know, didn't care, just signed their traveler's checks and went home. No, he never tried to track them down or warn them. He was too busy recovering from scandal, rebuilding his reputation and bank account, wanting to forget what happened. By the time he realized the danger, it was at his front door. The captain of the Infinity ship, born around the time of the new post-apartheid South Africa, recalled his childhood. In those euphoric days, the new government promised democracy, employment, and housing for all, but his father, a simple day laborer, misunderstood the long-term goals and believed it meant immediately. The family abandoned their tribal homeland for XIII, one of the townships outside Cape Town, only to find grinding, hopeless poverty that defined his youth. The night it happened, he was walking home around 5 a.m., after a shift waiting tables at Victoria Wharf, tips good and spirits high from the Springboks trouncing the All Blacks. Those thoughts, or sheer exhaustion, might have distracted him, but his body reacted instinctively before he consciously registered the shots. Gunfire was not unusual in his neighborhood. One man, one gun was the slogan of his life, and like a combat veteran, he developed razor-sharp survival instincts. He crouched, trying to triangulate the sound while seeking the hardest cover. But most homes were just shanties of wood, tin, or plastic that bullets could pass through like air. He sprinted behind a barber shop built from a shipping container, far from perfect but enough to hole up and wait for the shooting to die down. Only it didn't. Pistols, shotguns, and the unmistakable clatter of a Kalashnikov lasted far too long for an ordinary gang fight. And now there were screams, shouts, smoke, and the stirrings of a crowd. He peeked out to see dozens of people in nightclothes shouting to run, that they were coming. House lamps flickered on, younger faces asking what was happening, but the older ones just started running, driven by an instinct born of slavery, a time when everyone knew who they were, and all you could do was run and pray. He couldn't run. His mother and two little sisters lived only a few doors down from the Radio Zibonelli station, exactly where the mob was fleeing from. Stupidly, he pushed in the opposite direction, trying to stay along the sides of the shanties, but was knocked into one, its plastic walls collapsing around him. Trapped and unable to breathe, someone ran over him, smashing his head into the ground. He shook himself free, wriggled, and rolled into the street, and still on his stomach, he saw them 10 or 15 silhouettes against the burning shanties, faces invisible, moaning as they slouched steadily toward him with their arms raised. The captain scrambled to his feet, his head spinning, his body screaming with pain. Instinctively he withdrew, backing into the doorway of the nearest shack, but something grabbed him from behind, tearing his collar. He spun, ducked, and kicked hard at his attacker, a large man heavier than him, with black fluid running down his white shirt and a knife buried to the hilt in his chest. A scrap of fabric fell from between the man's teeth as his jaw dropped open, and he lunged. The captain tried to dodge, but the man grabbed his wrist, and he felt a crack as pain shot through his body. He dropped to his knees, trying to roll and trip him, his hand finding a heavy cooking pot. He swung hard, smashing it into the man's face again and again, bashing his skull until the bones split and brains spilled across his feet. He freed himself just as another appeared in the entrance, but this time the flimsy structure worked to his advantage. He kicked the back wall open, slinking out and bringing the whole hut down behind him. He ran through a nightmare of shacks and fire and grasping hands, bursting into a shanty where a woman hid in the corner with her 2 crying children huddled against her. He begged them to come, held out his hands, but she pulled her children back, brandishing a sharpened screwdriver, her eyes wide with terror. He heard sounds behind him, things smashing through shanties, knocking them over as they came. He switched languages, begged her to run, reached for her, but she stabbed his hand. He left her there, not knowing what else to do, and the image stayed with him, sometimes becoming his mother and the children his sisters. He saw a bright light ahead, and ran as hard as he could, trying to call out, crashing through another wall into open ground, blinded by headlights. Something slammed into his shoulder, and he was out before he hit the ground. He woke in a clean white recovery ward at XIII Hospital, so pristine he thought he might be dead. The medication, morphine or whatever they'd pumped into him, was delicious, and he didn't care about anything. Not even when they told him police had shot him in the shoulder. Not even when the man in the next bed was frantically wheeled out as soon as his breathing stopped. Not even when he overheard voices in the hallway, arguing angrily about an outbreak of rabies. One voice insisted it wasn't rabies, that rabies didn't do that to people, and another demanded what they should do about the 15 downstairs, and however many more were still out there. It was a long time before he sobered up and faced the nightmare. The Israeli intelligence veteran, meeting at a falasha restaurant over Ethiopian food, reflected on human nature. Most people don't believe something can happen until it already has. He didn't claim to be smarter, just born into a group that lived in constant fear of extinction, a mindset forged through trial and error to always be on guard. His first warning came from friends in Taiwan, complaining about a software decryption program failing to decode some PRC emails. He suspected the problem might be in the messages themselves, not the software, and reviewed them himself, finding the characters perfectly decoded, but the text detailing a new viral outbreak that killed its victim and reanimated the corpse into a homicidal berserker. He didn't believe it, especially when the Taiwan Strait crisis began and such messages abruptly ended. He assumed it was a second layer of encryption, a code for a new weapon system or war plan, and let the matter drop, though something kept nagging at him. At his daughter's wedding reception, he spoke with a professor from Hebrew University who'd had too much to drink and was rambling about his cousin in South Africa, telling stories about golems, not clay statues, but reanimated human bodies. The man mentioned Cape Town and shark feeding, and Warmbrun asked for his number. It turned out the cousin had been at Groot Schuur recovering when the first XIII victims were brought in, and the staff had told him enough to fill a dictaphone. Warmbrun presented these stories, along with the decrypted emails, to his superiors, benefiting from a policy born of the 1973 war, when all the intelligence had been in front of them, and they dropped the ball. After that near disaster, Israeli intelligence adopted a doctrine: if 9 analysts agreed, it was the 10th's duty to disagree, no matter how far-fetched, and to dig until they struck the absolute truth. He dug, though it wasn't easy with China cut off. He sifted through chaff on the internet, zombies from space, Area 51 conspiracies, but began uncovering useful data cases of rabies similar to Cape Town, psychological evaluations of Canadian troops returned from Kyrgyzstan, the blog of a Brazilian nurse about a murdered heart surgeon. Most of his information came from the World Health Organization's buried reports, incidents worldwide with plausible explanations that, when pieced together, formed a mosaic of the new threat. The subjects were dead, hostile, and spreading. He also made an encouraging discovery: how to terminate them. He chuckled at the idea that destroying the brain was treated like magic, when wasn't that the only way to annihilate humans as well? The veteran nodded, reflecting that humans were essentially just brains kept alive by complex, vulnerable bodies, and the only measurable difference between them and the undead was that their brains didn't require a support system to survive, so the organ itself had to be destroyed. He touched his temple with his fingers shaped like a gun, acknowledging the simple solution, but only if one recognized the problem. Given the plague's rapid spread, he sought confirmation from foreign intelligence circles. An old friend from Entebbe, Paul Knight, had retired from government service and was working privately in Bethesda. When Warmbrun visited, he was shocked to find Knight had been working on the same project independently, with a file almost as thick. They stayed up all night reading each other's findings in silence, finishing as the sky lightened. Knight turned the last page and stated matter-of-factly that this was pretty bad, and Warmbrun agreed. Then Knight asked what they were going to do about it, and that was how the report was written. He wished people would stop calling it that. There were 15 other names on it: virologists, intelligence operatives, military analysts, journalists, a UN observer, all experts who'd reached similar conclusions before being contacted. The report was under 100 pages, concise and comprehensive, designed to ensure the outbreak never reached epidemic proportions. And while credit had been given to the South African war plan, if more people had followed their recommendations, that plan would never have been needed. Some did read and follow it. His own government barely did, and look at the cost. The Palestinian professor, sitting under the statue of Khalil Gibran, recalled his sheltered upbringing in Kuwait City, where his family was among the few not expelled after 1991. He watched Al Jazeera from behind the Starbucks counter during afternoon rush hour, the cafe erupting in jeers and catcalls to match the General Assembly's uproar. Of course, he thought it was a Zionist lie when the Israeli ambassador announced a voluntary quarantine. How could he believe a story about a plague transforming dead bodies into cannibals, especially from his most hated enemy? He didn't even hear the part about offering asylum to foreign-born Jews, those with Israeli parents, Palestinians in formerly occupied territories, or those whose families had once lived within Israel, the last applying to his own family, refugees from the '67 war. At 17, he had all the answers. The Zionists were recruiting foreign Jews as cannon fodder and kidnapping Palestinians as human shields to prepare for the final blow that would destroy their country. His father, a janitor at a Amiri hospital, wasn't convinced. He'd been on duty during the first major African rabies outbreak and witnessed enough aftermath to believe staying in Kuwait was suicidal, making up his mind to leave the same day Israel made its declaration. The young man tried to make him see reason with adolescent logic, showing images of celebrations and demonstrations in the new West Bank state, convinced total liberation was at hand, and the factional violence would die down once they unified for the final blow against the Jews. Couldn't his father see they would soon return to their homeland as liberators? The argument was resolved after the second larger outbreak at Al-Jarrah. His father had quit his job, cleared the bank account, bags packed, tickets confirmed, while the TV blared images of riot police storming a house, the official report blaming pro-Western extremists. His father tried to convince him that by the time their leaders acknowledged the danger, it would be too late. He scoffed at his father's timid ignorance and willingness to abandon the struggle, dismissing him as a man who'd spent his life scrubbing toilets in a country that treated their people only slightly better than Filipino guest workers. His father, with all the patience he could muster, insisted he had no more love for Israel than the most militant martyr, but they seemed the only country actively preparing for the coming storm and the only one that would freely shelter their family. The young man laughed in his face and dropped his bomb. He'd found a website for the children of XIII and was waiting for a recruiter in Kuwait City. He told his father to go be the Jews' whore if he wanted, but the next time they'd meet would be when he was rescuing him from an internment camp. Proud of his heroic pronouncement, quoting the vilest of beasts in Allah's sight are those who disbelieve. The dinner table fell silent, only the TV's frantic reporter audible, and his father, not a large or angry man, suddenly became a lightning whirlwind, throwing him against the wall, slapping him so hard his ear rang, grabbing his shoulders and slamming him against the drywall, shouting that he would go, that he was his father, and he would obey, slapping him until his vision flashed white, threatening that he would leave with the family or not leave the room alive. This lion had replaced his docile parent, using fear as the only weapon left to save his life. The man telling the story, he would later think of himself as a poor excuse for a martyr, given the tears that streamed down his face for the entire flight, recalled the indignity of the journey. There had been no direct routes to Israel from Kuwait, not even from Egypt after the Arab League's travel bans took hold. Their path had been a clumsy, humiliating loop, first to Cairo, then by bus across the vast, baking expanse of the Sinai, heading for the border crossing at Taba. As the bus lumbered closer to the frontier, the wall came into view for the first time. It was still a skeleton, a framework of naked steel beams rising from an incomplete concrete base. He had heard of the security fence. Of course, everyone in the Arab world had, but the propaganda had always placed it around the West Bank and Gaza. Seeing it here, in the middle of this lifeless desert, confirmed his suspicion that the Israelis were fortifying their entire perimeter. He felt a grim satisfaction, thinking that the Egyptians must have finally found their nerve. At Taba, they were ordered off the bus and made to walk single file past a row of cages containing massive, ferocious-looking dogs. They approached one at a time. A border guard, a skinny black man whose appearance startled him. He had no idea there were black Jews, held up his hand, barking out a command in fractured Arabic. Then came the order to proceed. The man ahead of him was old, with a long white beard, leaning heavily on a cane. As he passed the dogs, they erupted into a frenzy of howling, snarling, and charging against their cages. Immediately, two large men in plain clothes were at his side, speaking quietly into his ear and steering him away. The man saw a wound. The old man's traditional robe was torn at the hip and stained with brown blood. His family began to wail, but the man's mind was already supplying the answer. These were no doctors, and the black, unmarked van was no ambulance. He seethed with contempt, convinced he was watching the Israelis weed out the weak and elderly. Then it was his family's turn to walk the gauntlet. The dogs didn't react to him or his relatives. One of them even wagged its tail as his sister tentatively reached out a hand. But the man after them triggered the same violent reaction, the barking, the growling, the appearance of the plainclothes men. He turned and saw a white man, clearly an American from his loud, protesting English. The man struggled, insisting he was fine, even claiming to be one of them, as his shirt was torn open to reveal a blood-stained bandage around his stomach. He was still kicking and screaming as he was dragged into the van. The observer didn't understand the selection. It wasn't just about being Arab, or even about being wounded. He saw other refugees with serious injuries pass without interference, shepherded to real ambulances, not the unmarked black vans. He reasoned, it must be about the dogs, perhaps a screening for rabies. This theory felt logical and stuck with him, even through the subsequent internment. The camp outside Yorham was exactly what he had expected. A prison of tents, overcrowding, guards, barbed wire, and the crushing, seething heat of the Negev. He felt like a prisoner, and though he never had the courage to say it to his father, his sour expression made his feelings clear. What he hadn't anticipated were the daily physicals, an army of medical personnel taking blood, skin, hair, saliva, urine, and feces. It was exhausting and degrading. The only thing that made it bearable was that most of the doctors and nurses were themselves Palestinian. A woman from an American city called Jersey City examined his mother and sisters, while a man from Jabalia in Gaza, a former detainee himself, reassured them repeatedly that they had made the right choice. He insisted everything the Israelis had said was true. The man found it impossible to fully believe, though a reluctant part of him was beginning to want to. They remained at Yerham for 3 weeks, waiting for their papers and medical clearances. His father had gone to great lengths to ensure their official documents were flawless, but the authorities barely glanced at them. Unless the Israeli Defense Force or police had a record of past unkosher activities, it seemed the only thing that mattered was a clean bill of health. The Ministry of Social Affairs provided vouchers for housing, free schooling, and a job for his father. It felt too good to be true, and he braced himself for the inevitable hammer to fall. It did, as they entered the city of Beersheba. He was asleep, and didn't hear the shots or see the driver's windshield shatter. He was jerked awake by the violent swerve of the bus as it crashed into a building. Glass and blood were everywhere. His father kicked open the emergency exit and pushed the family out into the street, where gunfire was erupting from windows and doorways. Soldiers were fighting civilians with guns and homemade bombs. His heart pounded with a wild, exultant belief. This was the liberation. Before he could act, someone seized his shirt and dragged him through the doorway of a Starbucks. He was thrown to the floor with his family, his sisters crying, his mother trying to shield them. His father had a bullet wound in his shoulder. An IDF soldier shoved him down, keeping his face away from the window. His blood burned with rage, and he began scanning for a weapon, a shard of glass to use against the soldier. A door at the back of the Starbucks burst open. The soldier spun and fired, and a bloody corpse hit the floor next to them, a grenade tumbling from its twitching hand. The soldier grabbed the bomb and tried to throw it out into the street, but it exploded in midair. The soldier's body shielded them from the blast, and he tumbled back over the corpse of the man he had killed. But as the man's own tears began to dry, he saw that the dead man wasn't an Arab at all. He wore payas and a yarmulke. He saw the bloody ritual fringes snaking from his trousers. The armed rebels in the street were Jews. The battle raging around him was not an insurrection of Palestinians, but the opening salvos of an Israeli civil war. He would learn later that the causes were many: the repatriation of Palestinians, the pull-out from the West Bank, the controversial strategic Hamlet program, and the final flashpoint over Jerusalem. The government had decided the Holy City was a critical weak point and had evacuated it and the Nablus to Hebron corridor, rebuilding a shorter wall on the 1967 line. The rebellion, he discovered, was largely led by the ultra-Orthodox, who had never served in the military, which was why the IDF eventually triumphed. This was all a revelation. He realized he knew practically nothing about the people he had hated his entire life. Everything he thought was true evaporated in that moment. He was running with his family toward the back of an Israeli tank when one of those unmarked vans rounded a corner. A rocket slammed into its engine, sending it catapulting into the air. It crashed upside down and exploded into a brilliant fireball. He had a few steps to go, just enough time to witness the horror figures crawling from the burning wreckage, their clothes and skin afire. The soldiers began firing, but the bullets passed harmlessly through the figures' chests. The squad leader shouted for them to aim for the head, and they adjusted their fire, exploding the creatures' heads as the burning petrol guttered out, leaving charred, headless corpses. In that instant, he finally understood what his father had been trying to warn him about, what the Israelis had been trying to warn the rest of the world about. What he could not comprehend was why the rest of the world was not listening. Bob Archer sat in his Langley, Virginia office, a space deliberately curated to mimic the mundane sanctuary of a small-town high school principal or a local physician. He watched his guest's eyes dart across the ordinary reference books, the framed degrees, and the autographed Cincinnati Reds baseball from Johnny Bench resting quietly on the desk. He could read the subtle shift in the interviewer's expression, the quiet disappointment of someone expecting a lair of shadows. That very reaction was precisely why he had chosen this unassuming room for their conversation. As he prepared to speak, Archer mentally catalogued the two enduring myths his agency had long cultivated. The public believed the CIA possessed both the mandate to scour the globe for every conceivable threat to the United States, and the omnipotent power to actually execute that mission. He knew this illusion was the natural byproduct of an organization forced to operate in a vacuum of secrecy, a void inevitably filled by paranoid speculation. He had happily encouraged the wild rumors of covert assassinations, shadow coups in obscure republics, and mass digital surveillance, knowing that projecting the image of an omniscient octopus kept adversaries fearful and hesitant. Yet, that same cultivated myth had turned viciously inward. When the unimaginable occurred without warning, the public's finger pointed squarely at his doorstep. He felt the phantom weight of their accusations. Where was the agency when rogue nations acquired nuclear weapons? Where were they when fanatics slaughtered innocents? And most damning of all, where were they when the dead began clawing through living room windows? Archer knew the bitter truth, that no intelligence apparatus, official or otherwise, was an all-seeing global Illuminati. The funding had never existed for such a fantasy. Even during the blank check era of the Cold War, it remained physically impossible to plant eyes and ears in every back room, cave, alley, brothel, bunker, office, home, car, and rice paddy on Earth. They were not a shadow superpower wielding ancient secrets or alien technology. They were an entity bound by finite assets and very real limitations. Those limited resources dictated their strategy. They could not afford to spread themselves thin chasing phantom dangers. Intelligence work demanded focusing on clear and present threats. If a Soviet neighbor was lighting a match, one could not worry about the Arab down the block. If the Arab moved into the backyard, the People's Republic of China became the secondary concern. And if the Chinese arrived at the front door brandishing an eviction notice and a Molotov cocktail, the last thing any analyst would do was peer over their shoulder for a walking corpse. He could sense the interviewer's unspoken question hanging in the quiet room. Hadn't the plague originated in China? Archer acknowledged the grim reality internally. It had, accompanied by one of the most masterful maskirovkas in the history of modern espionage. The People's Republic of China knew they were Washington's #1 surveillance target. They understood they could never conceal their nationwide health and safety sweeps, so they executed a brilliant fake-out, hiding the truth in plain sight by lying not about the sweeps themselves, but about what they were sweeping for. The entire Taiwan Strait incident had been a meticulously engineered theater by the Ministry of State Security. The manufactured victory of the Taiwan National Independence Party, the assassination of the PRC defense minister, the military buildup, the war threats, and the subsequent violent demonstrations and crackdowns were all elaborate smokescreens. The deception worked flawlessly. Every shred of American intelligence regarding sudden disappearances, mass executions, curfews, and reserve call-ups was neatly filed away as standard Chinese communist procedure. The United States became so convinced that World War III was imminent in the Taiwan Strait that they dangerously diverted critical intelligence assets away from other nations where the initial undead outbreaks were quietly unfolding. The Chinese had been that good, and his agency had been that blind. It was not the CIA's finest hour. Archer's jaw tightened as he recalled the internal devastation, the so-called reforms that were, in truth, brutal purges. He remembered how a previous administration had ordered the agency to justify a specific political agenda during the last brushfire war. When that agenda transformed into a political liability, the very architects of the order stood back with the mob and pointed the finger at the intelligence community, demanding to know who had dragged the nation into the mess. Unable to defend themselves without violating national security, the agency had been forced to absorb the blame in silence. The result was a catastrophic brain drain. Competent analysts fled to the private sector, lured by fatter paychecks, decent hours, and a modicum of respect. The agency was left hollowed out, retaining only the dregs, a cadre of myopic, brown-nosing eunuchs. Yet Archer knew not everyone had abandoned ship. A remnant had stayed, driven not by money or working conditions, but by a genuine aching desire to serve their country and keep their people safe. But even for those steadfast idealists, there came a crushing, inescapable point of realization that the sum of all their blood, sweat, and tears would ultimately amount to absolutely zero. Pressed on whether he had truly known the scope of the unfolding catastrophe, the intelligence officer firmly denied any certainty, conceding only to a lingering, unconfirmable dread. He had whispered his doubts to colleagues, only to be met with grim, terminal warnings that pursuing the matter would be a professional death sentence. Driven by a nagging conscience, he secured a brief, 5-minute audience with a superior to voice his concerns. The official offered polite assurances of an immediate investigation. By the following morning, those assurances materialized as abrupt transfer orders dispatching him to Buenos Aires, effective immediately. When the interviewer later raised the name of the Warm Brunn Night Report, the officer acknowledged his present familiarity with it, though at the time, the classified document remained lost. The eyes-only copy, personally hand-delivered by Paul Knight to the director, had languished undiscovered for 3 years after the Great Panic, buried at the bottom of a clerk's desk in the San Antonio FBI field office. Ultimately, the document's fate was rendered academic shortly after his exile to South America. Israel publicly declared its voluntary quarantine. The window for quiet advanced warning slammed shut, leaving only the raw, polarizing facts for a skeptical world to digest. Far to the north, the thawing spring air of Vala River v. Finland carried the grim rhythm of hunting season. As the frozen dead began to stir beneath the melting snow, elements of the UN Northern Force conducted their annual sweep in clear operations. The undead ranks thinned predictably, with projections promising the region would be fully secured within a decade. Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Travis d'Ambrosia, stood on the ground to personally oversee the grim harvest. A profound, unspoken sorrow softened his voice, and he found it difficult to hold the interviewer's gaze as he prepared to confess the military's profound failures. He readily admitted that the armed forces had been woefully unprepared and had ultimately failed the American public, feeling a heavy burden to explain exactly why. He recalled the morning after Israel's startling declaration at the United Nations. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs had opened the briefing with a carefully framed hypothetical, probing the room to consider the terrifying possibility that the Israelis were correct. The chairman demanded unvarnished, candid assessments, deliberately framing the discussion as a mere intellectual exercise to shield the room from the sheer absurdity of the premise. For a time, the assembled officers maintained the professional charade, masking their unease with forced smiles and nervous jokes. Yet, the shift in the room's atmosphere was insidious and subtle. Almost imperceptibly, the pretense dissolved. A room packed with battle-hardened military professionals, possessing more academic and combat pedigree than civilian brain surgeons, suddenly found themselves speaking with raw, unfiltered honesty about the very real threat of walking corpses. The taboo shattered like a bursting dam, and the flood of suppressed truth felt profoundly, dangerously liberating. When asked if these suspicions had been private, the general confirmed that he, the chairman, and every officer in that room had harbored their own quiet dread for months prior to the Israeli announcement. None of them had seen the Warm Brun Night report at the time, though the general would later obtain a copy 2 years after the panic, discovering its military recommendations aligned almost perfectly with the classified proposal his own team had drafted for the White House. That proposal had outlined a comprehensive global strategy to not only eradicate the domestic threat, but to systematically roll back the infection worldwide. The White House had enthusiastically embraced Phase 1 of the plan. It was inexpensive, rapid, and designed to be entirely covert. This initial stage deployed elite special forces alpha teams into hot zones with strict orders to investigate, isolate, and eliminate the threat with extreme prejudice. The general noted with quiet pride that despite their operational records remaining sealed for the next century and a half, these missions stood as a pinnacle of American special warfare. However, Phase 1 was merely a stopgap, designed only to delay the inevitable and buy precious time for Phase 2. Phase 2 never materialized, and that failure was the root of the military's catastrophic unpreparedness. The second phase demanded a total national mobilization reminiscent of the darkest hours of the Second World War, requiring Herculean reserves of both financial treasure and public backing resources that had already evaporated. The American populace was exhausted, bleeding from a long, grinding conflict, and the national mood had violently swung from militant resolve to deep-seated resentment, echoing the disillusionment of the 1970s. Unlike totalitarian regimes that could commandeer their populations indefinitely without political consequence, a democracy had to treat public support as a finite, exhaustible resource. It had to be spent with surgical precision for maximum return. America, in particular, possessed a deep cultural aversion to war weariness and an all-or-nothing demand for decisive, devastating victory. The public did not perceive the recent brushfire conflict as a triumph, even though the military had accomplished a monumental task under horrific constraints with minimal resources. Because the victory lacked the swift, overwhelming spectacle the national psyche craved, the public viewed it as a failure. Too much time, money, and blood had been spent, leaving the government deeply in the red regarding public trust. The general understood the crushing mathematics of Phase 2, equipping, training, housing, transporting, and providing lifelong medical care for a single uniformed citizen represented an astronomical lifelong burden on the taxpayer. The coffers were simply too depleted to sustain such an expansion. But even if the funds had magically appeared, the human cost of recruitment would have been insurmountable. The military was already grappling with the tragic fallout of the betrayed volunteer soldiers whose terms were arbitrarily extended, and ex-reservists dragged back into active duty after a decade of civilian life. Weakened warriors had lost their homes and livelihoods, returning to ruined lives or not returning at all. Americans fundamentally believed in a fair deal, a sacred social contract. To witness the government revoke that freedom and shatter private lives would have broken the nation's spirit entirely. General D'Ambrosia carried the heavy memory of his youth as a platoon leader in West Germany after Vietnam, where financial incentives were the only mechanism preventing mass desertions. He knew with grim certainty that after the recent conflict, no enlistment bonuses, term reductions, or gamified online recruiting campaigns could possibly refill the military's hollowed ranks. That generation had simply reached its breaking point, leaving the nation dangerously exposed when the undead finally breached its borders. Yet, he maintained a steadfast, principled loyalty to the civilian leadership, viewing the democratic system as the world's finest, provided it was fiercely protected and never again so profoundly exploited. Far to the south, buried beneath the crushing isolation of Antarctica, Breckenridge Scott sat within the reinforced geodesic greenhouse of Vostok Station, perched atop 4 kilometers of ice over Lake Vostok, near the southern geomagnetic pole. The outpost endured temperatures that routinely plunged to a world record -89 degrees Celsius. The brutal cold and the month-long overland trek required to reach it were exactly why Scott had leased the facility from the Russian government, and why he had not departed since the Great Panic began. Inside the dome, warmed by the station's geothermal plant, he reflected on the chaotic mechanics of pre-war global capitalism. To him, the market possessed no scientific absolutes, only a ruthless crapshoot of winners and losers. A history professor at Wharton had once imprinted a singular defining truth upon him: fear was the most valuable commodity in the universe. People did not purchase products. They purchased the terrified illusion of security against aging, loneliness, poverty, and failure. Fear was primal, and fear sold. That became his entire philosophy. When the initial reports of the outbreak surfaced under the sanitized label of African rabies, Scott recognized the opportunity of a lifetime. He vividly recalled that first broadcast from Cape Town, a mere 10 minutes of factual reporting, followed by a full, breathless hour of speculation about the virus reaching American shores. He had immediately mobilized his closest associates, all of whom had seen the same broadcast. Scott was the first to crystallize a workable pitch: a preventative rabies vaccine. A cure would only attract the already infected, but a vaccine could be endlessly marketed to a perpetually terrified public. Leveraging deep contacts within the biomedical industry and the corridors of Washington, his team drafted a proposal within days and secured a working prototype in under a month, sealing the deal with firm handshakes on the 18th hole. Regulatory hurdles proved non-existent. The FDA was woefully underfunded and mismanaged, easily bypassed by an aggressively business-friendly administration that seemed to channel the spirits of Gilded Age tycoons. The White House staff barely glanced at the cost assessment, eager for a political magic bullet. The drug was railroaded through approval in a mere 2 months, bolstered by a presidential address claiming the vaccine had been safely tested in Europe and was only delayed by domestic bureaucratic bloat. The public devoured the rhetoric of absolute protection, sending the president's approval rating soaring and catapulting Scott's initial public offering by nearly 400% on its very first day. He never questioned the efficacy. The authorities had labeled the threat as rabies, so he provided a rabies vaccine much like the public blindly accepted annual flu shots without verifying the strain. When pressed internally on the potential for catastrophic damage, Scott dismissed the concern, comparing the situation to past highly profitable disease scares like Ebola or SARS, or even the dirty bomb panics that had earned him his first million. He maintained a rigid technical innocence. He had never explicitly lied. The drugs were prescription only, ensuring complicit doctors had just as much financial skin in the game as he did. The FDA, Congress, the Surgeon General, and the White House were all equally invested in the illusion, creating a flawless, mutually beneficial ecosystem of profit and false heroism. As cheaper knockoffs emerged, Scott capitalized on the brand recognition, flooding the market with ancillary products like home and car air purifiers and even useless, neck-worn travel filters that sold purely on the promise of safety. He even established dummy companies with fictitious manufacturing plans, selling shares based on nothing more than the abstract idea of safety. The apex of his scheme arrived with a miraculous, albeit entirely fabricated, anecdote from Florida. A man claimed he had survived a zombie bite solely because he was taking Scott's vaccine, Phalanx. Scott viewed this anonymous patient as a divine stroke of marketing genius, entirely ignoring the biological reality that the drug offered zero actual protection. In his mind, the vaccine had successfully inoculated the public against their own terror, jump-starting the biomedical sector, reviving the stock market, and single-handedly engineering the end of the recession. He considered it his crowning achievement. Then came the collapse, when a relentless journalist finally exposed the truth that no wonder drug existed. Scott felt only a white-hot fury toward her. He blamed her entirely for pulling the rug out from under the economy, triggering the downward spiral and the ensuing Great Panic. He harbored no personal remorse for amassing his colossal fortune. He had merely chased his dream and claimed his slice of the pie. In his internal calculus, the true villains were the officials who mislabeled the disease, the bureaucrats who approved it, and the gullible masses who willingly handed over their money without conducting basic research. He had never forced anyone to buy it. Yet, beneath the bluster and the nervous, giggling deflections, a cold, dark sliver of dread lingered. He tried not to dwell on the possibility of hell, or the sheer number of furious, deceived souls who might be waiting for him there, praying only that they wouldn't ask for a refund. Grover Carlson pushed his wheelbarrow across the pie-laden pastures of Amarillo, Texas, the heavy, earthy scent of dung filling his nostrils as he collected fuel for the town's experimental bioconversion plant. The former White House chief of staff felt no shame in the manual labor, his mind sharply recalling the classified document that had landed on his desk 3 months before the Israelis ever went public. He had personally briefed the president on its contents, prompting a dedicated cabinet meeting to dissect its dire warnings. To Carlson, the document's frantic call to drop everything and focus all national efforts was nothing more than typical alarmist garbage. He knew the federal government could not slam on the brakes every time a paranoid crackpot cried wolf over global warming or the living dead. True governance required a measured, proportionate response calibrated to realistic threat assessments. Thus, the administration had allocated what he considered a healthy amount of table time to the issue. They commissioned educational videos for local law enforcement, published Department of Health and Human Services guidelines for citizens dealing with infected relatives, and enthusiastically fast-tracked the phalanx vaccine through the FDA. Carlson harbored no illusions about the drug. It was a placebo, and he was profoundly grateful for it. Developing a genuine cure would have required draining funds from established crises like cancer or AIDS, a political impossibility for a disease most Americans had never heard of. The fake vaccine served its true purpose. It placated the public and allowed the government to function. Revealing the grotesque truth of a mysterious plague reanimating the dead would have triggered catastrophic panic, riots, and billions in property damage. It would have empowered spineless senators to gridlock Congress with useless protection acts, utterly incinerating the administration's political capital during a grueling election year. They were the unlucky cleanup crew, tasked with mopping up the monumental disasters left by the previous 8 years. Their fragile return to power hinged entirely on a propped-up figurehead, promising a return to peace and prosperity. Telling a weary public that their hardest trials were yet to come would have been absolute political suicide. To Carlson, this wasn't cynicism. It was maturity. Societal ills like poverty, crime, and disease were akin to inescapable chronic afflictions. One could not stop the rain. One could only build a roof that hopefully wouldn't leak, or at the very least wouldn't leak on the voters who kept them in office. Politics demanded an unwavering focus on the power base. When pressed on neglected outbreaks and local police requests for federal support, Carlson internally scoffed. Law enforcement constantly whined for more men, gear, and funding, much like the military, yet they lacked the political courage to raise taxes or explain to suburban taxpayers why their money was being funneled into marginalized neighborhoods. As for the press, no active cover-up was necessary. The major networks, owned by massive corporations terrified of stock market nosedives, had already exhausted the story the previous year. Once winter arrived and phalanx hit the shelves, the cases dropped, and the narrative became comfortably manageable. A few crusading young reporters might have been subtly dissuaded, but the mainstream public was already hungry for fresher, more profitable news. Alternative media outlets were equally irrelevant, preaching to an insular choir of overeducated, elitist know-it-alls on fringe public broadcasts. The more those out-of-touch voices shrieked about The Walking Dead, the more mainstream Americans deliberately tuned them out. When the interviewer finally summarized the administration's stance that they had deliberately downplayed a looming global catastrophe to maintain the illusion of manageability through elite teams and local training, Carlson's patience snapped. He paused, fixing the interviewer with a cold, furious glare, before aggressively heaving a heavy shovelful of dung into his wheelbarrow, his expression conveying a silent, absolute demand that the naive questioner finally grow up. Long before she became the chief architect and first mayor of Troy, Montana, Mary Jo Miller's world was suffocated by the mundane anxieties of suburban survival. Her mind was a crowded ledger of car payments, her husband Tim's business loans, and the persistent algae film left by a new pool filter. She fretted over her e-broker's assurances about a volatile portfolio, Aidan's need for a math tutor, and securing the exact right brand of soccer cleats for Jenna's camp. There were always fresh crises demanding her attention. Tim's parents planning a Christmas visit, her brother's latest stint in rehab, the family dog suffering from worms, and a pet fish developing a fungal growth on its left eye. These trivialities consumed her entirely, leaving no mental bandwidth for the encroaching darkness. Her media consumption was strictly curated to maintain this fragile equilibrium. She tolerated only 5 minutes of local headlines and celebrity gossip daily, treating her morning commute radio show as a sacred hour of comedic zen. The internet served merely as a catalog for her shopping, a repository for her children's homework, and a veil for her husband's secretive browsing habits. When workplace chatter briefly touched upon the unsettling rumors that the emerging disease was not merely rabies, the conversation was quickly abandoned in favor of gossiping about reality television or absent colleagues. This willful blindness extended to her judgment of others. When her co-worker Inez Ruiz abruptly resigned in the spring to flee with her family to a remote cabin in Fort Yukon, Alaska, Mary Jo dismissed the decision as sheer stupidity. She internally categorized Inez using the prejudiced, sanitized label of a clean Mexican, a bias that blinded her to the genuine primal terror driving the woman's drastic escape. Even as her children exhibited subtle signs of distress, with Jenna picking fights and Aidan refusing to sleep in the dark, Mary Jo and Tim opted for chemical management over genuine engagement. They medicated the children with prescribed stimulants and antidepressants, only to be infuriated when their insurance denied coverage because the family was already taking the phalanx vaccine. That placebo, marketed with a catchy slogan promising tranquility, became their primary shield. Tim had purchased a Glock and perpetually promised to teach Mary Jo how to shoot on weekends, promises he routinely broke to spend his Sundays with his true mistress, an 18-foot, twin-engine boat. Mary Jo harbored little resentment. The gun sat in the house like a smoke alarm or an airbag, a dormant contingency measure overshadowed by the endless parade of monthly nail-biters that demanded her focus. The illusion finally fractured on an ordinary evening as dusk settled over their quiet, newly developed North County neighborhood near San Diego. The television blared a sports game while Tim lounged with a beer. Aidan played with toy soldiers on the floor, and Jenna studied in her room. Unloading the dishwasher, Mary Jo barely registered the family dog barking at what she assumed was a routine backyard rabbit or deer, though a fleeting thought crossed her mind to buy a citronella collar. It was only the sharp, distinct crack of what sounded like a gunshot that drew her into the den. Tim, his hearing permanently dulled by years in a speed metal band, remained oblivious with the volume cranked high. But Aidan had heard it. His eyes widened in sheer terror, fixed on the glass sliding door leading to the backyard. Before Mary Jo could process his silent alarm, the glass exploded inward. The creature that stumbled through was a grotesque mockery of humanity, standing about 5'10" with narrow, slumped shoulders and a distended, swaying belly. It wore no shirt, its mottled gray flesh torn and deeply pockmarked, radiating the foul, briny stench of rotten kelp and decaying salt water. Aidan scrambled behind his mother as Tim lunged from his chair, positioning himself as a human shield. In that fractured second, every suburban lie evaporated. Tim frantically scanned the room for a weapon just as the thing seized him by the shirt, dragging him down to the carpet in a desperate, grappling struggle. He barked frantic orders for his wife to secure the children in the bedroom and retrieve the firearm. Mary Jo was halfway down the hallway when a blood-curdling scream tore from Jenna's room. She threw the door open to a nightmare. A second creature, towering at 6.5 feet with massive bulging shoulders and arms, had crashed through the window. It had Jenna by the hair, the child shrieking in frantic, desperate pleas for her mother. Operating on pure, blinding instinct, Mary Jo lunged forward and seized the monster by the throat. As it dragged her daughter toward its gaping, ravenous maw, Mary Jo squeezed with every ounce of hysterical strength she possessed, pulling backward with violent force. Her children would later claim she tore the creature's head clean from its body, leaving flesh and muscle in ragged tatters. Mary Jo doubted the physical possibility, attributing the myth to adrenaline and the traumatic exaggeration of childhood memory, but she knew with absolute certainty that she had ripped her daughter free. A heartbeat later, Tim burst into the room. His shirt was smeared with thick, black, viscous gore. Clutching the Glock in one hand and the dog's leash in the other, he hurled the car keys into Mary Jo's chest. He commanded her to get the children into the Suburban immediately. Without a word, he turned and charged back out into the darkened backyard. As Mary Jo slammed the garage door and ignited the engine, the sharp, rhythmic report of her husband's firearm echoed through the night, marking the violent, irreversible end of the life she had known. High above the Nebraska plains, Gavin Blair guided his D-17 combat dirigible, his former civilian experience piloting a Fujifilm blimp, making the eerie aerial surveillance feel unnervingly familiar. Below him, a chaotic ribbon of desperation stretched to the horizon. Every conceivable vehicle, sedans, trucks, buses, RVs, tractors, and even a cement mixer clogged the highway. He spotted a flatbed hauling nothing but a giant billboard advertising a gentleman's club, its roof crowded with clinging passengers. People clung to luggage racks and car roofs like the passengers on the overcrowded trains he had once seen in historical photographs of India. The shoulders of the road were littered with the discarded detritus of a collapsing society's suitcases, cardboard boxes, and smashed remnants of expensive furniture, including a grand piano pulverized as if hurled from a moving truck. Abandoned vehicles lay stripped, burned, or shoved violently off the pavement. On foot, a slow-moving tide of humanity trudged across the plains, knocking on car windows and thrusting random objects upward. A few women exposed themselves to the drivers, a grim, silent barter for gasoline, moving with a frantic pace that outstripped the crawling vehicles. 30 miles back, where the traffic flowed slightly faster, the atmosphere remained violently agitated. Drivers flashed their lights, rammed the bumpers ahead, and climbed out to brawl. Bodies lay motionless or twitching along the shoulder, ignored by the desperate masses sprinting past with children and scavenged goods, all fleeing in the exact same direction. A few miles further, Gavin witnessed the horrifying source of the panic. A swarm of the undead was literally eating its way up the stalled columns of traffic. Vehicles in the outer lanes swerved blindly into the mud, hopelessly trapping the inner lanes. With cars packed bumper to bumper, doors were pinned shut. Gavin watched the creatures reach through open windows, dragging screaming victims out or hauling their own rotting bodies inside. Many drivers remained sealed within their vehicles, their doors locked, and safety-tempered glass rolled up. The barriers kept the dead out, but they also trapped the living inside. In sheer terror, a few occupants fired their weapons through the windshields, shattering their only protection and sealing their fate. Nearby, a horse trailer hitched to a pickup rocked violently in the center lane, the terrified animals still trapped within. The swarm consumed the gridlock, and a profound, chilling realization settled over Gavin. This exodus on I-80, caught between the heavily infested towns of Lincoln and North Platte, was going absolutely nowhere. No one was leading them. They had simply joined a line, blindly assuming that forward motion equaled survival, much like the infamous Cold War myth of an American journalist in Moscow who started a massive, unquestioning queue at a random, meaningless door. Standing on the desolate shore of Alang, India, A.J. Shah stared out at the rusting, skeletal wrecks that served as silent monuments to the beach's horrific history. Having spent his entire life in nearby Bhavnagar as a white-collar office manager, his hands had only ever known the touch of a keyboard, aided by voice recognition software. When the panic began, he had fled toward Alang because he knew it was a shipyard. He had desperately expected to find a bustling construction site launching hull after hull to carry refugees to safety. Instead, he discovered a graveyard. Alang did not build ships, it executed them. As the world's largest ship-breaking yard, it was a place where global vessels were purchased by scrap iron companies, deliberately rammed onto the sand like beached whales, and systematically stripped down to the last bolt. The dozens of ships lining the coast were not functional lifeboats, but naked, gutted hulks waiting to be dismantled. With no dry docks or slipways, the beach offered no sanctuary. AJ's only flicker of hope lay in a half-dozen new arrivals anchored just offshore, manned by skeleton crews and hopefully holding a reserve of fuel. He arrived at the precise moment the Veronique Delmas attempted a desperate rescue, its engines roaring to life as it tried to tow a beached sister ship, the Singaporean container vessel APL Tulip, back out to sea. Haphazard ropes and heavy chains were lashed to the Tulip's stern. AJ watched the white water churn violently as the Delmas strained against the lines, the tension causing the weaker ropes to snap with the sharp crack of gunshots. The heavier chains held firm, but the Tulip's compromised structure could not. The initial beaching had fatally fractured the container ship's keel. As the tug pulled, a horrific screeching groan of tortured metal echoed across the water. The Tulip violently split in two. The bow remained grounded on the sand while the stern was dragged out into the deep water. There was absolutely nothing anyone could do to stop it. The Delmas maintained flank speed, pulling the severed stern until it rolled over and sank within seconds. AJ knew that at least 1,000 desperate souls had been packed into every cabin, passageway, and square inch of that open deck. Their final muffled cries were instantly swallowed by the thunderous rush of escaping air. The suggestion that refugees should have simply secured the beach ships and pulled up the ladders felt like a cruel exercise in rational hindsight. Those questioning him had not been there that night. The yard had been crammed to the water's edge, a frenzied, terrified mass of humanity, backlit by the glow of inland fires. Hundreds had plunged into the surf, blindly trying to swim to the anchored vessels, and the water itself had been choked with the bodies of those who never made it. High above the Nebraska plains, Gavin Blair guided his D-17 combat dirigible, his former civilian experience piloting a promotional blimp, making the eerie aerial surveillance feel unnervingly familiar. Below him, a chaotic ribbon of desperation stretched to the horizon. Every conceivable vehicle clogged the highway, from standard sedans and buses to tractors and a lone cement mixer. He spotted a flatbed hauling nothing but a massive billboard, its roof crowded with clinging passengers. People clung to luggage racks and car tops, reminiscent of historical photographs of overcrowded transit. The shoulders of the road were littered with the discarded detritus of a collapsing society, suitcases, cardboard boxes, and the smashed remnants of expensive furniture, including a grand piano pulverized as if hurled from a moving truck. Abandoned vehicles lay stripped or shoved violently off the pavement. On foot, a slow-moving tide of humanity trudged across the plains, knocking on car windows and thrusting random objects upward. A few individuals resorted to desperate, compromising bartering gestures, likely seeking fuel, moving with a frantic pace that outstripped the crawling vehicles. 30 miles back, where the traffic flowed slightly faster, the atmosphere remained violently agitated. Drivers flashed their lights, rammed bumpers, and climbed out to brawl. Motionless figures lay along the shoulder, ignored by the desperate masses sprinting past with children and scavenged goods, all fleeing in the exact same direction. A few miles further, Gavin witnessed the horrifying source of the panic. A swarm of the pursuing figures was overwhelming the stalled columns of traffic. Vehicles in the outer lanes swerved blindly into the mud, hopelessly trapping the inner lanes. With cars packed bumper to bumper, doors were pinned shut. Gavin watched the figures reach through open windows, dragging victims out or hauling themselves inside. Many drivers remained sealed within their vehicles, their doors locked and safety glass rolled up. The barriers kept the pursuers out, but they also trapped the living inside. In sheer terror, a few occupants fired their weapons through the windshields, compromising their only protection and sealing their fate. Nearby, a horse trailer hitched to a pickup rocked violently in the center lane, the terrified animals still trapped within. The swarm consumed the gridlock, and a profound, chilling realization settled over Gavin. This exodus on the highway, caught between heavily compromised towns, was going absolutely nowhere. No one was leading them. They had simply joined a line, blindly assuming that forward motion equaled survival. Much like the infamous anecdote of an American journalist in Moscow who started a massive, unquestioning queue at a random, meaningless door. Standing on the desolate shore of Alang, India, A.J. Shah stared out at the rusting skeletal wrecks that served as silent monuments to the beach's horrific history. Having spent his entire life in nearby Bhavnagar as a white-collar office manager, his hands had only ever known the touch of a keyboard, aided by voice recognition software. When the panic began, he had fled toward Alang because he knew it was a shipyard. He had desperately expected to find a bustling construction site launching hull after hull to carry refugees to safety. Instead, he discovered a graveyard. Alang did not build ships, it dismantled them. As a major ship-breaking yard, it was a place where global vessels were purchased by scrap companies, deliberately rammed onto the sand like beached whales, and systematically stripped down. The dozens of ships lining the coast were not functional lifeboats, but naked, gutted hulks waiting to be broken apart. With no dry docks or slipways, the beach offered no sanctuary. AJ's only flicker of hope lay in a half-dozen new arrivals anchored just offshore, manned by skeleton crews and hopefully holding a reserve of fuel. He arrived at the precise moment. One of these vessels attempted a desperate rescue, its engines roaring to life as it tried to tow a beached sister ship, a Singaporean container vessel that had already been partially stripped. Haphazard ropes and heavy chains were lashed to the grounded ship's stern. AJ watched the white water churn violently as the tug strained against the lines, the tension causing the weaker ropes to snap with sharp, percussive cracks. The heavier chains held firm, but the grounded vessel's compromised structure could not. The initial beaching had fatally fractured its keel. As the tug pulled, a horrific screeching groan of tortured metal echoed across the water. The vessel violently split in two. The bow remained grounded on the sand while the stern was dragged out into the deep water. There was absolutely nothing anyone could do to stop it. The tug maintained speed, pulling the severed section until it rolled over and sank within seconds. AJ knew that a massive number of desperate souls had been packed into every cabin, passageway, and square inch of that open deck. Their final, muffled sounds were instantly swallowed by the rush of the vessel succumbing to the depths. The suggestion that refugees should have simply secured the beach ships and pulled up the ladders felt like a cruel exercise in rational hindsight. Those questioning him had not been there that night. The yard had been crammed to the water's edge, a frenzied, terrified mass of humanity, backlit by the glow of inland fires. Hundreds had plunged into the surf, blindly trying to swim to the anchored vessels, and the water itself had been choked with the forms of those who never made it. The bare room in Kusir on Olkhon Island offered nothing but a table, 2 chairs, and a large wall mirror that Maria Zhuganova knew was almost certainly one-way glass. She sat rigidly, her graying hair and worn face straining against the fraying seams of the military uniform she insisted on wearing. Though technically alone with the interviewer, she could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching from behind the glass, a familiar pressure that transported her straight back to the isolation of North Ossetia. A month before the Great Panic, coinciding with the moment an American journalist first broke the story, her unit's camp had been plunged into an indefinite communication blackout. Televisions, personal radios, and cell phones were confiscated. Maria lost the cheap prepaid phone her parents had sacrificed to buy her, the one she had saved to call them on her first birthday away from home. Their official mission had been mundane peacekeeping between local ethnic minorities, but the sudden severing from the world was justified as a matter of state security. The architects of this isolation were a triad of authority, their own officers, the military police, and a plain-clothed civilian who materialized from nowhere. The soldiers privately dubbed him Rat-Face, due to his thin, sharp features. No one dared investigate his true identity. Almost immediately after the blackout, their lazy, monotonous routine shattered. They were placed on full combat alert, spending days in the mountains in full battle dress, sweeping every village and interrogating every peasant, traveler, and stray animal they encountered. The interrogations were deeply unnerving. The soldiers were instructed to ask if anyone was missing, or if anyone had been attacked by a rabid animal or a rabid man. This was followed by humiliating physical inspections, where medics stripped locals to the skin, searching every inch of their bodies for an affliction no one would name. The absurdity peaked when the platoon discovered a hidden cache of assault rifles and ammunition, likely smuggled by corrupt personnel or local gangsters. Instead of securing it, they were ordered to leave it untouched, after Ratface held a private, terrifying meeting with the village elders, who emerged crossing themselves in silent, abject terror. Morale fractured. Baburin, a hardened veteran of Afghanistan and Chechnya, abruptly stopped drinking and sharing his usual stories. He grew grim and withdrawn, offering only a single chilling warning whenever pressed something terrible was about to happen. Tension and suspicion festered among the troops, exacerbated by Ratface constantly lurking in the shadows, whispering into the officers' ears. The breaking point arrived during a sweep of a primitive, nameless hamlet at the edge of the world. After a routine search, a terrified local girl came sprinting down the dirt road, chattering frantically in her native tongue and pointing across a muddy field. Staggering toward them was another tiny figure, a little girl. Lieutenant Tikhonov raised his binoculars, and Maria watched the blood drain from his face. Ratface stepped up, peered through his own lenses, and whispered a command into the lieutenant's ear. Petrenko, the platoon's sharpshooter, a timid, slight young man, was ordered to center the child in his sights. He did, but his rifle began to shake. When ordered to fire, Petrenko hesitated, asking for the command to be repeated. Tikhonov angrily demanded he eliminate the target immediately. Petrenko lowered his weapon and flatly refused. An eerie silence fell over the platoon. Ratface stepped forward, walking casually into the muddy field. The little girl's wide eyes locked onto him, her arms raised, as she emitted a high-pitched, rasping moan. He met her halfway. In one fluid, chilling motion, Ratface drew a pistol from beneath his coat and shot her between the eyes. He then turned and sauntered back to the armored vehicle, as if hailing a city cab. Behind him, a woman, presumably the child's mother, collapsed to her knees, sobbing, spitting, and cursing the soldiers. Ratface did not even glance her way. He merely whispered a final instruction to Tikhonov and climbed aboard the transport. That night, lying in her bunk, Maria tried to suppress the memory. She knew she should have felt grief for the child, or righteous fury at the civilian, or even guilt for her own paralyzed inaction. Instead, she felt only a profound, suffocating dread. Baburin's warning echoed in her mind. She desperately needed to know if her family in Baiken, near the Chinese border, was safe from war or terrorism. Her anxiety manifested physically. She vomited violently and repeatedly until she was confined to the infirmary. It was this illness that saved her from the patrol the next day, leaving her on bed rest when the unit returned in a state of explosive upheaval. Rereading an outdated magazine in her bunk, Maria heard the roar of vehicle engines and a swelling crowd. She pushed her way onto the parade ground and found Arkady, the squad's heavy machine gunner, standing at the center of the mob. Arkady was a massive, bear-like man who had always shielded Maria from the unwanted, aggressive advances of their peers, treating her with a protective, brotherly grace that she deeply valued. At his feet crawled a figure resembling an old woman, bound by a chain leash around her neck and wearing a burlap hood. Her dress was torn, and the skin of her legs had been scraped entirely away, oozing a thick black pus instead of blood. Arkady was mid-speech, his voice booming with furious conviction. He denounced the command's lies and the horrific orders to shoot civilians, revealing that he had eliminated the civilian overseer to force the truth into the light. To prove his point, Arkady yanked the chain, hoisting the woman by her throat, and ripped away the burlap hood. Her face was deathly gray, her eyes wide and feral. She snarled like a wild animal, lunging for him. Arkady wrapped a massive hand around her throat, holding her at arm's length, and drove his combat knife deep into her heart. The entire platoon gasped. The blade was buried to the hilt, yet the woman continued to squirm and growl. Arkady stabbed her repeatedly, shouting that this was the hidden horror they were breaking their backs to find, warning the troops that these creatures could already be in their own homes, threatening their families. His grip faltered. The creature broke free and sank its teeth into Arkady's hand. He roared in pain and fury, caving in her face with a brutal punch and finishing the struggle with a crushing boot to her skull. Blood trickled from the deep gouge in his fist. He raised his bleeding hand to the sky, screaming for the right to return home and protect their loved ones. The crowd erupted. Maria found herself shouting alongside them, her fear and doubt fusing into a blinding, unified rage. They chanted for freedom, for their families, for an end to the deception. Then, a sharp crack split the air. A bullet grazed past Maria's ear, and Arkady's head snapped back, his left eye instantly destroyed. Maria's memory fractured into a chaotic blur. She did not remember running, nor inhaling the choking clouds of tear gas. She only remembered the sudden, overwhelming arrival of Spetsnaz commandos. They descended like a storm, beating the soldiers down, shackling them together. As the world faded, Maria felt the crushing, suffocating weight of a heavy combat boot pressing down on her chest, certain she was going to die right there on the parade ground. Maria straightened the fraying seams of her uniform, composing herself against the invisible scrutiny she knew waited behind the one-way glass. She clarified that the earlier massacre was merely the prelude. The true decimation came later, a term she once misunderstood as mere destruction, only to learn its grim mathematical reality: 1 out of every 10 must die. The Spetsnaz had assembled them on the parade ground in full-dress uniform. Their new commanding officer delivered a stern lecture on duty, responsibility, and the sacred oath to protect the motherland, condemning their recent actions as selfish treachery. Internally, Maria scoffed. Her generation viewed Russia as an apolitical swamp of chaos and corruption. The military was simply a means to secure a trade, a bed, and sporadic pay, not a bastion of patriotism. The rhetoric of a sacred oath belonged to broken, demented veterans of the Great Patriotic War, those who haunted Red Square with tattered Soviet banners and moth-eaten medals. Yet, she found no humor in the moment. She knew the executions were imminent. Surrounded by armed guards and watchtowers, every muscle in her body coiled, bracing for the fatal volley. Instead, the commander offered a twisted mockery of their demands. He declared that since they believed democracy was a divine right, they would now have the chance to practice it. The words seared themselves behind her eyelids. The soldiers were fractured into groups of 10 and forced to vote on which among them would be executed. Worse, the surviving 9 were then compelled to carry out the sentence themselves. Heavy, sharp stones were rolled past them on creaking pushcarts. Some men wept and pleaded like children. Others, like the veteran Bobrin, simply knelt in silent resignation, locking eyes with Maria as she raised the rock and brought it down upon his skull. Reflecting on the atrocity, Maria recognized a terrifying sheer brilliance in the method. A conventional firing squad might have restored top-down discipline, but forcing them to become mutual accomplices bound the unit together with inescapable guilt as well as fear. They could have refused and faced the firing squad themselves, but they had not. They had made a conscious, horrific choice. In doing so, they willingly relinquished their freedom, relieved to be rid of it. From that moment on, they embraced a new, twisted liberty, the absolute freedom to point a finger at a superior and claim they were only following orders. In the chaotic, neon-lit sprawl of Trevor's Bar in Bridgetown, T. Sean Collins watched the interviewer's visible discomfort with quiet amusement. He slid a shot of harsh, Kill Devil rum across the scarred wood and propped his massive, boot-clad feet onto the table. The Special Economic Zone was engineered for exactly this brand of off-island debauchery, and Sean fit right in, though his past defied the crude label of mercenary. He had been an independent contractor, a clean-cut professional with a nice car, a weekly housekeeper, solid marriage prospects, and a golf handicap that rivaled the country club pros. He had operated within a legitimate corporate structure, complete with vacation days, comprehensive medical and dental benefits, and a steadily growing IRA. After witnessing the grim realities of a previous brushfire conflict, he had deliberately chosen the safer, more lucrative path of guarding wealthy, oblivious celebrities overseas. When the panic struck, he was stationed on a sprawling, elongated island just off the coast of Manhattan, protecting a client whose exact profession in entertainment or high finance remained deliberately vague. The client's strategy was transparent. He intended to play the role of a modern-day Moses, offering sanctuary to high-profile figures to inflate his own post-war image, and the desperate, famous masses had eagerly bought into the illusion. The compound hosted a bizarre circus of actors, musicians, professional athletes, and reality television personalities, including a famously exhausted socialite whose only claim to fame was her inherited wealth. Sean observed the absurdity with detached professionalism. A record executive sporting massive diamond earrings proudly displayed a customized assault rifle with an underbarrel grenade launcher, boasting of its cinematic accuracy, though Sean silently noted the historical inaccuracy regarding the weapon used in Scarface. Nearby, a political comedian snorted cocaine off the inflatable props of a diminutive Thai entertainer, loudly theorizing that the global collapse would send shockwaves through every societal facet. The man claimed the public's initial great denial stemmed from a subconscious recognition of the truth, before abruptly pivoting to a rant about high-fructose corn syrup. Sean expected such eccentricities from the talent, but the sheer volume of their entourage was staggering. Every single guest was trailed by a swarm of stylists, publicists, and assistants. While some were merely ambitious youth seeking safety and a paycheck, others were insufferable, arrogant handlers, like one particularly obnoxious manager wearing a get-it-done cap, who micromanaged a bloated reality show winner surrounded by 14 sycophants. Initially, Sean doubted the logistical viability of sustaining such a massive, chaotic group. However, a thorough tour of the beachside estate quickly dispelled his concerns. The client had transformed the property into a fortress of ultimate preparedness. The compound boasted years of dehydrated rations, an endless freshwater supply generated by a coastal desalination plant, and a robust redundant power grid fueled by wind turbines, solar arrays, and massive underground fuel reserves. The perimeter was fortified with towering walls, motion sensors, and a staggering arsenal of firearms. Yet, the crowning achievement of the compound was not its physical defenses, but its digital infrastructure. Every single room was hardwired for a simultaneous, 24-hour global webcast. The client's true motive was laid bare. He did not merely want to survive the apocalypse in luxurious comfort, he demanded that the entire world watch him do it. Sean navigated a gauntlet of entertainment journalists, crammed into a mansion equipped with webcams in nearly every room, enduring a press presence rivaling the Oscars' red carpet. He fielded a relentless barrage of inquiries about his emotional state, the unfolding crisis, and even his wardrobe. Seeking a brief respite, he retreated to the kitchen alongside the domestic staff and fellow security detail. The surreal tension peaked as they watched a live news broadcast from New York's Upper East Side, which was currently filming the very celebrities they were protecting, lounging on a couch in the adjacent room. The television feed captured the brutal reality of the streets as the dead surged up 3rd Avenue. Civilians fought hand-to-hand with hammers and pipes, while a model sporting goods manager distributed baseball bats with frantic urgency, shouting for his team to aim for the head. The camera caught a rollerblader speeding past at an easy 30 miles an hour, wielding a hockey stick modified with a bolted meat cleaver. Suddenly, a decomposed arm erupted from a sewer grate, tripping the skater. The man flipped violently, crashing face first before being dragged screaming into the drain by his ponytail. The broadcast cut back to the living room to capture the celebrities' reactions, yielding a mix of genuine gasps and theatrical tears. Sean found himself respecting the blunt disgust of a pampered starlet who cursed the fallen skater far more than the hypocrites faking sorrow. Beside him stood Sergei, a hulking, miserable Russian guard whose grim upbringing had hardened him. As the camera lingered on the weeping elite, Sergei muttered a single Russian word referencing the Romanovs, leaving Sean puzzled just as the perimeter alarm shattered the room's tension. The sensitive pressure sensors, calibrated to detect a single anomaly across miles of wall, were screaming. Radios crackled with panicked reports of hundreds of contacts at the southwest corner. Sean took several minutes to reach his firing position at a 3rd-floor guest room window, initially dismissive of the lookout's sheer terror. A few hundred slow targets posed no threat to the impenetrable walls, until the lookout screamed that the horde was sprinting. The realization that the infected could run sent a chill through Tishan. If they could run, they could climb, and perhaps even think. While the boss's wealthy friends raided the armory with the frantic energy of action movie extras, Tishan disengaged the safety on his rifle and adjusted his advanced optical sight, a fusion of light amplification and thermal imaging. Relying on the light amplification rather than the thermal, he peered through the glass, and his throat tightened at the sight of hundreds of bright green sprinting signatures. He realized with a jolt that they were not the living dead. Shouting that they had found the house from the news, a massive crowd of desperate people charged the front gate, carrying ladders, firearms, infants, and heavy satchels. A massive explosion obliterated the heavy steel gates, sending them spinning into the estate like giant throwing stars. The boss's frantic radio commands to open fire were drowned out by the stampede into the courtyard. The dense collection of sports cars, Hummers, and an NFL player's monster truck instantly erupted into fireballs, filling the air with blinding, choking black smoke from the burning tires. Gunfire echoed from every direction as private security and posturing wealthy guests exchanged fire with the desperate crowd. Inexperienced young assistants were quickly overwhelmed and killed while trying to shield their employers, while other staff members abandoned their posts to join the invaders. Amidst the bedlam, a hairdresser stabbed an actress in the mouth with a letter opener, and a talent show host fatally detonated a grenade while wresting it from a colleague. The estate devolved into a bloody, burning nightmare of scattered body parts and ruined luxury. Retreating toward the back door, Tishan locked eyes with the starlet's pet rat dog, sharing a silent, mutual understanding of abandonment. Like many of the hired guns, he had kept his weapon lowered all night. Their contract was to protect the elite from monsters, not to slaughter desperate refugees seeking shelter. The invaders' shouts confirmed their peaceful intent, echoing pleas to extinguish the flames and rescue children rather than looting the liquor or assaulting the staff. Stepping over a political comedian engaged in a frantic coupling with his leathery blonde political rival, Tishan finally reached the beach. He grabbed a priceless surfboard and paddled hard toward the distant horizon lights, joining a chaotic flotilla of fleeing boats. He hoped to secure passage to New York Harbor, fully prepared to bribe a captain with a pair of diamond earrings. Finishing his room and signaling the bartender for another, Tishan wrestled with the sheer stupidity of the elite. He couldn't fathom why they hadn't simply vanished to remote sanctuaries like Antarctica or remained entirely hidden, ultimately concluding that their blinding need for attention was an unbreakable psychological switch, the very flaw that had built their empires. As the waiter returned with his next drink, Tishan flicked a silver rand coin across the bar, silently acknowledging the grim, unyielding philosophy of the wealthy that any advantage one possesses must be aggressively displayed. Above the frozen expanse of Greenland, massive sculpted wind catchers funneled frigid air down into a 300-kilometer subterranean maze. Ahmed Faranakian, once a major in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps Air Force, now stood among the few remaining souls in this hand-carved refuge. While some lingered to court a meager tourist trade or collect UNESCO custodial pensions, Ahmed remained simply because the world above had left him nowhere else to go. He often reflected on the bitter irony of global alliances. The world had braced for a nuclear exchange between India and Pakistan, a tension so omnipresent that it forced the creation of flawless diplomatic machinery, direct hotlines, familiar ambassadors, and generals rigorously trained to avert disaster. That very preparation had saved them. Iran and Pakistan shared no such safety net. When the infection first arrived, Iran's mountainous terrain and sparse population initially bred a false optimism. Their leadership believed the cities could be easily isolated and defended by the military. That illusion shattered under the weight of millions of refugees fleeing eastward across Baluchistan. The massive influx threw all defensive plans into chaos. Infected swarms slouched relentlessly toward Iranian cities, overwhelming border guards and burying entire outposts beneath waves of the undead. The military found itself paralyzed, unable to seal the border while simultaneously combating internal outbreaks. Desperate, Iranian leadership demanded that Pakistan control the flow of people, only to be met with hollow assurances Ahmed knew to be lies. Islamabad was all too willing to let the Indian refugees pass through, gladly exporting the crisis to their neighbor. Ahmed knew that a coordinated joint operation in Pakistan's south-central mountains, the Pab, the Kirthar or the central Brahui ranges, could have stemmed the tide of both the living and the dead. Instead, the proposal was flatly rejected. A paranoid military attaché at the Pakistani embassy declared that any foreign troop presence would be treated as an act of war. Ahmed suspected the attaché might have even convinced his own government that Iran sought to annex their western provinces, a fatal miscommunication born of the fact that the two nations' leaders had never spoken directly. With hundreds of thousands crossing daily, and tens of thousands among them infected, decisive action became a grim necessity. Ahmed volunteered to fly the mission himself. Under the cover of night, accompanied by a heavy escort, he piloted his Phantom toward the Ketch River Bridge, the critical choke point on the main southern artery of Baluchistan. Destroying its center foundation would sever 60% of the refugee traffic. He did not need image intensifiers. The darkness was pierced by a long, thin trail of vehicle headlights stretching for miles, punctuated by the sporadic flash of small arms fire from the heavily infested zone below. He released the high-explosive conventional ordnance with clinical precision, acutely aware of the dark irony that American aircraft had once destroyed this very American-aided bridge for identical strategic reasons. Feeling his jet lighten, he engaged the afterburners, waiting anxiously for the observer plane's confirmation and praying the Pakistanis would not retaliate. His prayers went unanswered. 3 hours later, a Pakistani garrison at Kila Safed opened fire on an Iranian border station. Ahmed later learned that both the Iranian president and the Ayatollah had been willing to let the matter rest, accepting the strike as grim, proportional revenge. But communication was impossible. The Pakistani embassy in Tehran had already destroyed its codes and radios, and the defiant colonel who had delivered the initial warnings had taken his own life rather than surrender state secrets. Stripped of hotlines or diplomatic channels, Iran had no way to contact Pakistani leadership or even to know if any still existed. Confusion curdled into rage, and rage turned outward. Hour by hour, the conflict spiraled into border clashes and airstrikes. In a mere 3 days of conventional warfare devoid of any clear strategic objective, panicked fury took the wheel. They had unleashed a nuclear monster neither side could control. The sky ignited over Tehran, Islamabad, Qom, Lahore, Bandar Abbas, Ormara, Imam Khomeini, and Faisalabad. Ahmed could only guess at the millions vaporized in the initial blasts, let alone those who would succumb as the radioactive clouds drifted across their nations, India, Southeast Asia, the Pacific, and eventually, America. The betrayal cut deepest because Pakistan had been the very architect of Iran's nuclear program, supplying the materials, the technology, and the shadowy brokering with North Korean and Russian renegades. Without the aid of those who claimed to be fraternal allies, Iran would never have possessed the means to destroy itself. No one could have predicted such an apocalypse between them, just as no one had predicted the dead would rise. Only a higher power could have foreseen this convergence of horrors, and as Ahmed stood in the freezing Greenlandic air, he knew with absolute certainty that he no longer believed in him. Todd Wainio stood on the Denver train platform, entirely unbothered by the delay caused by the testing of the Western Drawbridge. When his guest arrived, they exchanged a firm handshake beneath the station's towering victory mural. The massive painting, an iconic depiction of soldiers gazing across the Hudson River toward a dawn-lit Manhattan, made Todd look remarkably small and frail. Despite his youth, the former infantryman carried the heavy physical toll of his generation, sporting an expanding paunch, thinning gray hair, and 3 deep parallel scars trenching his right cheek. His mind drifted back to the day the sky burned an amber red, choked by the thick summer smoke that cast the world in a hellish haze. That was his introduction to Yonkers, a depressed Rust Belt suburb north of New York City that would soon become as infamous as the Little Bighorn. Unlike a surprise attack, this disaster was entirely foreseeable. The emergency had been raging for 3 months, Ever since the Great Panic, a chaotic period where terrified civilians boarding up homes, hoarding weapons, and firing at shadows had arguably claimed more lives than the infected themselves. Todd understood the military's desperate need for a massive, decisive stand-up battle to reassure a panicked public and Project Control. Yonkers actually offered a solid geographical advantage. Nestled in a valley with the Hudson River guarding the west, the Sawmill River Parkway cut directly through their main defensive line. The fleeing refugees had naturally funneled the undead straight down the freeway into a perfect choke point, which Todd recognized as the single brilliant tactical decision of the entire operation. Yet, as he waited in the sweltering heat, his frustration boiled over at the sheer incompetence of their placement. Instead of securing the flat roofs of nearby shopping centers, parking garages, or a towering 20-story apartment building that offered safe, commanding views of the valley, the infantry was ordered into the dirt. They wasted exhausting hours, digging elaborate fighting holes and stacking sandbags for conventional cover and concealment. It was a textbook, Cold War defense designed to stop artillery and small arms, utterly meaningless against an enemy that neither used such weapons nor cared about hiding. Todd bitterly suspected the operation was orchestrated by a narrow-minded general still fighting the ghosts of the Fulda Gap, a commander so entrenched in outdated doctrine that engineers were actually blasting tank trenches in a grocery store parking lot. The sheer volume of unnecessary hardware only compounded the absurdity. The military had deployed an overwhelming arsenal: tanks, Bradleys, Humvees bristling with heavy mortars and surface-to-air missiles, and even portable bridge layers for a creek barely 3 inches deep. Electronic warfare vehicles and fully plumbed mobile latrines clogged the streets, serving no real purpose other than to block traffic and look impressive for the staggering number of news vans and helicopters swarming the area. The media was there to broadcast the military's formidable green and tan kill power to the world, turning the battlefield into a stage spectacle. To complete the miserable picture, the soldiers were forced into Mop 4 biochem suits and heavy body armor, suffocating under layers of rubber and charcoal while their superiors and the press watched comfortably in standard fatigues. Helmets offered no protection against the undead, and the high-tech Land Warrior combat integration systems boasting real-time GPS, satellite recon, and weapon-mounted cameras for necrocentric hyperwar were nothing but deadweight. The advanced digital suite was utterly useless when a soldier was just trying to dig a trench in suffocating gear on the hottest day of a record-breaking summer. By the time the infected finally appeared, Todd was barely able to stand. The initial threat was just a meager trickle of lone figures staggering through the gridlock of abandoned cars on the evacuated freeway. As the first zombies entered the designated kill zone, the multiple launch rocket system unleashed its payload. Muffled by his heavy hood, Todd couldn't hear the launch, but he watched the rockets arch overhead and scatter their hand grenade-sized bomblets. The anti-personnel submunitions rained down, detonating against the asphalt and abandoned vehicles, erupting into geysers of fire and shrapnel. A rush of adrenaline swept through the ranks, and Todd found himself cheering into his microphone alongside his squad as the explosions tore through the horde. The opening bombardment decimated the scattered group of 40 or 50 undead spread across the half-mile stretch. But as the smoke cleared, the grim reality set in. The shrapnel had shredded their organs and limbs, scattering flesh across the pavement, but it hadn't destroyed their brains. Driven by whatever dark animation kept them moving, the mangled corpses continued their advance, walking or dragging their ruined bodies along the ground. The trickle rapidly swelled into a thick stream of dozens more emerging from the burning wreckage, shattering any lingering illusions about the enemy they were truly facing. Todd knew the media's sanitized vision of the infected crisp business suits and elegant dresses. A neat cross-section of everyday America was a profound lie. The early wave told a far grimmer truth. These were people who had perished under medical care or in their own beds, clad in hospital gowns, pajamas, sweatpants, or nothing at all. Through the stifling heat of his protective gear, Todd could clearly see the dried blood and deep, ragged gouges on their exposed skin, a visceral sight that sent a shiver down his spine despite the sweltering humidity. When the second wave of artillery descended, its impact was drastically diminished. With no vehicle fuel left to ignite, the densely packed corpses inadvertently shielded one another from fatal cranial strikes. Todd's initial adrenaline had faded, though he remained confident it would surge again once the horde entered the army's primary kill zone. He could not hear the distant Paladin howitzers positioned up the hill, but he watched their standard high-explosive fragmentation shells detonate among the ranks. The result was devastatingly underwhelming. The conventional physics of warfare simply did not apply. The blast effect that typically ruptures a living body's internal fluids was entirely absent. The infected possessed too little liquid, or perhaps their fluids had congealed into a useless gel. Furthermore, the sudden nerve trauma that normally shuts down a human brain and organs via massive electrical disruption failed to register. The barrage did tear bodies apart, launching severed animate heads with snapping jaws and rolling eyes into the air like popped corks. They were inflicting casualties, but the rate of attrition was woefully inadequate. The trickle of infected rapidly swelled into a relentless, moaning river of flesh. They slouched forward, casually stepping over their mangled brethren in a slow, rolling wave of absolute determination. The next defensive layer unleashed a deafening symphony of direct fire. Tank main guns, Bradley chain guns, and Fok missiles tore into the mass, supported by Humvees firing mortars and grenade launchers. Overhead, Comanche helicopters screamed in at treetop level, unleashing chains, hellfires, and Hydra rocket pods. The battlefield transformed into a mechanical wood chipper, the air thick with a cloud of organic sawdust. For a fleeting moment, Todd believed nothing could survive the onslaught, until he noticed the terrifying truth: the firepower was withering away. This was not a failure of supply chains or budgets, but a catastrophic failure of imagination. No commander had calculated the ammunition required for sustained engagement against a limitless enemy. The Abrams tanks carried a mere 3 canister rounds, giant shotgun shells packed with tungsten balls, out of a 40-round loadout. The remainder consisted of armor-piercing, depleted uranium sabot rounds, weapons designed to punch through tank armor, rendering them utterly useless against soft walking corpses. Available flechette rounds, which could have turned the heavy weapons into devastating scatterguns, sat seemingly unused. As the heavy weapons sputtered and died, a cold primal fear seized the line, echoing in the strained voices of squad leaders and the rigid postures of the men. They were the final, under-equipped layer of defense, intended only to mop up the stray infected that slipped past the heavy ordnance. Yet thousands of the dead spilled over the freeway guardrails, pouring down side streets and crashing through residential homes, their collective moans vibrating through Todd's heavy hood. Flipping his safety, Todd settled his sights. As a light machine gunner, he was trained to deliver short, controlled bursts. His first volley struck an infected figure square in the chest, sending it flying backward onto the asphalt, only for it to immediately rise and resume its advance. Fighting to control both his weapon and his own bodily functions, Todd repeated a desperate internal mantra: aim for the head, hold the line. His machine gun chattered, a relentless staccato rhythm, but the reality of combat defied the armchair critiques that would later surface. Critics would wonder why trained marksmen could not simply aim for the head. They failed to understand the psychological and physical suffocation of the moment. After months of societal collapse, after watching the pinnacle of modern military technology fail spectacularly against an impossible foe, maintaining a steady trigger finger while trapped in a straitjacket of rubber and body armor was a monumental, nearly insurmountable challenge. Despite the overwhelming odds, Todd and his comrades held their ground, forcing the enemy to pay a bloody toll for every inch of asphalt. However, their high-tech combat integration system, designed to provide net-centric battlefield awareness, became their ultimate psychological undoing. The aerial uplinks did not just show the thousands directly in front of them, they revealed the millions massed behind, a seemingly endless undead serpent stretching all the way back to Times Square. Todd did not need that knowledge. The quiet, nagging dread in his mind amplified into a deafening roar. The open network, meant to coordinate, instead became a conduit for pure panic. When one terrified soldier broadcasted that he had shot an infected in the head, and it kept moving. Likely a glancing miss. The digital network instantly weaponized his fear. Across the comms, the frantic, contagious realization spread like a virus. The enemy was indestructible, and the line was about to break. A desperate command to hold the line and abandon the network echoed through the comms, an older voice striving for authority before being violently swallowed by a raw scream. Instantly, Todd's eyepiece and those of every Link soldier flooded with a horrific feed from a backyard behind their positions. Fleeing homeowners had evidently locked reanimated family members inside, and the concussive shock of nearby explosions had compromised the door. 5 figures burst forth: a man, a woman, and 3 children. They pinned the unfortunate soldier to the ground, the adult male crushing his chest while the children gnawed relentlessly at his protective suit. The woman ripped away his mask, exposing his sheer, unadulterated terror just before she tore away his chin and lower lip. His agonizing shriek triggered a cascading wave of panic across the network, with frantic voices reporting breaches from the houses and a completely shattered defensive line. The video feed abruptly severed, and the older voice's final, strained order to clear the channel dissolved into dead static. Though the Joint Strike Fighters must have been hovering overhead for some time, their arrival felt instantaneous to Todd, as the sky erupted in a deafening scream. Huddled at the bottom of his inadequately shallow fighting hole, he cursed the military, the divine, and his own insufficient digging. The earth violently convulsed, the sky blackened, and a torrent of earth, ash, and burning debris rained down. A sudden, heavy weight slammed between his shoulder blades. Rolling over, he found a charred, smoking torso and head still snapping its jaws. He kicked the grotesque appendage away and scrambled from the trench the moment the final joint standoff weapon detonated. Todd stared into a midnight cloud of thick black smoke that had completely swallowed the freeway and the surrounding homes. Around him, fellow soldiers slowly emerged from their holes, and armored hatches creaked open on tanks and Bradleys. A profound, heavy stillness settled over the battlefield, stretching in Todd's mind for hours. Then, the horde materialized from the smog like a waking nightmare. Some steamed, others burned, while the rest walked, crawled, or dragged their ruined bodies forward by their torn abdomens. Roughly 1 in 20 remained mobile, amounting to a couple thousand relentless pursuers. Behind them, completely untouched by the aerial bombardment, 1 million more pressed steadily forward. The defensive line disintegrated. Todd's memory fractured into chaotic strobe-like flashes of fleeing personnel, guttural grunts, and frantic media crews. He recalled a newsman sporting a thick mustache, desperately fumbling for a sidearm before 3 burning infected dragged him to the ground. Nearby, a man violently ejected a blonde reporter from a news van, only for a rolling tank to crush both the vehicle and its desperate occupants. Overhead, 2 news helicopters collided, raining twisted metal down upon the chaos. In a final, desperate act of defiance, a Comanche pilot attempted to carve a path through the horde with his rotor blades, successfully dicing through the mass before the machinery caught on a vehicle and hurled him into the nearby supermarket. Amidst the indiscriminate wild gunfire, Todd absorbed a direct hit to the center plate of his body armor. The impact felt like colliding with a brick wall, knocking the wind from his lungs and dropping him to the ground. Before he could recover, a flashbang detonated inches from his position. His world dissolved into blinding white silence. Frozen in place, he felt hands clawing at his arms. He thrashed, kicked, and punched, his bladder releasing in sheer terror as he screamed into a void he could no longer hear. Stronger hands seized him, dragging him forcefully. Through his kicking, squirming, and weeping, a sudden sharp fist connected with his jaw. The blow did not render him unconscious, but it instantly grounded him. The infected did not punch. His comrades were pulling him to safety. They hauled him into the nearest Bradley, and Todd's vision cleared just in time to watch the sliver of daylight vanish as the heavy hatch sealed shut. Todd harbored deep contempt for professional historians who dismissed Yonkers as a mere catastrophic failure of modern military apparatus, or a classic case of preparing for the last war. To him, that analysis was hollow. While the equipment and training had indeed been a monumental disaster, the true weapon that failed was as ancient as warfare itself: fear. Effective combat relied on breaking the enemy's spirit, utilizing shock and awe to force a retreat. But the infected were biologically incapable of fear. That fundamental immunity had boomeranged catastrophically, allowing the mindless horde to shock and awe the human defenders instead. Yonkers was intended to restore public confidence. Instead, it broadcasted a message of absolute doom, a fate only narrowly averted by the subsequent South African strategy. Todd's final memory of the engagement was the violent sensation of the Bradley being tossed like a toy car by a nearby impact. Had he remained exposed on the surface, he would undoubtedly be dead. He often reflected on the sanitized military briefings regarding thermobaric weapons, which conveniently omitted the grisly reality of their aftermath. While commanders spoke only of expanding fireballs, heat, and crushing pressure, they ignored the catastrophic vacuum created the moment that fireball contracted. This sudden implosion either sucked the air directly from a victim's lungs or violently ripped the lungs and windpipe entirely out through the mouth. Todd knew the Pentagon buried such horrific details, but he remained certain of one thing: should anyone ever encounter a walking infected specimen with its respiratory organs dangling from its lips, they would know exactly who to call to meet a fellow veteran of Yonkers. XIII. Azania sat at his writing desk on Robben Island, pausing to clear his scattered notes before continuing the interview. The cool ocean breeze drifting through the window offered a brief, calming respite as he prepared to delve into the subject of his third volume of Rainbow Fist: South Africa at War. To XIII, no word captured Paul Rediker more accurately than dispassionate. Whether revered as a savior or reviled as a monster, Rediker viewed human emotion as a fundamental flaw, believing the heart existed solely to pump blood to the brain. His university papers on alternate societal solutions had first drawn the apartheid government's attention. While psychobiographers often labeled him a racist, Rediker himself dismissed racism as a mere byproduct of irrational emotion, viewing both love and hate as impediments, famously musing on what humanity might achieve if it simply shed its own humanity. To most, this was pure evil, but to a small cadre at the center of Pretoria's power, it represented an invaluable source of liberated intellect. XIII recalled the grim reality of the early 1980s, when the apartheid regime rested on a bed of nails, surrounded by hostile neighbors, a Soviet-backed civil war in Angola, internal threats from the ANC and Inkatha Freedom Party, and a crippling Western arms embargo. Pretoria lived in constant fear of total collapse. This desperation drove them to enlist Rediker to revise Plan Orange, the secret doomsday scenario for the white minority that had existed since 1948. As the strategic outlook darkened with each passing decade, the government realized that a full-scale confrontation threatened not just their rule, but the very existence of the Afrikaner people. Completed in 1984, Rediker's revised plan was a masterpiece of cold logistical efficiency. He calculated every variable, factoring in population, terrain, resources, and even the deployment of Cuban chemical weapons alongside South Africa's own nuclear options. Most infamously, he determined exactly which Afrikaners would be saved and which would be sacrificed. Arguing that attempting to protect everyone would capsize the lifeboat of the state, Rediker compiled a ruthless checklist of desirable qualities, including income, IQ, fertility, and proximity to crisis zones. He concluded his proposal with the chilling assertion that sentimentality must be the first casualty of the conflict, lest it ensure their total destruction. The brilliance of Orange 84 made Rediker a pariah, first among radical Afrikaner ideologues and later among the general population after apartheid fell. He famously refused to appear before the Truth and Reconciliation hearings, publicly stating he would not feign a heart merely to save his own skin, fully expecting retribution. That retribution arrived during South Africa's Great Panic, which began weeks before the rest of the world's collapse. Holed up in a Drakensberg cabin purchased with his business consulting profits, Rediker awaited what he assumed would be a final revenge killing when National Intelligence Agency agents blew his door off its hinges. Confronted by gas-masked operatives of every race, Rediker calmly admitted to authoring the infamous plan, accepting his impending execution in a world already going to hell. Instead of firing, The agents lowered their weapons and removed their masks. A tall Afrikaner stepped forward, bypassing formalities to ask a single desperate question: did Rediker have a plan for the current undead epidemic? XIII knew that Rediker had indeed been treating the outbreak as a purely intellectual exercise in his isolation, drafting an unnamed solution because he never believed anyone would survive to read it. The resulting strategy, now a matter of public record, rested on three brutal pillars. First, acknowledging that the outbreak was too advanced to save everyone, the military had to consolidate and retreat to a defensible safe zone bordered by natural obstacles, eradicating the infestation within before holding the line. Second, a small, carefully selected fraction of civilians would be evacuated to this zone to serve as a labor pool and preserve the government's legitimacy. The third pillar was the most insidious. The remaining population would be herded into isolated fortified zones to serve as human bait. Rediker argued these refugees must be kept alive, defended, and resupplied, ensuring the undead hordes remain firmly rooted to those locations. Every zombie besieging those trapped survivors was one less zombie throwing itself against the military's defenses. Upon hearing this, the Afrikaner agent had crossed himself, murmuring a prayer for Rediker, while the black operative in charge simply whispered that God help them all before ordering his immediate extraction. Within minutes, a helicopter transported Rediker to the underground base at Kimberley, the very location where he had originally drafted Orange 84. XIII could almost hear the uproar as the report was read aloud to the president's surviving cabinet. The Zulu defense minister, a man who preferred street combat to bunker politics, voiced the loudest outrage. The vice president fretted over the catastrophic public relations fallout if the plan ever leaked. The president, visibly insulted, physically grabbed the safety and security minister by the lapels, demanding to know why he had been presented with a demented apartheid war criminal. The minister could only stammer in confusion, reminding the president that it had been his own direct order to find Rediker in the first place. The president threw his hands upward, vehemently denying he had ever issued such a directive. From the shadows of the back wall, a faint, raspy voice contradicted him. The elder statesman, the father of their new democracy whose birth name translated simply to troublemaker, slowly rose. Though hunched by age and leaning heavily on canes, his spirit radiated an undiminished vitality. As he stood, the entire governing body instinctively sat, with only Paul Rediker remaining on his feet. The old man locked eyes with the architect of the plan, offering his world-famous warm squint. He greeted the Afrikaner in their shared regional tongue, then stepped forward, gently lifting the proposal from Rediker's hands. Turning to face the stunned cabinet, his voice suddenly boomed with youthful authority, declaring that this document and this man would save their people. Then came the historic embrace. To the room, it was merely the nation's father's signature bear hug, but to Rediker, it was a seismic crack in his impenetrable shell. XIII knew the prevailing psychobiographical consensus painted Rediker as a soulless monster, yet a revered biographer had long postulated that Rediker's lifelong war against emotion was a desperate shield to protect a deeply sensitive mind from the daily brutality of apartheid. Little was known of his childhood, or whether he had ever known warmth, making this singular, genuine display of human connection all the more profound. XIII offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging that this interpretation might be overly sentimental. Perhaps Rediker truly was a heartless monster, and the old man's embrace had meant nothing. Regardless, it marked the final day anyone ever saw Paul Rediker. In the chaotic weeks that followed, XIII himself stepped into the void, leveraging his years of working alongside Rediker to convince the new government that he understood the man's cold logic better than anyone else alive. He helped orchestrate the retreat, managed the grueling consolidation months, and served until the war's end, earning his current luxurious accommodations on Robben Island in return. As Olua departed for the mainland ferry, a tall Afrikaner guard photographed him once more, muttering a warning about the many who still wished to send the island's infamous patient to hell. Signing his exit badge, Iewalewa's pen hovered over the stark heading of the Robben Island Psychiatric Institution, next to the name of the patient he had just visited, Paul Rediker. In a hotel bar in Armagh, Ireland, Philip Adler reflected on his first journey away from Germany since the war's end, a reluctant pilgrimage undertaken for his Bavarian wife to St. Patrick's Cathedral. His thoughts drifted back to the suffocating nightmare of Hamburg. The city had been utterly overrun, the infected pouring from the Muir-Elbe tunnel like bloated, bloody worms, effortlessly squirming past hastily erected civilian vehicle blockades. Desperate refugees had flooded in from as far as Saxony, seeking a maritime escape that no longer existed. The port was a graveyard of abandoned hopes, with over 1,000 civilians trapped inside the Reynolds aluminium work and triple that number at the Urukai terminal, left with no food, no clean water, and surrounded by a swarming unknown quantity of the infected. Philip had initially managed the harbor's choked, moving corpses by blasting them into the water with anti-riot cannons, a clever tactic to conserve ammunition and clear the streets until the hydrant pressure inevitably failed. His command had fractured 2 days prior, in a grotesque accident. A panicked soldier's bullet had pierced a lunging zombie's skull, spraying diseased brain matter directly into the commanding colonel's shoulder. Before succumbing, the colonel had transferred sector command to Philip, making the execution of his former superior Philip's very first official duty. Establishing a command post in the Renaissance Hotel, Philip had utilized its strong fields of fire to shelter his unit and hundreds of refugees, while his men worked to fortify adjacent buildings. With roads and railways severed, sequestering the civilians seemed their only viable strategy while they awaited inevitable relief. But just as he prepared a scavenging detail for improvised melee weapons, the retreat order arrived. The directive was deeply unsettling. For the first time since the panic began, the division transmitted rally points using encrypted Cold War-era map grid coordinates rather than open civilian channels. Philip verified the location 3 times Schafstadt, far north of the Nord-Oese Canal, practically in Denmark. Even more horrifying were the accompanying orders: withdraw to Schleswig-Holstein immediately, leave the civilians behind, and do not inform them of the abandonment. Seeking clarity, Philip was abruptly connected to General Lang, commander of the Northern Front. Over the cacophony of distant gunfire, Lang's trembling voice confirmed the orders were absolute. Philip, a West German soldier raised to bear the historical burden of his grandfather's shame, felt a profound moral rupture. Unlike their Eastern counterparts, who had been taught they were merely victims of history, Philip's upbringing dictated that his primary sworn duty was to his conscience. He flatly refused to obey an order that amounted to mass murder. Lang erupted, threatening Philip and his men with treason charges and prosecution with Russian efficiency, a chilling reference to the brutal mutiny crackdowns already ravaging the Eastern Front. Glancing at his exhausted, terrified boys, barely 18 or 19 years old, Philip knew he could not condemn them to such a fate. He gave the order to withdraw. His men offered no direct complaints, though minor scuffles broke out among them, which Philip deliberately ignored as they fell into line. The civilians, however, exacted a heavy emotional toll. As the armored column pulled away, desperate voices screamed from the windows, branding them cowards. Philip shouted hollow promises that they would return the next day with reinforcements, but his lies were met with furious disbelief, one woman screaming that he was condemning her baby to die. Most refugees remained trapped by the street-level horde, but a few desperate souls clung to the armored personnel carriers, attempting to pry open the hatches. Philip's men were forced to violently knock them away and button up the vehicles as the abandoned civilians began hurling furniture and lamps from the buildings. One soldier was struck by a bucket of human waste, and a stray bullet ricocheted sharply off the hatch of Philip's own Marder. As they finally cleared the city, they passed the remnants of a rapid reaction stabilization unit. Philip did not yet know that these battered troops had been classified as entirely expendable, ordered to hold their ground to the bitter end to ensure the retreating garrison was not pursued by the undead or the desperate living. Through the shattered landscape of the Autobahn, Philip locked eyes with a Leopard tank commander he had served alongside during NATO's IFOR mission in Bosnia. The man had once taken a Serbian bullet meant for Philip, a debt remembered vividly as they traded silent, solemn salutes. Ducking back into the armored personnel carrier, Philip feigned intense study of a map to mask the tears welling in his eyes, his mind already crystallizing a cold, violent resolution General Lang would die. Philip meticulously rehearsed his revenge. He would approach Lang's office with contrite calm, offering a polite apology and patiently absorbing whatever hollow justifications the general might offer for the retreat. Then, precisely as Lang extended his hand, Philip would draw his sidearm and execute him, perhaps taking out the complicit staff as well. He refused to goose-step into hell as a mindless subordinate. He would prove what it truly meant to be a German soldier, answering only to his own conscience. Reality, however, delivered a starkly different conclusion. After his unit became the last to cross the canal, Philip finally entered the general's office. Lang had been waiting. Upon receiving the final report, the general had calmly signed his last orders, sealed a farewell letter to his family, and placed a bullet through his own brain. This cowardly exit only deepened Philip's hatred. With the full, grim details of the Prochnow plan now clear, Philip understood the monumental burden of the long war ahead. Lang had known the military desperately needed experienced leaders to survive the coming trek, yet he chose to abandon his men, just as they had abandoned the civilians of Hamburg. To Philip, true duty meant shouldering the agonizing weight of one's choices by taking the easy way out. Lang had proven himself utterly unfit for the treacherous mountain road they all now had to climb. In the windowless, fluorescent-lit confines of the Yevchenko Veteran Sanatorium, Bohdan Taras Kondratyuk sat upright on his cot, the meager warmth of the room, a rare luxury amidst the Ukrainian winter. He pressed a handkerchief to his mouth, suppressing a wet, rattling cough before recounting the absolute collapse of order he had witnessed. His unit had endured 4 brutal, exhausting rearguard actions at Luk, Rovno, Novograd, and Zhytomyr, constantly retreating as towns fell and roads closed. Arriving in Kiev, they expected a secure, resupplied sanctuary for rest and rehabilitation. Instead, they found a city in terminal collapse. The government had already fled to Sevastopol, shifting the official safety zone to the Crimea and leaving the military to manage a chaotic, desperate evacuation. Bohdan's armored platoon was dispatched to control the escape route at the Patona Bridge, an engineering marvel once compared to the Eiffel Tower, now reduced to a gridlock nightmare. Promised concrete barricades and military police never materialized. Instead, the bridge was choked with civilian vehicles, including a massive overturned gas truck that their tanks could not budge. Bohdan and his men, trained for armored combat, were suddenly thrust into crowd control without riot gear, shields, or water cannons. Worse, they were ordered to visually inspect every fleeing refugee for signs of infection, a hopeless task without the promised sniffer dogs. The attempt to process the terrified, frantic crowds inevitably erupted into disaster. Desperate civilians refused inspection, trampled one another, or leaped into the freezing river. In the ensuing melee, several of Bohdan's men were severely beaten, 3 were stabbed, and 1 was fatally shot by a panicked grandfather wielding a rusted Tokarev before plunging into the water himself. Isolated on the radio, Bohdan desperately pleaded for support, clinging to hollow assurances that relief was imminent. Across the Dnieper, Kiev burned. Thick black pillars of smoke choked the sky, carrying the acrid stench of timber, melting rubber, and burning flesh. The fire had already engulfed the hillside monastery, a tragic waste of a naturally defensible fortress that could have anchored their position indefinitely. Then, cutting through the cacophony of horns, shouts, and distant gunfire, Bohdan heard the low, collective, guttural moan of the approaching horde. Torn from the radio, he scanned the city skyline and spotted 4 Sukhoi 25 Rooks streaking in at treetop level. For a fleeting second, he hoped they would bomb the approaching undead, as they had at Rovno, but the jets banked sharply, lining up directly with the bridge. A chilling realization struck him. The military had abandoned the evacuation entirely. They were going to bomb the bridge and everyone on it. Bohdan screamed for the crowd to clear the span, but his warning only ignited a tidal wave of pure panic. Civilians shrieked, crushing one another in a frantic stampede, while dozens plunged into the dark water below, weighed down instantly by their heavy winter clothing. Frantically hauling civilians toward the far side of the span, Bowden watched the bombs detach from the aircraft. He braced for a concussive blast, ready to dive for cover, but his blood ran cold as the payload deployed parachutes. This was no high-explosive strike. In a split second of pure survival instinct, he sprinted like a cornered animal, screaming for his crew to seal the hatches. He vaulted onto the nearest armored hull, slammed the heavy steel door shut, and ordered the interior locked down. They were trapped in an obsolete T-72, its overpressure system untested for years. All they could do was huddle in their claustrophobic metal coffin and pray. Through the dim interior, Bowden heard the gunner sobbing and saw the driver frozen in shock, while the 20-year-old junior sergeant commanding the tank curled into a fetal position on the floor, desperately clutching a small wooden cross. Bowden placed a steadying hand on the young man's head, offering hollow assurances of safety while keeping his eyes rigidly fixed on the periscope. Through the magnified lens, Bowden witnessed the horrific mechanics of the RVX agent. It did not fall as a gas, but as a fine, oily rain of microscopic droplets that clung instantly to skin and fabric. Absorbing through pores, eyes, and lungs, the neurotoxin acted with terrifying speed. Bowden watched the evacuees' limbs begin to tremble violently, their arms dropping uselessly to their sides as their central nervous systems failed. They clawed at their eyes, mouths opening in silent, desperate struggles to speak, move, or draw breath. Bowden felt a grim, detached gratitude that the tank's sealed environment spared him the smell of sudden, widespread loss of bowel and bladder control. Initially, the tactical logic eluded him. Had the High Command forgotten the lessons of XIII? Chemical weapons were utterly useless against the undead. But as the first corpse twitched, the grim calculus snapped into focus. A woman, previously shielded by a man, rose on unsteady knees, her face mottled and webbed with blackened veins. Her jaw slackened, her arms lifted, and all around her, the hidden infected began to reanimate. The High Command had not made a mistake. They had found a brutal, efficient application for their Cold War stockpiles. The chemical agent was a sieve, designed to paralyze the healthy while allowing the concealed, bitten infected to rise and reveal themselves, effectively quarantining the plague on the bridge. As the newly turned shambled toward the armored column, Bowden snapped out of his paralysis. He kicked the sobbing gunner hard in the back, barking a sharp order to acquire targets. After agonizing hesitation, the gunner settled his crosshairs on the first reanimated woman and squeezed the trigger. The coaxial machine gun roared to life, and the other tanks in the company quickly followed suit, turning the bridge into a slaughterhouse. 20 minutes later, the grim task was complete. Bowden spotted 6 more flights of rooks streaking overhead, 5 peeling off toward other crossings, and 1 diving toward the city center. Without waiting for higher command, he ordered his company to withdraw southwest and never look back. As their treads churned forward, they crushed the bodies of those who had barely cleared the bridge before the gas fell, the remains popping sickeningly beneath the heavy steel. Fleeing the city, Bowden's final memory of Kiev was the great Patriotic War Museum complex. He pictured the courtyard filled with historic armor, the massive iron cross forged from captured enemy medals, and the grand mural of soldiers crashing like a wave against the invaders. Towering above it all was the Rodina mat, the 60-meter stainless steel statue of the motherland. Her shield and sword remained held high in eternal triumph, her cold, bright eyes silently watching them run. Standing amidst the frozen wreckage of Sand Lake's Provincial Wilderness Park, Jessica Hendricks surveyed the subarctic wasteland where abandoned vehicles and partially frozen corpses were permanently embedded in the gray ice. Objectively, she understood the government's grim calculus. They could not feed, screen, or protect millions of refugees retreating west behind the Rocky Mountains, nor could they halt the endless hordes of the undead that would inevitably follow. Diverting the masses north, hoping the extreme cold would freeze the infected and buy time, was a logical, if desperate, strategy. Jessica could forgive the diversion. What she could never forgive was the criminal negligence of providing zero vital survival information to those they sent into the wilderness to die. The memory of that August departure remained vivid, occurring just 2 weeks after the disaster at Yonkers and 3 days after the government began its western withdrawal. Their neighborhood had seen only a single swiftly neutralized outbreak, but the sight of 6 infected feeding on a homeless man mere blocks from their home had shattered her father's sense of security. Jessica could still picture the scene in their living room, her mother hammering boards over the windows, while her father, a gentle, balding man who had never held a firearm in his life, clumsily attempted to load a newly purchased rifle. The television droned endlessly with contradictory, sensationalized punditry, the only unified message being a scrolling, hypnotic mantra urging all private citizens to head north. Her father had seized upon this directive with frantic, naive determination. Dismissing her mother's logical arguments that they were already above the snow line and could safely fortify their home until the fall frost, he painted a picture of an idyllic extended camping trip. He promised Jessica moose burgers, wild berry desserts, fishing lessons, and even a pet rabbit, entirely ignoring the reality that he had never spent a night camping in his life. Now, staring at a cluster of cracked, frozen DVDs half buried in the Manitoba snow, Jessica reflected on the tragic absurdity of the exodus. People had not packed hairdryers, laptops, and gaming consoles out of stupidity, but out of a desperate, irrational fear of returning to looted homes. Her own family had packed with meticulous care, loading the minivan with warm clothing, medical supplies, and enough canned food to last 2 years, half of which they consumed during the journey itself. Because they left early, they avoided the worst of the gridlock and violence. The roads were heavy with traffic, but the convoy moved steadily. Jessica's father had viewed the stranded families at roadside parks and gas stations with cold disdain, labeling them short-sighted and irrational for stopping so close to population centers. While her mother quietly suggested these people had simply run out of fuel, her father would sharply retort that such a failure was entirely their own fault. With spare gas cans strapped securely to the minivan's roof, a precaution he had maintained since the earliest days of the panic, he drove relentlessly past the desperate hitchhikers lining the highways. Occasionally, another vehicle would slow to offer a ride, triggering a frantic rush from the roadside, but Jessica's father would only accelerate, muttering a cold judgment on those who had failed to prepare for the end of the world. The minivan slowed for a solitary woman dragging a wheeled airline bag through the relentless rain. Her name was Patty, a refugee from Winnipeg. When she tearfully offered her remaining cash, Jessica's mother gently refused, promising safe passage as far as they were traveling. The fragile moment of charity shattered when Patty sneezed, raising a handkerchief to her face. Jessica noticed the woman's left hand, hidden in her pocket since the ride began, was wrapped in a cloth darkened by a fresh, ominous bloodstain. Catching the child's gaze, Patty grew visibly nervous, hastily claiming it was a mere accidental cut. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the front seats. Her parents exchanged a loaded glance and deliberately avoided Jessica's eyes for the remainder of the drive. That night, the sharp slam of the passenger door jolted Jessica awake. Assuming it was a routine bathroom stop, she drifted back to sleep, only to wake to the hum of the moving engine. Patty was gone. Her parents offered a hollow explanation that the woman had simply asked to be let out. Peering through the rear window, Jessica thought she could make out a shrinking silhouette in the darkness, perhaps running after them, but exhaustion and a desperate desire to remain ignorant allowed her to shut the truth away. She actively blocked out the other figures wandering the highway, the infected of the first wave. When her father swerved around the shambling forms, her mother would urgently instruct Jessica to lower her head. Pressing her face into the seat upholstery with her eyes squeezed shut, the girl anchored herself to her father's earlier, naive promises of moose burgers and wild berries, clinging to the illusion of a northern promised land. For a brief golden period, the illusion held. They established a lakeside campsite, surrounded by enough fellow refugees to foster a collective, fragile sense of security. The atmosphere resembled a desperate festival, nightly communal cookouts, the thunderous boom of dynamite fishing, the whine of chainsaws, and the tinny music of car radios. Families gathered around towering bonfires, singing together under the stars. But the trees eventually vanished, As the second and third waves of refugees arrived, the grand fires dwindled to smoldering stumps, leaves, and eventually, whatever synthetic debris could be scavenged. The acrid stench of melting plastic and burning rubber coated the back of Jessica's throat and clung to her hair. The lake was fished out, the surrounding gang vanished, yet a delusional optimism persisted. Most assumed the authorities would soon arrive or that they would be safely home by Christmas, entirely unprepared for the brutal reality of a subarctic winter. Jessica observed the tragic ignorance of those unaccustomed to the cold. Refugees from southern climates stuffed themselves into inadequate sleeping bags with their boots still on, severing their own circulation. Others drank alcohol to chase the chill, unknowingly accelerating their heat loss, or sweated through heavy coats worn over thin shirts, only to succumb to the freezing wind. By September, a wave of colds and flu swept through the camp, passed from one shivering family to the next. Jessica possessed a hand-crank survival radio, and each night the family huddled around it, tracing the grim news of military pullouts and stranded cities on a worn road map. Her father would point to the doomed locations, forcing a brittle smile as he assured her they had been smart enough to escape in time. But as the first month bled away, the food dwindled, the daylight shrank, and the camp's communal spirit rotted into hostility. Trash piled up, human waste was left exposed, and the once friendly neighbors became potential threats. Jessica was no longer left in others' care. She witnessed brutal skirmishes, women tearing a fur coat to shreds in a frantic struggle, a man bludgeoning a thief with a tire iron. The nights echoed with scuffling shouts and the occasional terrifying crack of a gunshot, followed by weeping. One evening, footsteps crunched outside the tarp draped over their minivan. Her mother urgently pressed Jessica's head down, covering her ears. Outside, raised voices erupted, followed by a single gunshot and a sharp scream. When her father returned to the vehicle, his face was drained of all color. Jessica never asked what he had done. The only moments of fleeting cooperation occurred when a lone infected or a small pack stumbled into the camp. The refugees would momentarily unite to slaughter the threat, only to immediately revert to their predatory suspicion of one another once the danger passed. When the lake finally froze solid and the dead ceased their approach, a mass exodus of walkers began. Having burned their gasoline for cooking or car heaters, half-starved families loaded themselves with useless heavy junk and set out on foot, their faces etched with desperate, delusional hope. Her father scoffed at their foolishness, certain that enduring the cold would eventually yield salvation. That was October, back when Jessica still resembled a healthy child. By November, the transformation was horrific. Jessica, once a heavy child sustained by fast food, had withered into a skeletal frame. Her parents were equally emaciated, their cheeks hollowed, their tempers frayed to the breaking point. The constant, vicious arguments terrified her more than the wilderness. These were gentle, progressive school teachers who would never raise their voices at home. Around Thanksgiving, Jessica became too weak to leave her sleeping bag. Her abdomen was painfully swollen, and open sores crusted her mouth and nose. Then, a rich, savory aroma drifted from a neighboring RV, the unmistakable scent of cooking meat. Outside, her parents engaged in a vicious, hushed argument. Her mother insisted that consuming the meat was their only path to survival, rationalizing that the neighbors had performed the actual butchery, thus distancing them from the sin. Her father vehemently refused to stoop to such depravity, demanding she be ashamed. Her mother's desperation erupted into a shrill, venomous tirade, blaming him for their predicament, screaming that he was letting their daughter die, and hurling cruel, intimate insults about his masculinity and character. Her father, a man who never swore, snapped, ordering her to shut the fuck up. A sharp, sickening crack echoed from the darkness outside. Her mother stumbled back into the van, clutching a handful of snow to a bleeding right eye. Her father followed a moment later. He was utterly transformed, wearing a hollow, unrecognizable expression. Without a word, he seized Jessica's highly coveted survival radio and marched back out into the freezing night toward the RV. 10 minutes later, he returned. The radio was gone, replaced by a large bucket of steaming rich stew. Jessica devoured it ravenously while her mother fed her in careful, trembling spoonfuls, weeping with profound, guilty relief. But her father remained frozen in that same vacant, shattered state, a look Jessica would later recognize on her own face months afterward, when she was the one spoon-feeding her dying parents. True winter descended in early December, burying the camp under mountains of thick, pollution-gray snow. The settlement fell into a dead, absolute silence. The fighting and the gunfire ceased entirely. By Christmas Day, there was at last plenty of food. Kneeling beside a massive ice-encrusted pit of bones, Jessica lifted a miniature femur, its surface meticulously scraped clean by a knife, the marrow long since extracted. Jessica reflected on the staggering, incomprehensible toll of that first gray winter. 11 million dead across North America alone, a number that utterly failed to account for the frozen wastelands of Greenland, Iceland, and Scandinavia, or the desperate doomed refugee streams from southern China, Japan, and India. The sky had choked on a thick, unnatural filth that altered the very weather, a haze she knew contained the pulverized ash of human remains. She drove a wooden marker deep into the frozen earth above the bone pit. It had taken agonizing months, but eventually the sun had broken through. The snow melted, and by mid-July spring had finally returned to the wilderness. And with the thaw, the dead had awakened. A shout from a fellow restoration worker drew her attention. Half buried in the slush, a creature was trapped, its lower half locked in solid ice while its upper torso thrashed and moaned, clawing blindly toward the living. Jessica stared at the grotesque anomaly, her mind wrestling with the biological impossibility. Water expanded when it froze, bursting cell walls. That was why human suspended animation was a myth. So why did the infected survive the deep freeze? The creature made a violent, desperate lunge. The ice holding its waist gave way with a sharp, sickening crack. Without hesitation, Jessica raised her heavy iron crowbar and brought it down in a casual, practiced arc, crushing the creature's skull into the snow. Miles away and years later, Sardar Khan stood within the idyllic fairy-tale walls of the Udaipur Lake Palace. Once a Maharaja's residence and a luxury hotel, the island structure had briefly served as a refugee haven before a devastating cholera outbreak claimed every life within. Now, as project manager, Khan directed the slow restoration of the hotel and the surrounding city, though his memories remained anchored to a chaotic, narrow Himalayan goat track masquerading as a road. He could still see the monkeys. Hundreds of them had scrambled over stalled vehicles and human heads, chattering frantically as they scaled telephone poles to escape the grasping arms of the undead below. The refugees had been no different, a desperate, surging river of humanity clinging to useless burdens like desktop computer monitors and heavy suitcases. Khan had watched a monkey use a man's head as a stepping stone near the unguarded cliff edge, sending both tumbling into the abyss. A massive bus had tipped over the side moments later, passengers clawing their way out of jammed windows. One woman, suspended halfway out, had clutched a motionless bundle to her chest. Khan forced himself to believe it was merely clothing, as no one in the relentless stream had paused to help her. In his darkest dreams, the line between the panicked refugees and the scrambling monkeys blurred into a single, indistinguishable mass of terror. Khan had never been meant for that road. A civilian road builder with the Border Roads Organization, he had been aimlessly wandering the Shimla assembly area when Sergeant Mukherjee seized his arm. Assuming Khan was a qualified driver, the sergeant had shoved him into the driver's seat of a jeep, clutching a radio-like detonator. As Khan screeched down the treacherous path, frantically trying to confess he was merely a steamroller operator, Mukherjee ignored him, fixated on the device in his lap. The demolition charges were already set. They only awaited the final order to seal the mountain pass. Upon reaching the designated blast zone, their hopes shattered. The road was still choked with fleeing civilians. Mukherjee erupted in fury, confronting a fleeing Rashtriya Rifle soldier who had been tasked with clearing the route. The terrified soldier merely shoved the sergeant aside, shouting that Mukherjee could execute his own grandmother if he wished, and continued his desperate flight. Mukherjee keyed his radio, reporting the active road only to be met with the frantic, high-pitched demands of a junior officer ordering the immediate destruction of the pass, regardless of civilian casualties. Mukherjee vehemently refused, arguing that detonating the charges now would not only murder dozens, but trap thousands on the wrong side of the mountain. The officer insisted the road would never clear, with a raging swarm of millions of infected closing in from behind. Mukherjee stood his ground, declaring he would trigger the blast only when the dead arrived, refusing to commit mass murder for an incompetent subordinate. Suddenly, Mukherjee froze, his gaze locking onto something behind Khan. Khan turned to find himself standing inches from General Raj Singh, the legendary Tiger of Delhi. The general was a towering, battered figure, his uniform torn, his turban stained with blood, an eye patch and a bandaged nose bearing witness to the brutal evacuation from Gandhi Park. Addressing them with calm respect, the general explained that the road had to be destroyed immediately. The remnants of the Air Force had their own protocols for sealing the mountain passes. A single Shamshir fighter bomber was already holding position overhead. If the ground crew failed to execute the demolition, the pilot was authorized to initiate the protocol known as Shiva's Wrath. Khan, a Muslim man, understood the grim reality behind the Hindu deity's name. It was the open secret of a thermonuclear strike. Such a blast would not just seal the pass, it would obliterate half the mountain, transforming a narrow, defensible choke point into a massive, gently sloping ramp that would offer the undead a perfect highway into the safe zone. Mukherjee swallowed hard, paralyzed by the impossible choice, until the general extended a steady hand for the detonator. Willing to shoulder the horrific burden of mass murder himself, the general accepted the device from the weeping sergeant. He offered a brief whispered prayer of thanks, then pressed his thumbs firmly onto the firing buttons. Nothing happened. He pressed them again. Nothing. He checked the batteries, verified the connections, and tried a third time. Silence. The failure did not lie with the detonator in his hands. The buried charges, planted half a kilometer down the road amidst the trapped refugees, had already failed. In that suffocating moment, a single selfish thought consumed Khan's mind. He was going to die. All he could focus on was scrambling far enough away to survive the impending nuclear fireball, a moment of pure, cowardly self-preservation that would haunt his conscience for the rest of his life. General Raj Singh reacted with the commanding clarity of a living legend. He ordered Khan and Mukherjee to abandon the doomed road and flee to Shimla, then turned and plunged directly into the surging crowd. Desperate to play the hero and shield their general, the two men charged after him. That ambition was instantly crushed by the sheer crushing force of the human river. Khan was battered and shoved from every direction, a sudden sharp blow striking his eye. He screamed that this was military business, but his voice was swallowed by the panic. He fired his sidearm into the air. The crowd didn't even flinch. Driven to the edge of madness, he briefly considered aiming into the mass of bodies. From his periphery, he caught a glimpse of Mukherjee tumbling over the cliff edge, locked in a desperate struggle over a rifle. Khan spun to warn the general, but Raj Singh had vanished into the sea of heads. Scrambling onto the roof of a stalled microbus to get his bearings, Khan felt the wind shift. It carried the unmistakable rotting stench and the low collective moan of the approaching horde. Half a kilometer ahead, the fleeing crowd broke into a frantic sprint. Squinting through the haze, Khan saw them, the dead, moving with slow, deliberate inevitability, packed just as tightly as the refugees they were consuming. The microbus lurched violently. Khan was thrown backward, briefly buoyant on a churning sea of bodies before being dragged beneath them. Shoes and bare feet stomped mercilessly across his flesh. His ribs cracked with a sickening crunch, and he coughed up the coppery taste of blood. Dragging himself into the cramped darkness beneath the vehicle, his body burned with agonizing pain. He could barely see, his voice reduced to a ragged wheeze. The guttural moans of the infected grew louder, closing in from less than 200 meters away. He swore he would not be torn apart like the slaughtered cattle he had witnessed on the banks of the Satluj River. Fumbling for his sidearm, his fingers refused to obey. Overcome by terror and rage, he began slamming his skull against the van's undercarriage, hoping to bash his own brains out before the monsters reached him. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the valley. The earth heaved upward, slamming Khan's face into the machinery above and plunging him into darkness. When consciousness returned, it arrived with a faint, rhythmic tapping, like dripping water. As his senses sharpened, the tapping resolved into the wet, heavy thud of bodies hitting the valley floor far below. Alongside it came the static crackle of his miraculously intact radio, and the ever-present howling of the undead. Khan dragged himself from beneath the microbus. His legs miraculously held his weight. He stood alone on a deserted mountain path, surrounded by a graveyard of abandoned luggage. Ahead, a freshly charred cliff face marked the severed road. Beyond the shattered edge, the dead continued their mindless advance, stepping off the precipice in droves. The tiger must have reached the buried charges manually, detonating them just as the horde arrived. Khan silently prayed the general had not been bitten first, hoping the man found some peace in the monumental statue that would one day overlook this modern freeway. Staring at the grotesque waterfall of falling corpses, Khan listened to the radio crackle to life. One by one, distant units reported their passes secure Vikasnagar, Bilaspur, Jawalamuki. The victory felt surreal, leaving Khan to wonder if he had finally lost his mind. A monkey perched atop the microbus offered no answers. It watched the undead plunge to their doom with a serene, almost intelligent expression. For a fleeting second, Khan wished the creature would turn and declare that the war was won, that they were finally safe. Instead, the animal simply relieved itself, a warm stream of urine splashing directly onto Khan's face. In the high desert of Taos, New Mexico, Arthur Sinclair Jr. surveyed the monumental collapse of the American economy. As the newly appointed director of the Department of Strategic Resources, a bureaucratic acronym that uncomfortably echoed the word distress, he faced a grim reality. The theoretical safe zone behind the Rocky Mountains was, in practice, a sprawling landscape of rubble, starvation, and disease. With industry in ruins, transportation evaporated, and the undead both battering the mountain line and festering within the camps, Sinclair knew that mere survival was a ticking clock. The populace had to be clothed, fed, housed, and put back to work, or the entire defensive effort would collapse from within. The sheer volume of required knowledge was staggering. During those first desperate months, Sinclair buried himself in historical texts, sleeping with manuals on wartime reconstruction under his pillow, desperately mining the strategies of figures like Henry J. Kaiser and Vo Nguyen Giap. He found himself ironically relying on the very lessons he had spent his youth rejecting. His father, a staunch New Dealer and former comptroller for New York State, had championed a level of collectivization that would have horrified Sinclair's later Wall Street sensibilities. Yet in this fractured landscape, he realized those old progressive methods possessed a unique genius for identifying and harvesting the right tools and talent. The talent pool, however, was catastrophically depleted. America's pre-war service-based economy had produced a workforce of hyper-specialized, compartmentalized cogs. Early employment censuses revealed a sea of executives, analysts, and consultants' titles utterly useless in a world that desperately needed carpenters, masons, machinists, and gunsmiths. Over 65% of the civilian workforce was classified as possessing no valued vocation. To survive, Sinclair knew he had to force a massive swath of white-collar workers to get their hands dirty through an unprecedented retraining initiative. The logistical hurdles were equally daunting. With air traffic grounded, rail lines shattered, and fuel virtually non-existent across the continent, the country's commuter-based infrastructure became a trap. Affluent suburban professionals, utterly incapable of performing basic repairs, were stranded miles away from the blue-collar neighborhoods that held the practical knowledge they now desperately needed. In the absence of vehicles, bipedal locomotion became the primary mode of travel, turning a one-hour commute into an arduous day-long trek. Sinclair's solutions centered on the hundreds of sprawling refugee camps scattered across the mountains and coasts. These settlements were acute drains on diminishing resources and had to be dismantled. Physically able individuals with no specialized skills were immediately drafted into unskilled labor details, tasked with clearing rubble, harvesting crops, and digging the countless graves required by the ongoing crisis. Those possessing vital, war-appropriate skills were funneled into the community self-sufficiency program. Under the guidance of mixed instructional teams, these formerly sedentary, desk-bound professionals were rapidly infused with the practical knowledge necessary for independent survival. The strategy yielded immediate vital results. Within 3 months, requests for government aid plummeted, allowing the nation to pivot from a zero-sum survival economy into full-scale war production. This organic evolution became the National Re-Education Act, standing as the most radical workforce transformation in American history since the Second World War. Yet, while Sinclair possessed the presidential authority to overcome any physical or logistical hurdle, he had no power to rewrite human psychology. The workforce segregation was deeply cultural. The most effective instructors were often first-generation immigrants, people who inherently understood how to stretch meager resources, tend backyard gardens, and repair failing appliances. Tasking these individuals to dismantle the comfortable, disposable consumer habits of the former elite provoked intense friction. For a high-powered corporate attorney accustomed to brokering deals and outsourcing basic maintenance to hired help, the sudden realization that the world no longer needed contracts, but desperately needed fixed toilets, was a profound shock. When the former peon became the teacher, or even the boss, the resulting cultural whiplash proved, for many, far more terrifying than the undead themselves. During a fact-finding tour through Los Angeles, Arthur Sinclair sat at the back of a re-education lecture, observing a room full of former entertainment industry elites. These agents, managers, and so-called creative executives were being retrained as custodians for a Bakersfield munitions plant. The cultural whiplash ignited fierce resistance. One casting director, armed with a Master of Fine Arts in Conceptual Theater and a history of lucrative sitcom successes, erupted in indignation. She repeatedly addressed the instructor by her first name, Magda, a deliberate slight that Arthur initially dismissed as mere rudeness. It was only later that he learned Magda Antonova had once been this woman's cleaning lady. Despite such explosive friction, Arthur noted that many of these displaced professionals eventually found a deeper emotional satisfaction in their tangible new roles than they ever had in their former glamorous lives. This transformation was echoed during a coastal ferry ride from Portland to Seattle. There, Arthur struck up a conversation with a former advertising executive who had once procured classic rock licenses for television commercials. Now, the man worked as a chimney sweep. With Seattle's central heating grids collapsed and winters growing brutally long, the man was rarely idle, proudly declaring that his labor kept his neighbors warm. Arthur absorbed these stories of localized pride, people pointing to handmade shoes, hand-spun wool, or homegrown corn with profound relief. Witnessing citizens reap the direct concrete fruits of their labor provided Arthur with a vital sense of purpose, an anchor that kept him sane amidst the crushing weight of his broader responsibilities. Shifting his focus from human talent to the physical tools of war, Arthur's gaze drifted to a framed label above his desk. It listed the global ingredients of a simple pre-war bottle of root beer molasses from the United States, anise from Spain, licorice from France, vanilla from Madagascar, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from Indonesia, wintergreen from China, pimento berry oil from Jamaica, and balsam oil from Peru. The sheer logistical sprawl of a single beverage underscored the impossibility of replicating complex modern machinery, let alone a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. He reflected on the true lessons of the Second World War. Victory had not been won by mere numbers or techno-marvels, but by 3 foundational pillars: the capacity to manufacture more materiel than the enemy, the natural resources to feed that production, and the logistical network to move it to the front lines. The Allies had possessed the resources of an entire planet. Now, America was the axis. The living dead controlled the globe, forcing American war production to rely solely on what could be scavenged within the western states. With the merchant fleet overwhelmed by refugees and fuel shortages dry docking the Navy, overseas supply lines were a dead end. Yet the western states offered critical advantages, starting with California's agricultural base. Restructuring it, however, required breaking the stubborn resistance of citrus growers and ranchers. The beef barons proved the most obstinate. Arthur recalled Don Hill, a San Joaquin Valley rancher who had famously stood his ground, firing wildly like a cinematic hero as the infected swarmed his fences and tore his cattle apart like driver ants. Arthur had approached Hill with blunt honesty. He laid out the grim reality. Winter was approaching, the refugees were starving, and the government would offer no protection when desperate hordes arrived to finish what the dead had started. Hill, though brave and stubborn, was no fool. He agreed to surrender his land and herd, negotiating only that his breeding stock remain untouched. They sealed the pact with a handshake. The second great advantage lay in the sheer volume of pre-war American excess. The nation's former standard of living had generated an unprecedented stockpile of recyclable material. In the Los Angeles basin alone, the sheer volume of clothing, kitchenware, electronics, and automobiles outnumbered the pre-war population 3-to-1. Millions of vehicles poured into collection centers. Arthur oversaw an industry of over 100,000 workers operating 3 shifts, 7 days a week, dedicated to collecting, cataloging, disassembling, and shipping salvaged parts to coastal factories. While some civilians stubbornly clung to their gas-guzzling Hummers or vintage sports cars despite the total absence of fuel, Arthur found them far easier to manage than the military establishment. The uniformed branches proved his most tenacious adversaries. Though Arthur lacked direct authority over military research and development, he wielded de facto control because civilian contractors relied entirely on resources managed by his department. Generals would storm into his office or call at all hours, furiously protesting the mothballing of stealth bombers or the cancellation of tank production. Arthur attempted to reason with them, pointing out the absurdity of fielding M1 Abrams tanks that required scarce jet fuel or deploying stealth aircraft against an enemy entirely devoid of radar. He insisted they maximize their return on investment, demanding the most lethal efficiency for every scrap of resource. The military's insufferable demands were, in Arthur's estimation, the venting of an institution teetering on the edge of total collapse, still reeling from the trauma of Yonkers and years of post-brushfire war neglect. Drawing on his early career trading on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Arthur discovered he could out-yell any professional drill sergeant. Following each grueling confrontation, he would brace himself for a specific phone call, the president thanking him for his service and promptly relieving him of his duties. That call never came, leading Arthur to suspect that simply no one else wanted the job. He was not without his regrets. Arthur knew he had been overly rigid regarding the Air Force's D Corps. Ignorant of their safety protocols, he had flatly rejected the use of dirigibles, reasoning that with negligible helium supplies, the only cost-effective lift gas was highly flammable hydrogen, and he refused to gamble lives on a fleet of modern-day Hindenburgs. Conversely, he had to be persuaded by the president himself to reopen the experimental cold fusion project at Livermore, accepting the argument that planning for a distant future gave the populace hope that a future actually existed. He had been too conservative in some arenas and disastrously liberal in others. Project Yellowjacket remained a source of profound regret. Silicon Valley geniuses had convinced him they possessed a theoretical wonder weapon, millions of micromissiles, no larger than a .22 rimfire bullet, that could be scattered from transport aircraft and satellite guided directly into the brains of every zombie in North America within 48 hours. The concept had sounded miraculous at the time. Now, Arthur could only grimace at the staggering volume of resources poured down that particular rabbit hole. Ultimately, Arthur was profoundly grateful that he did not have to fight the military establishment for the duration of the war. The turning point arrived when Travis D'Ambrosia assumed the chairmanship of the Joint Chiefs. D'Ambrosia not only invented the crucial resource-to-kill ratio, but also developed a comprehensive, pragmatic strategy to implement it. From that moment on, Arthur listened intently whenever the new chairman deemed a weapon system vital, placing his complete trust in D'Ambrosia's judgment regarding essentials like the new battle dress uniform and the standard infantry rifle. Arthur Sinclair observed with profound satisfaction as the culture of the resource-to-kill ratio permeated the military rank and file. He listened to soldiers in bars and on trains, casually debating the lethal mathematics of their gear, marveling at how the troops took genuine pride in improvising cost-effective tools that outsmarted the bureaucrats. The Marine Corps surprised him the most, having long subscribed to the myth of the knuckle-dragging, testosterone-driven jarhead. Sinclair had failed to realize that the Corps' reliance on Navy procurement had forged improvisation into their most treasured survival virtue. His gaze drifted to the heavy steel rod hanging on the opposite wall, a brutal fusion of a shovel and a double-bladed battle axe, officially designated as the standard infantry entrenchment tool, but universally known to the leathernecks as the lobotomizer. Crafted entirely from recycled automobile steel, 23 million of these grim implements had been forged during the war, and Sinclair smiled with quiet pride, knowing they were still being manufactured today. In Burlington, Vermont, the wacko strode purposefully through the late-arriving winter snow. His doctor prescribed cane-stabbing the frosty air with an aggressive rhythmic punctuation. His mind drifted back to the sweltering, chaotic crucible of Honolulu, where his political trajectory had irrevocably shifted. He had never truly been surprised by his vice presidential nomination. As a rising star who had famously self-destructed by refusing to temper his passionate, unfiltered rhetoric, he was the undeniable heat to the president's calming light. Their coalition bridged different parties, personalities, and skin colors. He knew his party's true first choice, but a deeply ingrained Neolithic resistance in the American electorate made a screaming radical a more palatable compromise than the marginalized candidate they actually preferred. The real shock had been the sheer logistical madness of holding an election at all. Honolulu was a suffocating pressure cooker of soldiers, congressmen, and refugees scrambling for basic sustenance and shelter, a stark contrast to the active war zone raging west of the newly forming Rocky Line. Standing in the temporary presidential suite of a hotel, with the former president sedated in the adjacent room, the wacko had stared out the window at the relentless ballet of survival. Ships queued at the docks, aircraft touched down every 30 seconds, and ground crews frantically shoved them off the tarmac to make way for the next. Gesturing wildly, his voice rising with familiar fiery intensity, he had argued against the democratic process. He pleaded for Congress to simply grant extended emergency powers, insisting that the nation lacked the energy or resources for high-minded ideals when mere physical survival was at stake. The president, however, remained unnervingly cool, his military discipline a stark contrast to the wacko's fervor. With quiet conviction, the commander-in-chief countered that this crisis was the only time high ideals mattered, because those ideals were the sole fabric holding their civilization together. Stripped of old-world pillars, shared heritage, or millennia of history, America possessed nothing but its foundational dreams and the collective vision of what it aspired to be. To abandon those principles for the expediency of a Caesar would mean the death of the nation itself. Reflecting on that moment, the wacko harbored no illusions about human nature. He had witnessed ample greed, fear, and stupidity both before and after the collapse. But in that sweltering hotel room, he recognized a truly great man, feeling a profound sense of fortune that such leadership had been theirs. That foundational commitment to democratic ideals shaped the administration's most controversial policies, including the new punishment laws. Initially, the wacko had recoiled at the prospect of public stocks and town square whippings, viewing them as barbaric regressions to Old Salem or the Taliban. Yet, the irrefutable logic beneath the surface soon became clear. Imprisoning able-bodied thieves and looters would only drain critical resources, forcing the society to feed and guard those who contributed nothing. Instead, public humiliation became their most potent weapon. In a community bound by mutual survival, the sheer terror of public shame, such as a senator enduring 15 lashes for war profiteering, forced to wear their crimes for all to see, proved a far more effective deterrent than any police force. For unrepentant recidivists, work gangs became the necessary fallback. When the Attorney General callously suggested dumping these offenders into the infested zones to eliminate the burden, both the president and the wacko firmly rejected the notion. While the wacko's objections were rooted in ethics, the president's were strictly practical that land was still American soil, destined for eventual liberation, and seeding it with desperate ex-cons risked creating new, hostile warlords in the very territories they hoped to one day reclaim. The wacko had initially thought the warning a joke, until he later witnessed that exact grim reality unfold in other fractured nations. Capital punishment remained a tool reserved solely for the most extreme betrayals, sedition, sabotage, and attempted political secession. The undead were not the only threats to the fragile new order. Religious fundamentalists, convinced that the government's survival efforts were interfering with divine will, posed their own unique challenges. The wacko could only muster a dry, dismissive chuckle at the absurdity of such zealotry, utterly unconvinced that the supreme architect of the infinite multiverse would have his grand design unraveled by a handful of Arizona National Guardsmen. The insider watched the president mask his anxiety behind a polished diplomatic facade, treating the armed secessionists as just another bureaucratic headache, no different from food rationing or road repair. But in private, the commander's tone turned lethal, demanding swift, decisive, and absolute elimination by any means necessary for the renegades within the Western safe zone. The insider reflected on how a deranged assassin's attempt on the president's life had generated disproportionate press, overshadowing the far more immediate threats. Cults were a danger primarily to themselves, evidenced by mass suicides, the horrific mercy killings of children in Medford, and the Greenies' leftist extremists who believed a divine goddess favored plants over animals, leading them to dump herbicide into water supplies and booby-trap trees to halt logging for war production. These eco-terrorists dominated headlines but posed no real threat to national security. The true, tangible danger came from the Rebs, organized and armed political secessionists. These Western rebels, driven by pre-existing grievances or opportunistic timing, were clear-cut domestic enemies, making the response to them uncomplicated. The true moral quagmire lay east of the Rockies, where isolated, besieged populations had been functionally abandoned. Though Special Forces volunteers had been deployed and supply lines attempted by sea and air, the government had morally deserted them, leaving the insider unable to blame these Eastern secessionists for forging their own path. Consequently, the reclamation effort offered them peaceful reintegration, though violence inevitably erupted in places like Bolivar and the Black Hills. The insider's nightmares never featured the bloodshed itself, but rather the physical decay of his boss, a once towering vital leader who withered under the crushing weight of preserving the nation, never once pausing to ask about his own family in Jamaica, proving that monumental eras could easily consume the great men who carried them. In Wenatchee, Joe Muhammad sat in the recruitment office, his broad smile matching his broad shoulders, a man who spent his days fixing bicycles and his nights sculpting molten metal, eventually earning fame for a D.C. memorial statue depicting 2 standing citizens and 1 in a wheelchair. Across the desk, the recruiter radiated nervous energy, stammering out half-hearted excuses and questioning his awareness of other essential war duties or his consultation with the NRA representative. Joe, already employed at a recycling plant, initially missed her underlying panic until her gaze flicked downward to his wheelchair. Realizing she was prioritizing political correctness over the looming mass extinction, Joe laughed loudly in her face. He calmly dismantled her assumptions, pointing out that the neighborhood security teams required patrolling sidewalks, and if a zombie approached, his chair would easily outpace a shambling corpse. When she faltered, unable to name a single scenario where his physical state would hinder him, she mumbled about consulting her commanding officer and returning the next day. Refusing to wait, Joe's voice boomed through the room, demanding she call her superiors all the way up to Bear 28, declaring he wouldn't leave without his orange vest. The sheer volume of his defiance turned every eye in the room, securing his vest and his immediate exit. The NST operated as a quasi-military unit with strict regulations but relaxed formalities, arming members with whatever was at hand: hatchets, bats, crowbars and machetes, since the specialized Lobos weren't available yet. Joe carried an empty Lightning Point .22 caliber carbine, its lack of recoil allowing him to fire without locking his wheels, a reliable weapon while ammunition remained standardized. Night patrols, complicated by distress reorganizing everything, plunged him into absolute darkness without streetlights, moonlight, or stars obscured by atmospheric debris. The world was reduced to the narrow red cellophane-filtered beams of their flashlights. The early months brought a chaotic influx of resettled refugees, transforming Joe's sprawling 3,000-square-foot suburban house into a crowded home for the Shannons, a family of 6 from Alabama, who arrived with a letter from the Department of Housing. The constant presence of housemates and the mandatory night watch rotations initially unsettled him, but the security of shared vigilance quickly became a comfort, rendering his massive, empty rooms obsolete. As the first year progressed, patrols involved checking police tape across the doorways of abandoned, ransacked homes. A snap strip of tape meant a zombie was inside, prompting Joe to wait in the street, his rifle raised, listening to the muffled sounds of scuffling and the wet thud of severed heads hitting the floor. He also took down shuffling drags in the bushes himself. The true danger, however, came from the blind spots. While clearing a collapsed 2-story house, its structure compromised by a Jeep Liberty driven straight through the living room window, Joe let his partner step behind some bushes, his attention fixed on the dark interior. He didn't notice the threat until a sudden, violent tug yanked his right wheel. Spinning around, his flashlight beam caught a legless dragger snarling from the asphalt, its fingers clawing desperately at his chair's frame. That split second of resistance bought him the exact time needed to swing his carbine around and fire, realizing with a cold sweat that had he been standing, the creature would have taken a chunk out of his ankle. Beyond the undead, professional looters provided the only truly human threat, though ordinary squatters were usually just invited inside and cared for until housing authorities arrived. Joe's hand drifted to his shoulder, pulling down his shirt to reveal a circular scar the size of a pre-war dime. When his team had chased a hardened criminal out of a house, Joe had ordered the man to halt, pulling the trigger and taking a human life for the first and only time, a stark, brutal memory that faded as new draconian laws eventually choked off conventional crime altogether. Joe's patrols occasionally uncovered ferals, malnourished, sickly children who had trekked from the eastern ruins, curling into the shadows of basements and closets. A profound, helpless ache settled in his chest whenever they bolted his wheelchair, anchored him to the spot, forcing him to watch as his able-bodied teammates gave chase, sometimes succeeding, often returning empty-handed. But the true psychological hazard of the streets belonged to the quislings. These were individuals whose minds shattered under the binary pressure of fight or die, twisting their terror into a grotesque mimicry of the enemy. Like hostages bonding with captors or historical collaborators, they sought to appease the undead by becoming them, entirely oblivious to the fact that the Walking Dead recognized no surrender. The horror of this delusion crystallized during a routine sidewalk sweep. A dazed, shuffling man in his mid-30s approached, initially dismissed as a victim of Z-shock. In a blur of motion, the man lunged, sinking his teeth into a teammate's forearm. Joe reacted on pure instinct, dropping the assailant with a precise headshot. He immediately pivoted to his partner, who collapsed onto the curb, weeping and cursing as he stared at the ragged gash, fully prepared to turn his weapon on himself. The crushing weight of a death sentence hung in the air till a closer inspection revealed a shocking anomaly. Bright red blood pooled from the attacker's head wound, and his flesh radiated a living warmth. The teammates' despair fractured into frantic relief. Though the reprieve nearly proved fatal anyway, the quisling's mouth harbored such a dense load of bacteria that it triggered a near-lethal staph infection in the bitten man. This encounter was not an isolated anomaly. The CDC soon dispatched an expert from Oakland to brief the teams, unveiling a disturbing reality that explained the era's mythical wonder drugs and false claims of immunity. A person dosed on experimental treatments like phalanx who survived a bite likely hadn't fought off the virus at all. They had merely been attacked by a quisling. These mimics possessed terrifying advantages. They did not freeze in moderate cold if properly clothed, and unlike the decaying undead, they sustained and even amplified their strength by consuming human flesh. They felt no pain, their fractured psyches suppressing neural signals entirely, rendering negotiation impossible. Distinguishing them from the genuinely infected required a grim, practical test. Because the true dead no longer blinked deprived of the biological imperative or fluid to maintain their eyes. Joe and his team learned to step back, shine a flashlight beam directly into a suspect's face, and wait. A blink meant a living. Broken human, a stare meant a target. Official protocol dictated capturing these broken souls alive, hog-tying them for the police or National Guard, though Joe harbored deep skepticism about their ultimate fate. Rumors circulated of Walla Walla prison housing hundreds in medically cared for captivity, a notion that left him cold and indifferent. To Joe, the ultimate tragedy of the Quislings was the futility of their surrender. They had sacrificed their humanity for acceptance, only to be devoured by the very monsters they idolized. Early wartime footage hailed as proof of zombie infighting was, in truth, just the silent, writhing slaughter of Quislings, eaten alive by creatures that knew exactly what they were. Across the country on the restored battlements of the Malibu Pier Fortress, Roy Elliott sipped his coffee, acutely aware of the respectful wide berth the public gave him. The enemy he had fought was not flesh and bone, but a silent, pervasive plague known as asymptomatic demise syndrome, or apocalyptic despair syndrome. During the early stalemate, after the Rockies were secured and the safe zone sanitized, this invisible killer was claiming upwards of 100 lives daily. These were not suicides. Men and women with minor ailments or perfect health simply closed their eyes at night and never opened them again. It was a catastrophic collapse of the will to endure, a psychological surrender to the overwhelming perception of helplessness. Roy knew that despair intimately. Once heralded as an infallible wunderkind of cinema, he had been reduced to an F6, a nobody whose vaunted artistic talents were utterly powerless against the apocalypse. When whispers of ads reached him through a contact at Cedars-Sinai Information, the government was actively suppressing a familiar defiant spark ignited within him. He recognized this adversary. Just as he had once proudly screened his first Super 8 film for his parents, he knew he could weaponize his craft against this despair. He marched directly into government offices, offering to produce morale-boosting propaganda at his own expense, using his own crew and equipment. All he requested was access to the military to document their victories and give the populace a reason to believe. The distress representative dismissed him with polite condescension. The war machine needed farmers and soldiers, not a director asking to film their operations. Refusing to accept defeat, Roy attempted to bypass the bureaucratic roadblock, but the chain of command had fractured. With naval routes to Hawaii severed, and high-ranking officials like Sinclair frantically traversing the West Coast, every person capable of authorizing his project was either physically out of reach or hopelessly consumed by more immediate tactical crises. Roy recognized that waiting for bureaucratic press credentials would cost lives he could save. With mass media federalized and 100 souls succumbing daily to apocalyptic despair syndrome, he bypassed the red tape entirely. Equipping himself with a DV camera, spare batteries, and a solar charger, he enlisted his oldest son as a sound technician and assistant director. The two of them pedaled mountain bikes for a week into the fringes of greater Los Angeles. Seeking a narrative of hope, they found it in Claymont, a cluster of 5 colleges where 300 students had defied the Great Panic. While the surrounding suburbs burned and the mountains fell to chaos, these students had transformed the Scripps Women's College into a fortified medieval stronghold, drawing supplies from neighboring campuses and arming themselves with landscaping tools and ROTC practice rifles. They dug wells, planted gardens, and reinforced ancient walls. For 4 grueling months, they held the line against 10,000 undead until the Inland Empire was finally pacified. Roy arrived just in time to capture the triumphant climax, the final zombie falling, as cheering students and soldiers united beneath a massive hand-sewn American flag fluttering from the Pomona Bell Tower. Back in his edit bay, Roy spliced 96 hours of raw footage into a cohesive narrative, with his wife providing the voiceover. He dubbed 14 copies across various formats and arranged Saturday night screenings at shelters and camps throughout Los Angeles, titling the project Victory at Avalon, the Battle of the Five Colleges. The name stemmed from a haunting piece of student-shot stock footage the night before the final, devastating assault, as a fresh horde crested the horizon. Amidst the frantic preparation, a Scripps student's angelic voice had drifted over the campus loudspeakers, singing a Roxy Music ballad to maintain morale. Roy layered this beautiful haunting melody over his battle preparation montage, a sequence that still tightened his throat with emotion. Yet, the premiere felt like a catastrophic failure. He had harbored a secret, egotistical fantasy of tearful gratitude and applause, but the audiences merely filed past in dead silence, eyes fixed on their shoes. Defeated, Roy returned home, convinced his cinematic ambitions were dead, and that he might soon be seeking manual labor at a MacArthur Park potato farm. 2 weeks later, while Roy was earning a living helping to clear the road at Topanga Canyon, a psychiatrist from a Santa Barbara County health facility arrived at his doorstep on horseback, looking like a relic from a Cecil B. DeMille epic. The man delivered staggering news the night after Avalon debuted. AIDS cases in Los Angeles had plummeted by 5%. Further studies confirmed the decline was isolated exclusively to the communities where the film had been screened. No military official, municipal authority, or shelter coordinator had bothered to inform him of his own success. Roy felt no resentment, only profound validation. His work had tangible, life-saving power. Emboldened, Roy assembled a crew of volunteers, including Malcolm Van Ryzen, the very student who had shot the original Claremont footage, who stepped up as his director of photography. They commandeered an abandoned dubbing house in West Hollywood and began mass-producing hundreds of copies, distributing them onto every northbound train, caravan, and coastal ferry. The psychological impact rippled outward, driving a 10% drop in AIDS cases across the entire Western safe zone. Roy was already back on the road, wrapping a project called Anacapa, and halfway through the Mission District, by the time his film Dos Palmos hit screens and AIDS rates plunged by 23%. Only then did the government finally take notice. They offered no additional resources, but they did grant him unprecedented access to the military, unlocking a new cinematic frontier. This led to Fire of the Gods, a documentary showcasing the Army's 2 functioning laser weapons programs, XIII and XIII. XIII, a compact Humvee-mounted solid-state industrial laser originally designed for munitions clearing, allowed a gunner to sight a target through a coaxial camera and fire a pulse beam through the same optical aperture. It could detonate unexploded ordnance or, on higher settings, punch cleanly through a zombie's forehead, or on lower settings, boil the brain until it ruptured from the eyes, nose, and ears. Yet, Zeus was merely a pop gun compared to the Mobile Tactical High-Energy Laser, or XIII. Co-designed by the United States and Israel to intercept incoming mortar rounds and rockets during Israel's self-quarantine, XIII was a deuterium fluoride laser the size of a World War II searchlight. Its effects were apocalyptic. It blasted flesh from bone, heating the skeleton white before it shattered into dust. In slow motion, the footage looked like the literal fire of the gods. Following the film's release, AIDS cases reportedly halved within a month. Crowds lined up on their off hours to watch it repeatedly, drawn in by a poster campaign featuring a single, iconic frame of a zombie atomizing in the morning fog, underscored by a stark, single-word caption indicating the undead's impending obsolescence. This cinematic triumph single-handedly saved both weapons programs from termination. Distres had deemed them a gross waste of resources, and Roy had to beg, borrow, and steal to reactivate them just long enough for his cameras to roll. The strategic reality was harsh. Methyl's mobile designation was a misnomer. It required a delicate convoy of interdependent vehicles, massive power generation, and copious amounts of highly toxic, unstable chemicals. Zeus, while more economical and versatile, required the gunner to hold a steady beam on a moving target for several seconds, a fatal delay in a swarm scenario where a human sharpshooter could achieve twice the kills in half the time. Consequently, Both systems required permanent squads of riflemen to protect the very machines designed to protect them. As dedicated anti-zombie tools, they were hopeless duds, though they had excelled in their original intended roles. Roy filmed them anyway, tapping into the American zeitgeist's inherent worship of technology. The nation that had split the atom and reached the moon still desperately prayed for the God of science to deliver salvation. The resulting success spawned a 7-part series titled Wonder Weapons, none of which altered the strategic reality of the war, but all of which served as decisive psychological victories. Roy understood the nature of what he was doing. Lies, he reasoned, were like fire. They could burn you to death or keep you warm, depending on their application. The para-war lies of complacency had burned the nation by blinding it to the impending threat, but by the time Avalon was made, the brutal truth was already shambling through the streets, crashing through doors, and freezing 100 people to death every night. The species was staring into its own twilight. People did not need the cold, hard truth. They needed warmth, so Roy lied. Just as the president, the doctors, the priests, and the parents lied, broadcasting a single unifying message of eventual survival. It was the same vital fiction that drove filmmakers like Marty, who had famously documented the siege in the hero city using whatever medium he could scavenge. Roy reflected on Marty's masterpiece, a film radiating such courage and dignity that it restored faith in humanity, surpassing anything Roy himself had ever created. When the interviewer admitted to having seen it, Roy realized the young man was entirely unaware of the existence of 2 distinct versions. He explained that the widely seen 90-minute post-war edit deliberately sanitized the grim reality of the siege. Marty had intentionally stripped away the violence, the betrayals, and the bottomless depravity lurking in the hearts of the so-called heroes. Roy understood exactly why that darkness had been excised. Witnessing such cruelty was precisely what drove despairing survivors to blow out their candles and surrender to the night. Instead, Marty had chosen to broadcast the resilient, hopeful side of human nature, giving people the vital motivation to scratch and fight for another dawn. To Roy, this calculated omission was the very essence of hope. At Parnell Air National Guard Base in Tennessee, Gavin Blair escorted the interviewer into the office of Squadron Commander Colonel Christina Eliopoulos. The colonel was a towering legend, renowned equally for her explosive temper and her flawless war record. Yet the interviewer struggled to reconcile that fierce reputation with her physical presence. She possessed a diminutive, almost childlike frame, her delicate features and long black bangs projecting an aura of eternal youth. But the illusion shattered the moment she removed her sunglasses, exposing a fierce, unmistakable fire burning behind her eyes. Taking command of the narrative, Colonel Eliopoulos recounted her days piloting the F-22 Raptor, an air superiority platform so advanced it could outfly and outfight any adversary in the skies. Yet, in the face of the undead, all that monumental American technical prowess amounted to absolutely nothing. A profound, bitter frustration still gripped her when she recalled being told that her life's singular ambition was now deemed strategically invalid. The Armed Forces Reconstruction Act had effectively neutered the entire Air Force after analysts calculated their resource-to-kill ratio to be the most lopsided in the military. She vividly remembered the Joint Standoff Weapon, a GPS-guided gravity bomb capable of deploying 140 submunitions, each packing shaped charges, fragmentation casings, and incendiary zirconium rings from 40 miles away. Once considered a tactical triumph, the weapon was abruptly shelved after the disaster at Yonkers, its massive cost in materials, fuel, and maintenance easily overshadowed by a simple platoon of infantry. Consequently, the Air Force was gutted by bureaucratic decree. Heavy bombers and every premier fighter jet were stripped from active duty. Rather than being scrapped, these crown jewels were mothballed in desert graveyards as long-term investments for future conventional wars. Stripped of her gas-guzzling jets, Eliopoulos found herself demoted from flying a cutting-edge fighter to piloting a prop-powered cargo hauler, relegated to the only mission that still mattered: airborne resupply. Gesturing toward a yellowed wartime map of the continental United States she had kept as a memento, Eliopoulos traced the vast gray expanse of the western safe zone and the scattered colored circles representing isolated outposts in the infected territories. She detailed the immense logistical nightmare of the continental airlift, a monumental undertaking requiring constant coordination to supply these enclaves. Green zones marked active military or refugee centers. Red zones indicated offensively viable industrial sites guarded by custodial teams, and blue zones represented civilian holdouts carving out survival in the ruins. To keep these outposts alive, her crews prioritized self-sustaining drops of tools and spare parts over dependency drops of food and medicine, operating on the principle that survivors needed the means to fish rather than the fish itself, though harsh winters still necessitated massive deliveries of wheat, salt, and formula. The most perilous cargo, however, was human. They routinely parachuted doctors, engineers, and special forces instructors into blue zones on one-way missions, fully aware that some of these enclaves would eventually be overrun. The pilots themselves faced grueling flights over thousands of miles of hostile territory, relying on a sparse network of purple refueling zones to extend their range to the East Coast and push fleet survivability to 92%. Heliopolis, however, had fallen into the fatal 8%. She remained haunted by the uncertainty of her own crash, wondering if it was mechanical fatigue, brutal weather, or a catastrophic payload error. She knew all too well how easily a careless inspector could create fully assembled detonators with active power cells, a fatal mistake that had already blown a colleague's routine transport flight out of the sky before they even reached infected airspace. Late October brought the biting chill of early winter as Christina's C-130 lumbered from Phoenix toward a blue zone outside Tallahassee. It was their 9th haul of the week, a desperate push by Honolulu to squeeze out final drops before the March freeze grounded them. The crew rode on tweaks, little blue stims that sharpened reflexes but punished the bladder. Enduring her crew's good-natured ribbing about her frequent trips to the rear, Christina finally surrendered to the urge, handing the stick to her co-pilot. She had barely zipped her flight suit inside the makeshift Shempot when a colossal, bone-rattling jolt slammed the aircraft. The nose violently dipped. Before she could brace, a deafening screech of tearing metal and a blast of high-pressure air violently expelled her through the shattered rear of the fuselage, past the missing tail section. Spiraling through the freezing slipstream, Christina fought to orient herself, catching a final glimpse of her gray aircraft shrinking into a smoking descent. She forced her body into a stable posture and yanked the ripcord. Dazed, her mind swimming in a fog of concussive shock, she fumbled for her radio, screaming for her crew to punch out. Silence answered her. Through the haze, she spotted only one other parachute blooming in the distance. Hanging helplessly in the void, she calculated the other chute to be roughly 3.5 clicks north. Her radio yielded only static, likely fried during her violent exit. As the swampy wilderness of southern Louisiana rushed up to meet her, her brain misfired, but ingrained survival protocols kicked in. She ran her rapid diagnostic limbs responsive, no external bleeding, survival kit secure on her thigh, and the familiar bruising pressure of her med pistol against her ribs. Hitting the mud, Christina immediately unclasped her chute, wasting no time on concealment, and trudged toward the second parachute. For hours, she splashed through knee-deep numbing slime, her head still spinning from the trauma. The disorientation blinded her to the sudden frantic flight of local birds, though a faint, distant scream eventually pierced the swamp's quiet. Pushing through a thicket of naked gray branches, she broke into a reckless run, abandoning all stealth. The noise masked the approach of the dead until they were nearly upon her. There, dangling from his harness, was Rollins, her co-pilot. He was dead, yet twitching, his flight suit ripped open, his entrails spilled out, draped grotesquely over 5 feeding ghouls wallowing in a pool of red-brown water. One of the creatures had its neck tangled in a loop of his small intestine, and every shift of its weight jerked Rollins's body like a macabre bell. They were close enough to touch, yet entirely oblivious to her presence. Christina's hands moved with mechanical precision, snapping a suppressor onto her weapon. She fired controlled single shots, refusing to waste ammunition on the corpses she desperately wanted to kick. A suffocating wave of self-hatred crashed over her. She had failed her ship, her crew, and her duty, distracted by a biological need in a flimsy plastic enclosure. The shame spiraled into a paralyzing loop of self-loathing, leaving her shaking and vulnerable in the heart of G country. It was the same isolating pressure she had endured for 4 grueling years at the Colorado Springs Academy, where any illusion of camaraderie had evaporated under stress, leaving only ruthless self-reliance. But as she teetered on the edge of surrender, her radio crackled to life. A civilian woman's voice cut through the static, urgently asking if anyone had survived the wreck. Christina snapped to attention, identifying herself and demanding the caller do the same. The voice belonged to Metz, a skywatcher operating on an ad hoc ham radio network dedicated to tracking downed air crews. Metz had witnessed the smoke and falling debris. Though her own cabin was heavily surrounded and less than a day's walk away, she had already pinged search and rescue with Christina's coordinates. She instructed the colonel to push toward open ground for extraction. Christina reached for her GPS, only to find it torn away during the depressurization. Her backup map was uselessly broad, and her mind remained clouded by guilt. She confessed her disorientation to Metz. Instead of coddling her, Metz challenged her, demanding she recall the terrain she had flown over dozens of times. Forced to think, Christina's tactical mind rebooted. She remembered the rivers and roads visible from her descent, pinpointing her location in the Atchafalaya Basin. Metz confirmed that the I-10 freeway running directly north offered the best extraction point, urging her to move before daylight faded. As Christina prepared to move, Metz asked if she had left anything unfinished. Christina turned back to Rollins. His eyes were fluttering open, a faint, dying spark of consciousness returning. An apology caught in her throat, but duty demanded a colder resolution. She placed a single suppressed round through his forehead. Metz's voice returned, firm and grounding, instructing her to banish the guilt and focus entirely on survival and the mission. With a dry quip about conserving battery power, Metz signed off. Christina's mind shifted into high gear. The rigorous lessons of the Willow Creek escape and evade program flooded back. She moved with deliberate stealth, stepping, halting, and listening, favoring dry ground and pacing her exertion. She swam through dark, stagnant channels twice, her nerves fraying as phantom hands seemed to brush her legs. Eventually, she stumbled onto a decaying 2-lane road, a welcome reprieve from the sucking mud. Reporting her find to Metz, Christina asked if the road would lead straight to the freeway. Metz issued a sharp warning to avoid all surface roads. Roads meant cars, and cars meant trapped ghouls-bitten drivers who had died behind the wheel, forever locked inside their vehicles, unable to unbuckle or open doors. Christina questioned the threat, reasoning that immobilized ghouls couldn't pursue her. Metz corrected her. A trapped ghoul could still moan, acting as a beacon to draw the horde. The logic seemed contradictory until Metz revealed the final piece of the puzzle. The I-10 through the basin was elevated on high pilings, built several stories above the swamp. It was, paradoxically, the safest vantage point in the entire region. Reassured by the stranger's absolute certainty, Christina adjusted her grip on her weapon and pressed northward, trusting the voice in her ear to guide her home. Christina navigated the swamp, deliberately avoiding anything resembling a road. The wilderness was never truly pure. It was littered with the detritus of a vanished humanity, discarded shoes, tattered suitcases, and unidentifiable bones scattered across raised mud patches. She noted the massive rib cage of what she assumed was a gator, dreading the thought of how many undead it had taken to bring the beast down. Her first encounter was a small, unrecognizable figure, likely a child, its face partially stripped away and ragged patches of skin and hair. The creature was trapped inside a long civilian hiking pack, its drawstring pulled tight around its neck, shoulder straps hopelessly tangled in tree roots. Half submerged, it splashed frantically, its jaw snapping with mechanical persistence, despite a mangled throat that prevented any moaning. Acting on Willow Creek training, Christina silenced it with a single shot, ruthlessly suppressing the natural human urge to write a eulogy for the dead. Speculation bred distraction, and distraction bred death. Still, the isolation gnawed at her. Why was this the only one? She keyed her radio, and Metz confirmed the area was largely depopulated, as the blue zones of Baton Rouge and Lafayette were actively drawing the horde in opposite directions. It was a bittersweet comfort, but Metz's confident laughter offered a fragile anchor. Pushing forward, Christina spotted a boxy mud cake shape rising from the water, a Lexus hybrid SUV, submerged to its doors. Through the rear windows, she saw a pristine stockpile of survival gear tents, sleeping bags, and boxes of untouched ammunition. Approaching the driver's side, she found a shriveled brown hand still gripping a .357 revolver. The driver sat upright, staring blankly ahead, a clean entry wound visible through the side of his skull. He wore upscale, immaculate survival khakis, bearing no signs of a struggle or a bite. The sight struck Christina with a profound, sickening weight. He had possessed every tool for survival except the will to use them. When Metz prompted her to keep moving, Christina hesitated, arguing for a search of the vehicle. Metz countered with a stern, practical question. Did she need anything, or merely want it? Christina conceded the truth. Her military kit was superior, and the civilian gear was bulky and unsilenced. The SUV could serve as an emergency cache if extraction failed. Yet, a childish impulse made her suggest commandeering the vehicle itself. Metz dryly asked if she happened to have a tow truck and jumper cables. Frustrated and emotionally drained, Christina snapped, demanding a moment of silence. She held the transmit button a second too long. Metz's voice cut through, sharp with alarm. She had heard something. Christina cleared her head, tuned her ears, and caught it, a loud, wet moan, accompanied by the heavy splash of approaching feet. Glancing through the shattered skull of the dead driver, Christina spotted the first attacker. Spinning around, she counted 5 more closing from all sides, with a dozen more trailing behind. Her first shot went wild. Metz barked orders for a contact report, commanding she hold her ground and rely on her evasion training rather than run. As Christina started to question how a civilian skywatcher knew military protocols, Metz cut her off with a furious command to fight. Christina scrambled onto the roof of the SUV, seeking the high ground. The nanosecond decision-making of a fighter pilot snapped back into place, but evaporated. She measured ranges, controlled her breathing, and dropped the first target. The engagement stretched into an agonizing 10 minutes, ending with 61 submerged corpses ringing the vehicle. She checked her ammunition, waiting for a second wave that never came. 20 minutes later, Metz requested an update. Christina relayed the body count, earning a dry remark from the skywatcher about never wanting to cross her. Christina laughed, the first genuine release of tension since hitting the mud. However, Metz warned that the delay had ruined any chance of reaching the I-10 before dark. Forced to find shelter, Christina retreated into the deepening twilight and secured herself in the branches of a tall tree, using her microfiber hammock. Exhausted after nearly 48 hours awake, she ignored protocol and swallowed 2 Baby L sleep aids instead of 1, desperate for rest. As the sedatives pulled her under, she probed Metz about her identity, noting her lack of a southern accent and her uncanny knowledge of pilot training. Metz deflected, ordering her to sleep and check in at dawn. The drugs hit hard, pulling Christina into unconsciousness before the word dawn was even spoken. She awoke to daylight, the phantom moans of her dreams bleeding into reality. Looking down, she saw the nightmare made flesh. At least 100 ghouls surrounded the tree, clawing and climbing over one another in a futile, writhing mass. The swampy ground prevented them from ramping up, but a firefight would only draw more. Relying on evasion training, she formulated a desperate escape plan. The I-10 was close enough to reach if she could put distance between herself and the horde, signaling a rescue helicopter from the elevated freeway. She reported her intent to Metz, who urged caution. Christina crouched and leaped. She misjudged the drop, her ankle cracking violently against a submerged rock as she hit the water face down. The freezing water staved off the shock, but as she surfaced, choking and spluttering, the entire swarm was already surging toward her. Metz, realizing the landing had gone wrong, screamed at her to run. Christina tried to bear weight on her injured leg, but a blinding spike of pain shot up her spine. She screamed, the sound tearing from her throat as she began to limp and splash away, a grotesque, frantic race with 100 undead in pursuit. Metz roared encouragement over the radio, insisting the bone was not weight-bearing and that she could push through the agony. Tears streaming down her face, Christina sobbed that it hurt, the howling of the dead closing in behind her. She finally reached the I-10, its elevated concrete structure looming like a ruined Roman aqueduct. Metz had been right about its safety, but neither had accounted for Christina's injury or the relentless tale. With no immediate access, she was forced to limp down a small adjoining road the very type Metz had warned her to avoid. Wrecked, rusting cars lined the path by the hundreds, and every 10th vehicle held a trapped, moaning ghoul. The sound carried for miles. Metz shouted over the rising din, ordering her to ignore the cars, hit the on-ramp, and watch for grabbers' rotting hands reaching through broken windows. Hemmed in on both sides, Christina was forced to weave between the vehicles, her ankle prohibiting her from climbing over them. Every defensive headshot cost precious seconds. The steep incline, the throbbing agony in her leg, and the rapidly closing swarm pushed her to the absolute edge. Metz's voice became a raw, relentless whip. She cursed, demanded Christina not dare quit, and mocked her as a weak victim. At that breaking point, exhausted and drowning in self-recrimination for her earlier failures, Christina genuinely considered turning her pistol on herself. Then Metz delivered the final, brutal strike, roaring a question comparing Christina's pathetic surrender to her own mother's weakness. The sheer shock of the insult shattered her paralysis. Fueled by pure, unadulterated spite, Christina hauled herself up the ramp and onto the interstate. Breathless and battered, she keyed her radio to confirm she had made it, and demanded to know what the hell she was supposed to do next. The voice in her earpiece softened, directing her gaze upward. Against the blinding glare of the morning sun, a black dot materialized, tracking the elevated freeway and rapidly swelling into the unmistakable silhouette of a XIII helicopter. A raw whoop tore from Christina's throat as she popped her signal flare, winched into the cabin. Her bleary eyes registered a jarring detail. This was a civilian aircraft, not a government search and rescue bird. The crew chief, a massive Cajun man sporting a thick goatee and wraparound sunglasses, demanded to know where in the hell she had come from. The sheer, overwhelming relief nearly brought her to tears instead. She laughed, playfully punched his thigh-sized bicep, and joked about their blistering response time. The man merely shot her a bewildered look. It would be much later that she learned this was merely a routine air shuttle between Baton Rouge and Lafayette, not a dedicated rescue team. In that suspended moment, she did not care. She keyed her mic, reporting her safe extraction to Metz, her voice thick with gratitude. Desperate to stave off the sobbing threatening to overtake her, she masked her vulnerability with a flippant joke about finally getting to watch that daytime talk show, The View. The radio returned only dead air. The interviewer observed that Metz sounded like an exceptional skywatcher. Christina quietly agreed. She had been an exceptional woman. No ordinary civilian, not even a seasoned ham radio operator, could possess such granular baseline knowledge of military aviation protocols. The woman had been too savvy, too deeply informed. Christina deduced she was undoubtedly a pilot, perhaps Navy or Marine Corps, given the staggering, unaccounted-for losses on resupply missions. Metz had likely endured a nearly identical nightmare ditching her aircraft, losing her crew, and carrying that same crushing, isolating guilt. Somehow, she had found that isolated cabin and dedicated the remainder of the war to guiding others through the dark. When the interviewer gently pointed out that neither Metz nor her cabin were ever found, and that Honolulu held no record of the call sign, Christina's jaw tightened. She knew he had read her after-action report and the attached psychiatric evaluation. She dismissed the shrink's conclusions as absolute bullshit. Let them claim her radio had been destroyed on impact. Let them psychoanalyze the name Metz as a subconscious reference to Metis, the Greek goddess with stormy gray eyes, conveniently linking it to her own mother's Bronx upbringing. That cutting remark about her mother? A calculated gamble. Any pilot knew how to read a target and take the shot. If the military truly believed she had fractured, they would have grounded her permanently. Instead, they kept her flying. Perhaps Metz was married to a pilot, or perhaps she was simply a terrified, lonely voice, reaching out to prevent another soul from drowning in the same despair. The specifics no longer mattered. Metz had been there when the abyss opened, and that presence would remain with Christina for the rest of her life. In the province of Bohemia within the European Union, the 14th-century Gothic fortress known as Cos the Bone rose defiantly from its solid rock foundation. It cast a long, intimidating shadow over the Placanic Valley, a stark, brooding image that David Allen Forbes was determined to capture in graphite. Seated beneath a sprawling tree, the Englishman's patchwork clothing and the long Scottish sword resting at his side lent him the air of an Arthurian relic. Yet the moment the interviewer approached, his serene artistic focus shattered, replaced by the twitchy, painful nervousness of a man burdened with a heavy tale. David began by clarifying a geographical distinction for his upcoming book, Castles of the Zombie War: The Continent. When he spoke of the New World lacking a history of fixed fortifications, he referred strictly to the United States and Canada. He readily acknowledged the Spanish coastal strongholds in the Caribbean, the French and British outposts in the Lesser Antilles, and even the Inca ruins in the Andes, though the latter had avoided direct sieges. He also conceded the brutal reality of the Mayan and Aztec ruins in Mexico, notably the Battle of Kukulculcan, where defenders had famously held off hordes of the undead on the steps of a massive pyramid. His point, however, remained focused on North America's relative youth. Unlike Europe, which had endured nearly a millennium of institutional anarchy following the fall of Rome, the United States and Canada had historically possessed standing national governments capable of enforcing order. He was careful to note he was not discounting the brutal realities of the American Civil War or the pre-war fortresses like Fort Jefferson, which he hoped to visit someday. He was merely highlighting Europe's deep ingrained history of seeking physical safety solely behind a lord's castle battlements. Apologizing for his rambling, David quickly pivoted to the grim reality of these medieval structures. He was careful not to overstate their strategic value to the overall war effort compared to modern, purpose-built fortifications. Their contribution was largely negligible, unless, of course, one was sitting exactly where he was, owing one's life to those ancient stones. He drew a sharp distinction between a true castle and a mere palace. Many structures labeled as castles were simply grand homes, or had been retrofitted as such long after their defensive utility had expired. Their ground floors were riddled with too many windows to ever be effectively bricked up, making a modern apartment block with its stairs removed a far safer bet. True palaces, built purely as status symbols like Chateau d'Ussé or the Prague Castle, had proven to be little more than ornate death traps. He cited Versailles as a catastrophic failure of defensive logic, a fact the French government implicitly acknowledged by building their national memorial upon its ashes. He recalled a haunting poem by Renard, describing wild roses in that memorial garden, their petals perpetually stained crimson by the blood of the damned. Yet, high walls alone could not guarantee survival. Static defenses harbored internal threats just as lethal as the external ones. David pointed to Moederslot in Holland as a grim testament to this truth. There, a single case of pneumonia, compounded by a wet, freezing autumn, malnutrition, and a total absence of genuine medicine, had sealed the fate of those inside. Historical journals from the dying describe the sheer, claustrophobic madness of being trapped behind impenetrable stone walls, watching companions succumb to fatal illness, knowing their own end was inevitable, and witnessing the desperate final madness of those who chose to leap into moats already choked with the undead. David's mind recoiled at the memory of the catastrophic fires at Brabach and Pierrefonds, where hundreds had been trapped, left with no escape but to be charred alive or asphyxiated by choking smoke. Even more infuriating were the preventable disasters born of sheer ignorance, like the tragedy at Miskolc-d'Ozier in Hungary. There, civilians had stumbled upon a cache of military-grade, sodium-based explosives, unaware that water, not fire, was the true catalytic agent. A panicked soul attempted to douse a minor blaze sparked by a careless smoker. The resulting detonation blew a gaping hole through the fortress wall, allowing the undead to surge inward like a breached dam. Yet David found a grim, almost forgiving logic in that ignorance. What he could never stomach was the staggering incompetence of Château de Fougères. Desperate and low on supplies, the defenders had attempted to dig an escape tunnel beneath the besieging horde, treating the apocalypse like a cinematic prison break. Lacking professional surveyors or a basic grasp of trigonometry, their tunnel fell short by over half a kilometer, erupting directly into a festering nest of the dead. They hadn't even bothered to pack demolition charges. To David, such arrogance was entirely unforgivable. Fortunately, not every stronghold ended in ruin. Many fortresses in Spain, Bavaria, and the Scottish Highlands above the Antonine Wall endured only brief, manageable sieges, lasting mere weeks or days. For places like XIII, survival hinged on weathering a single perilous night. Then there were the true marvels of strategic endurance, such as Chenonceau in France. Perched like a fairy tale structure on a bridge spanning the Cher River, its land connections severed, it held out for years. David knew they hadn't stockpiled years of provisions. Instead, they had mastered the rhythm of the European winter. As the first snows fell, freezing the undead in their tracks, the defenders would sally forth to raid the surrounding countryside. It was a brutal but effective calculus, one mirrored in the northern blue zones. The long, biting cold, rather than being a death sentence, became a life-saving reprieve, allowing survivors to gather the resources needed to endure the thaw. This cyclical survival bred a fierce loyalty to the stone. Defenders stubbornly remained in places like Bouillon in Belgium, Spies in Slovakia, and Beaumaris in Wales. Before the collapse, Beaumaris had been nothing more than a roofless, hollow museum piece, yet its town council had miraculously pooled resources and rallied citizens to restore the ruin to defensive glory in mere months. Conwy offered an even more dramatic blueprint for resurgence. Its medieval walls not only sheltered the town in relative comfort, but its coastal access later served as a vital springboard for the military's counteroffensive. David's thoughts drifted to the novel Camelot Mine, a gripping account penned by a survivor of Caerphilly. That man had fled his Ludlow flat as winter set in, discovering the abandoned, blood-stained ruins of the castle. Alone, he had buried the dead, shattered the frozen ghouls, and single-handedly restored the fortress through the most brutal winter on record. By May, Caerphilly was battle-ready, and by the following winter, it housed hundreds. David proudly displayed his sketches of the masterpiece, the second-largest castle in the British Isles, before a heavy, loaded silence fell over him. When pressed, David quietly conceded that the largest was Windsor, and he had been there. From a defensive standpoint, it was nothing short of perfection. Sprawling across nearly 13 acres, the fortress boasted its own deep well and storage vaults capable of holding a decade's worth of rations. A devastating fire in 1992 had inadvertently gifted the castle with a state-of-the-art suppression system, while subsequent terrorist threats had prompted the installation of hidden military-grade security bulletproof glass, reinforced masonry, and retractable steel shutters seamlessly concealed within the historic window frames. But Windsor's true unspoken triumph lay beneath its ancient stones. A crude oil and natural gas deposit, discovered in the 1990s but left untouched for political and environmental reasons, became their lifeline. Royal engineers had rigged a daring scaffolding system over the outer walls to reach the drilling site, an engineering feat that later inspired the fortified motorways. For David, the practical benefits were deeply personal: warm rooms, hot meals, and when ammunition finally ran dry, an endless supply of crude for Molotov cocktails and flaming defensive ditches. When modern munitions failed, the castle's history became its armor. Museums and private collections yielded real, battle-tested medieval weaponry, transforming ordinary citizens into warriors wielding maces, halberds, and double-bladed battle axes. David himself, despite his unassuming appearance, had grown remarkably adept with the massive claymore resting beside him. It demanded immense skill, but the relentless crucible of the siege taught him depths of capability he never knew he possessed. Yet, as the interviewer's gaze lingered, David's composure fractured. He hesitated, visibly struggling with a memory far heavier than tactical logistics. He confessed that the Queen had refused to leave. Over the frantic objections of Parliament, she had insisted on remaining at Windsor for the duration of the war. David, haunted by the memory, had viewed it as misguided nobility or fear-induced paralysis. He had practically begged her on his knees to reconsider, arguing that her Balmoral decree transforming her estates into protected havens was sacrifice enough. He had pleaded with her to join her family in Ireland or the Isle of Man, or at least relocate to the Supreme Command headquarters north of the Antonine Wall. Her response had been quiet, absolute, and rooted in a legacy far older than the crisis. She had calmly asserted that true nobility was defined entirely by selfless service to others. David's throat tightened at the recollection. It was the very creed her father had lived by when he refused to flee to Canada during the Second World War, and the same resolve that had driven her mother to visit terrified civilians huddled in London's tube stations during the Blitz. It was the foundational glue holding the United Kingdom together. Their mandate, David realized with profound clarity, was to personify the absolute best of the national spirit. They were, in a profound sense, ruled by the people, and thus required to sacrifice everything to shoulder that godlike burden. To do otherwise would render the entire tradition meaningless, worthy only of the guillotine. Before the war, the monarchy and the castles had been dismissed as crumbling, obsolete relics, mere tourist attractions. But when the skies darkened and the nation screamed for salvation, both had violently reawakened to their true purpose. One had shielded their bodies, the other had shielded their souls. Barati Polshigar stood on the deck of the unsettling, the massive hull of the former Soviet electronic surveillance vessel, humming with the reactivated thrum of its nuclear reactors. Once a white elephant tethered to a Vladivostok pier to supply auxiliary power, the ship now served as the beating heart of radio-free Earth, anchored in the vast coral embrace of Ulithi Atoll. Barati's world had shrunk to a maddening 18 to 20-hour grind alongside Mr. Verma, a former embassy colleague he had reunited with in a Sri Lankan refugee camp. Together, they were tasked with translating survival data for 1 billion souls across the Indian subcontinent. The air in the broadcast room grew thick with the scent of ozone and stale sweat as endless dispatches flooded their screens. They translated instructions for purifying water, cultivating indoor greenhouses, and processing mold spores for penicillin, their minds reeling as uniformed officers shoved new, horrifying lexicons across their desks. Quisling, feral, lobo, phalanx. The psychological toll of combating misinformation weighed heavier than the physical exhaustion. Barati watched in quiet despair as humanity desperately tried to anthropomorphize the walking blight, clinging to the delusion that the undead retained human memories, could be reasoned with, or even trained like pets. The standard survival guides, drafted with an oblivious American bias toward SUVs and personal firearms, offered no shelter against the lethal, culturally ingrained superstition sweeping the globe. Barati carried the heavy, silent shame of his own heritage's tragic missteps. He knew of Varanasi, the ancient holy city along the Ganges, where the river's scientifically noted high oxygenation had once been a marvel, but now served as a magnet for millions of pilgrims walking willingly into a churning white zone of rising corpses. Even after the government retreated to the Himalayas, the fatal processions continued. Across the ship, the international crew harbored similar, suffocating disgraces, an American haunted by the God's Lamb sect rushing toward infection for a twisted rapture, and a female colleague forced to combat the monstrous myth of virgin cleansing, a lie that had unleashed a wave of horrific sexual violence. A Belgian crewmate had stared out into the perpetual brown haze of the horizon, murmuring that they were witnessing the darkening of their collective soul. Though Barati's own belly remained full, and his sleep free of immediate physical danger, a cold dread pooled in his stomach whenever he thought of the information reception department. The data they broadcast did not originate on the Ural. It was harvested from open civilian radio bands by IR operators who sat in silent, agonizing vigil. Millions of wretched voices screamed into the static as their fortresses burned and their children starved. The operators, barred by strict protocol from offering even a word of comfort, were forced to let the anguish wash over them. The breaking point arrived with a final haunting broadcast from Buenos Aires, when a Latin singer's Spanish lullaby drifted through the static. An 18-year-old Russian sailor, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the world's dying breaths, ended his life at his console. In the years following the war, every single AR operator followed his grim example, including Barati's Belgian friend, who had once confessed on the deck that those unanswerable cries would echo in his mind forever, a relentless summons to join the dead. Far to the west, Yunkol Choi stood in the dry, hilly expanse of the demilitarized zone, the wind carrying the faint metallic scent of rust from the decaying barbed wire that stretched to the horizon. To an untrained eye, the landscape mirrored the arid, unremarkable terrain of Southern California, broken only by deserted concrete pillboxes and faded, sun-bleached banners. But as the deputy director of the Korean Central Intelligence Agency, Hyunkol's gaze pierced the tranquil surface, acutely aware of the terrifying paradox buried beneath his feet. No nation on earth had been more meticulously engineered to repel an infestation. Bounded by rivers to the north, oceans to the east and west, and the most heavily fortified border in human history to the south, North Korea had seemed invulnerable. Yet, the true horror lay in what the eye could not see. The rugged mountains were not merely rock. They were honeycombed with a titanic subterranean military-industrial infrastructure. Forged in the traumatic fires of the 1950s bombing campaigns, the regime had spent decades burrowing deep into the earth, crafting a hidden, impenetrable labyrinth designed to wage an endless war from the safety of the dark. Yunkol Choi stood in the arid expanse of the demilitarized zone, the wind carrying the metallic tang of rusting barbed wire. To the north lay a nation that had been a fortress long before the dead walked. Over 1 million active soldiers, 5 million in reserve, and a populace indoctrinated from birth to view their own lives as meaningless fuel for the state and the great leader. It was a society of terrifying superhuman discipline, the polar opposite of the South's fractured individualistic openness. While the South had barely managed to implement the Chang Doctrine amid protests and panic, the North was a country bred for war since the armistice of 1953. If any nation was engineered to triumph over the apocalypse, it was the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Yet, a month before the first outbreaks in Busan, the North had simply vanished. Diplomatic ties were severed without explanation, the sole overland rail link was shuttered, and decades of pent-up family reunions were abruptly cancelled behind a bland bureaucratic wall of state security. Choi and his intelligence teams watched the border with mounting dread, expecting the thunder of an invasion. Instead, the seismic monitors remained dead silent. There were no troop movements, no aircraft fueling, no naval deployments. The familiar border guards, men Choi's team had nicknamed and dossiered for years, simply melted away behind shielded trenches. At Panmunjom, the eerie silence culminated in a single chilling night. A North Korean detachment marched into their barracks, the doors sealed, the lights extinguished, and no relief force ever emerged. The intelligence blackout was absolute. Human infiltration ceased entirely. South Korean operatives inside the North went dark, and electronic surveillance flatlined into a void of static. Satellite imagery confirmed the impossible fields lay fallow, city streets emptied, and the ubiquitous volunteer laborers disappeared. From the Yalu River to the DMZ, 23 million people seemed to have evaporated. This profound mystery festered as the South teetered on the brink of collapse. Outbreaks ravaged Seoul, Pohang, and Daejeon. Mokpo was evacuated, Gangneung isolated, and Incheon became a slaughterhouse reminiscent of Yonkers. The Ministry of National Defense remained paralyzed by the phantom threat of a northern invasion, hoarding half their active divisions on the border. Choi knew better. If the North was waiting for the South's darkest hour, that hour had already arrived. Survival, Choi reflected, had ultimately been secured not by the complacent youth who viewed the North as a pathetic, starving relic, but by the older generation. Those who remembered the genuine specter of invasion had rallied the national spirit, preventing a total collapse that had nearly forced covert resettlement planning in Kamchatka. Now, In the aftermath, Choi's relentless push for a northern expedition was met with bureaucratic stonewalling. Officials rated the country's shattered state, and pressing international obligations like the repatriation of refugees to Kyushu, a debt he fully intended to collect. They feared booby traps, nuclear remnants, or the nightmare scenario of opening a gate to unleash 23 million undead. The DMZ remained heavily mined, and just last month an automated surface-to-air missile had swatted a cargo plane from the sky, a grim reminder of the North's dead man's switch weaponry. The prevailing theory suggested the population had retreated into subterranean complexes, though the sheer scale defied all prior estimates. Choi's mind drifted to darker possibilities. Perhaps the great leader, anesthetized by illicit Western liquor and pornography, had deceived his people into believing the apocalypse was a divine mandate to tighten their subjugation, finally achieving his delusion of godhood over every breath and artificial ray of light. Or perhaps the grand design had catastrophically failed. Like the doomed mole city beneath Paris, those vast underground caverns might now be teeming with 23 million emaciated, howling automatons, trapped in the dark and waiting for the earth to crack open. In Kyoto, Kondo Tatsumi sat with the stillness of a predatory animal at rest. The man before the interviewer bore no resemblance to the faded photograph of his past self. A gaunt, acne-scarred teenager with dull, bloodshot eyes and unkempt, bleached blonde hair, now completely bald, clean-shaven, and radiating a tanned, lethal physical discipline. Kondo's sharp gaze never wavered. He reflected on his former life as an otaku, a term that, for him, had simply meant an outsider. He recognized that while Western cultures celebrated the rebel and the rogue as badges of honor, Japanese society had treated individuality as a ribbon of profound shame. Before the collapse, existence was a suffocating labyrinth of external judgment. Every detail, from one's career to the manner of a sneeze, was rigidly orchestrated to satisfy ancient Confucian doctrines. Those who lacked the strength to conform like Kondo sought exile in the only realm that accommodated them, the tailored, boundless sanctuary of cyberspace. This digital refuge was a necessary escape from an educational system designed to crush independent thought. From the moment children entered the classroom, they were force-fed volumes of sterile facts and figures devoid of moral weight, social context, or human connection. Mastery of this meaningless data was the sole key to social ascension. Pre-war Japanese youth were never taught how to think, they were merely trained to memorize, a systemic conditioning that left them utterly unprepared for a world that demanded nothing less than primal, adaptive survival. Kondo's rote memorization education had perfectly primed him for a life of disembodied supremacy. In the boundless, context-free expanse of cyberspace, he reigned as a digital sensei, entirely unburdened by the crushing weight of physical appearance, social etiquette, or future prospects. He commanded absolute authority, effortlessly unearthing hyper-specific, guarded data, the blood types of the Prime Minister's cabinet, the private tax receipts of Matsumoto and Hamada, and the precise locations of Pacific War Shin Gunto swords. In this sterile realm, he was untouchable, insulated from judgment, and profoundly safe. When the zombie crisis breached Japan's shores, Kondo and his online clique seamlessly pivoted their obsessive focus. The living dead became their ultimate data set. They dissected the infected's physiology, behavioral patterns, and vulnerabilities alongside the global military response. Kondo specialized in calculating the feasibility of containing the outbreak within the home islands. He absorbed everything: population densities, transport grids, police doctrines, the exact cargo capacity of the merchant fleet, and the magazine size of the Type 89 assault rifle. When schools shuttered, the physical world ceased to exist, allowing him to remain wired for 24 hours a day. His crowning achievement came when he breached Dr. Komatsu's personal hard drive, harvesting the raw evacuation data a full week before it reached the Diet, a coup that cemented his godlike status among his followers. Dr. Komatsu's analysis was stark. Japan was a pressure cooker of 128 million souls, crammed into less than 370,000 square kilometers of mountainous over-urbanized terrain. The nation's low crime rate had bred a tiny, lightly armed police force, and the self-defense forces remained a token, combat inexperienced entity, shielded by American protection since 1945. When Komatsu publicly declared the situation hopeless and demanded immediate, total evacuation, Kondo felt no terror. Instead, a frenzied, exhilarating race ignited across the servers. The ultimate prize was pinpointing the resettlement destinations, the coral atolls of the South Pacific, or the frozen expanses of the Kurils, Sakhalin, and Siberia. To Kondo, Japan's impending doom was merely a spectacle to be observed from the invulnerable heights of his digital mountaintop. This profound disconnect bled directly into his physical existence. Sharing an apartment with his parents, Kondo maintained a strict boundary of silence, convincing them he was diligently preparing for exams even after the school year collapsed. His mother's routine of leaving meal trays at his bedroom door went unquestioned until one morning the tray failed to appear. Kondo woke, performed his usual morning rituals, and logged on. By midday, a gnawing hunger forced him to acknowledge the physical world, a sensation he deeply resented, as a distracting biological weakness. He opened his door to an empty hallway. Calling out yielded only silence. He retrieved raw ramen from the kitchen, retreated to his glowing screen, and repeated the mechanical routine for days, entirely unconcerned by his parents' absence. As the physical world collapsed, his digital one began to fray. Fellow otaku simply stopped posting. Kondo registered their disappearance not with fear, but with sharp annoyance. Each vanished user meant a shrinking audience for his own brilliant deductions. He watched his response counts dwindle from 60 to 50 to 45, then 30. The final transmission arrived from a user in Sendai, noting that the dead were spilling out of Tohoku University Hospital and into his immediate neighborhood. Kondo barely registered the threat, his mind entirely consumed by mining data on evacuation logistics, rumored suicide rates, and the geographic split of refugee camps between Kamchatka and Sakhalin. He cursed the biological necessity of sleep that forced him away from the keyboard. He awoke to a dead black monitor. Rebooting yielded nothing. His system had switched to backup battery, granting him 10 hours of power, but the wireless signal strength read absolute zero. Disbelief set in. Kokura's state-of-the-art network was engineered to be fail-safe. A single server might fail, but the entire grid collapsing was impossible. He scrambled for his laptop, no signal. Frustration mounting, he finally rose to demand access to his parents' desktop, only to find the apartment still deserted. He reached for the cordless phone, dead without wall power. He checked his mobile device. No reception. The silence was absolute. To this day, the fate of his parents remains a void. He clings to the assumption that they never abandoned him, perhaps trapped at work, caught in a grocery run, or lost en route to a relocation center. There was no note, no farewell, only the enduring unanswered silence of a world that had moved on without him. Kondo retreated to his parents' empty room, desperately dialing dead phones while clinging to the illusion of control. His sole objective was to reconnect to the digital sanctuary that had always kept him safe. When the screen remained black, panic fractured his composure. He demanded the machine obey through sheer force of will, striking the monitor until his knuckles split. The sight of his own blood triggered a primal terror, having never sustained a childhood sports injury. The physical reality of pain was entirely alien to him. He hurled the monitor against the wall, collapsing into a heap of hyperventilating sobs and vomit. Staggering to the front door, he flung it open into the pitch-black hallway. Even in the throes of a psychological collapse, his ingrained social anxiety prevented him from knocking on a neighbor's door. He took a hesitant step, slipped, and plunged his hands into something cold, slimy, and reeking. The stench saturated the corridor. A low, steady scraping sound dragged itself toward him through the dark. He called out into the void, answered only by a wet, gurgling groan. As his eyes adjusted, a large humanoid shape crawling on its belly emerged from the shadows. Paralyzed between the urge to flee and a morbid analytical need to verify the data, He watched it slither into the narrow rectangle of gray light cast by his doorway. The face was perfectly human, save for a right eye dangling by its optic nerve. The left eye locked onto his, and the gurgle shifted into a choked, wet rasp. Kondo scrambled backward, slamming the apartment door shut. With the barrier secured, his mind abruptly cleared. The acrid scent of smoke and the distant, muffled screams of the dying finally registered. He tore open the curtains. Kokora was an inferno. Below, the Siafu swarmed the streets, battering down doors and dragging screaming victims from balconies. He watched in detached horror as people leaped to their deaths or shattered their spines on the pavement, only to be consumed while wailing in agony. Across the alley, a man futilely swung a golf club at an attacker. The shaft bent harmlessly before 5 more corpses dragged him to the concrete. A heavy, rhythmic pounding vibrated from the base of his own door, accompanied by the wet groans of the infected. From the surrounding apartments rose a chorus of his neighbors' desperate pleas, struggles, and sobs, including the terrified voice of a young woman or child upstairs begging for mercy before being swallowed by the moans. The assault on his door intensified, the wood cracking and hinges groaning under the strain. With mere minutes remaining, Kondo enacted a desperate escape plan, gleaned from an online study of American prison breaks. He would tie bedsheets into a rope and descend to the balcony below. It was the first time his archived theoretical knowledge would face a physical test. The makeshift linen held, but as he lowered himself over the edge, his neglected muscles seized in agonizing cramps. 19 stories of empty air yawned beneath him. A blistering dry gust of wind from the city fires slammed him against the concrete facade, nearly tearing his grip loose. He felt his feet strike the lower balcony railing, forcing him to summon every ounce of courage to drop those final few feet. He landed hard, coughing through the thick smoke, just as the sound of splintering wood echoed from his apartment above. Glancing up, he watched the one-eyed corpse squeeze through the gap in the railing. It lunged, tumbling over the edge, its dangling eyeball flying upward against its forehead as its arms reached blindly for him in midair. Safe on the new balcony, he noted the deep, unbroken layer of ash on the carpet, indicating days of undisturbed isolation, but a foul odor drew him to the bathroom. Sliding the door open, a putrid cloud forced him back. In the tub lay Reiko, the high-priced hostess he had occasionally fantasized about, her wrists severed with precise vertical cuts to ensure a swift end. Strangely, his deepest regret in that moment was his inability to recite a prayer for the dead, a cultural heritage he had long dismissed as obsolete data. Standing like a fool, he whispered an awkward apology to her corpse before cutting away more of her bedsheets to extend his rope. He knew he could not linger the health hazard, and the approaching horde demanded constant movement. His objective was to descend floor by floor, scavenging supplies and avoiding the infected choke points of the stairwells. Counterintuitively, his online research assured him the streets would be safer than the confined interiors. Outdoors offered infinite escape routes, and the sheer chaos of the outbreak would distract the slow-moving dead with more abundant prey. As long as he maintained a brisk pace and avoided stray bullets or fleeing vehicles, his odds of navigating the urban collapse were favorable. The true challenge was simply surviving the descent. It took 3 grueling days to reach the ground floor. His disgraceful physical conditioning turned every rappel into a near-fatal ordeal, leaving his body held together only by adrenaline and scavenged pain medication. Exhausted and severely sleep-deprived, he could only rest in fleeting, terrified bursts. One night, after barricading a door and curling into a corner to nurse his wounds, the sudden, violent banging of a Siafu jolted him awake, forcing him to scramble back out the window. He spent the freezing hours huddled on the next balcony, too weak to kick in the locked sliding glass door. His progress was further delayed by an obsessive-compulsive drive to curate the perfect survival loadout. His digital research had dictated the exact specifications for weapons, clothing, food, and medicine, but locating such items in the sterile apartments of urban salarymen proved agonizingly difficult. By the 3rd day, he cut a pathetic figure shimmying down his sheet rope, clad in a scavenged businessman's raincoat, and carrying Reiko's bright pink vintage Hello Kitty school bag. He had secured nearly everything his meticulous lists demanded, save for one critical element. In a nation where firearms were virtually non-existent, a fact he knew from hacking the American NRA, he was entirely unarmed, lacking even a simple hammer or crowbar to defend himself. Kondo recognized the fatal flaw in his urban scavenging logic. Salarymen did not perform their own home maintenance. He dismissed the golf clubs scattered about, having already witnessed their uselessness against the undead across the alley. An aluminum baseball bat he discovered was hopelessly warped from prior, desperate use. He scoured every room, finding nothing hard, sharp, or sturdy enough to serve as a weapon, rationalizing that the streets below would inevitably yield a police truncheon or a soldier's firearm. This comforting delusion nearly cost him his life. Hanging 4 stories above the pavement, Kondo reached the final segment of his makeshift rope. His grand, delirious escape plan involved landing on the 4th-floor balcony, breaching the apartment for fresh linens, sliding to the sidewalk, and commandeering a motorcycle to flee the city like a pre-war Bozozogu biker, perhaps even snatching a companion along the way. His mind, frayed by exhaustion, barely registered the sheer absurdity of the fantasy. He touched down on the target balcony and reached for the sliding glass door, only to find himself staring directly into the mutilated face of a Siafu. The young man, clad in a torn suit with his nose entirely bitten away, dragged his bloody visage across the glass. Panic surged. Kondo recoiled, gripping his rope and attempting to haul himself back up, but his arms simply failed, devoid of pain but utterly spent. As the creature howled and battered the glass, Kondo swung wildly, hoping to ricochet off the building's facade, and reach the adjacent balcony. The glass shattered. The undead lunged for his legs. With a desperate heave, Kondo pushed off the wall, released the rope, and launched himself into the void, and missed his mark entirely. A diagonal plunge carried him to the balcony 1 level below his intended target. He hit the concrete on his feet, stumbled forward, and barely caught himself before tumbling over the opposite edge. He collapsed into the apartment. The living room was barren save for a small traditional table, barricading the front door. The absence of any foul odor suggested the occupant had already taken his own life, likely by leaping from the window. The sheer relief of being alone caused Kondo's legs to buckle. He slumped against the wall, delirious with fatigue, his gaze drifting to a wall adorned with photographs. They depicted an elderly man surrounded by a large family, friends, and exotic global travels, a vibrant existence Kondo had never even dreamed of pursuing from the confines of his bedroom. In that fragile moment, he made a silent vow: if he survived this nightmare, he would not merely exist, he would truly live. His attention shifted to a kami-downa, a traditional Shinto shrine beneath which lay a fallen piece of paper, presumably a suicide note displaced by the draft. Feeling a sudden, uncharacteristic obligation, Kondo hobbled forward to retrieve it. The shrine's central mirror caught a reflection that froze his blood, a figure shambling from the bedroom. Adrenaline flooded his system as he spun around. The elderly owner stood there, a fresh bandage on his face, indicating a very recent reanimation. The corpse lunged. Kondo ducked, but his trembling legs betrayed him, and the creature's hand tangled in his hair, yanking his face downward. Despite the man's age, his grip possessed terrifying strength. However, his bones were brittle. Kondo heard a sickening crack as he seized the attacking arm, then drove a desperate kick into the creature's chest. The old man flew backward, his broken limb still clutching a tuft of Kondo's hair, crashing into the wall and shattering the framed photographs into a shower of glass. Snarling, the undead man rose again. Kondo retreated, braced himself, and seized the creature's remaining functional arm. He wrenched it behind the man's back, clamped his other hand around the necrotic neck, and unleashed a primal roaring exertion he never knew he possessed. He drove the corpse forward, sprinting it across the room, and hurling it over the balcony railing. It struck the pavement below, face up, its head still twitching and hissing from a shattered body. Immediately, heavy pounding erupted at the front door as more Saiafu were drawn by the commotion. Operating purely on instinct, Kondo dashed into the bedroom and began tearing sheets from the bed, calculating he needed only enough rope for 3 more stories. Then he froze. On the bare bedroom wall hung one final photograph, a grainy black and white portrait of a traditional family, including the old man as a uniformed teenager. Clutched in a young man's hand was an object that instantly arrested Kondo's heart. He bowed deeply to the image, whispering a tearful, profound expression of gratitude. Later, he would find the object at the bottom of a chest, buried beneath bound documents and the tattered remnants of that very uniform. The scabbard was chipped, Army-issue aluminum with an improvised leather grip replacing the traditional shark skin. But the steel within was breathtaking, bright as silver, hand-folded rather than machine-stamped, featuring a shallow torii curvature and a long straight point. Its wide ridgelines bore the kikusui, the imperial chrysanthemum, alongside an authentic water-tempered edge. It was a masterpiece of lethal craftsmanship, forged for battle, and it now rested securely at Kondo's side. In Kyoto, Sensei Tomonaga Ijiro, the revered founder of Japan's Tatenokai, or Shield Society, recognized his American interviewer's identity the moment the man entered the room, deducing it from his gait, scent, and breathing patterns. The elderly master offered a respectful bow and handshake, gesturing for his guest to sit as a student before him. Kondo Tatsumi, now serving as the sensei's second-in-command, quietly poured the tea and took his place beside the old man. Tomonaga began the session with a gentle apology for any unease his appearance might provoke. His eyes had been lifeless and unseeing since his adolescence. He identified himself as Hibakusha, a survivor of the atomic bomb. At precisely 11:02 a.m. on August 9, 1945, he had been stationed atop Mount Kompira, manning an air raid warning post alongside several classmates. The sky was overcast, so he heard the heavy drone of a lone B-29 bomber passing overhead rather than seeing it. Dismissing it as a harmless reconnaissance flight, he had almost laughed when his peers scrambled into their slit trench. Keeping his gaze fixed on the Urakami Valley, hoping to catch a glimpse of the American aircraft, he witnessed only a blinding, world-ending flash, the final image his eyes would ever record. In post-war Japan, the Hibakusha occupied a paradoxical rung on the social ladder. They were publicly mourned as victims and heralded as heroes, yet privately treated as social outcasts. Families forbade their children from marrying them, viewing the survivors as unclean, a stain upon the nation's otherwise pristine genetic lineage. Tomonaga internalized this profound shame. His blindness compounded the stigma, rendering him a permanent burden. Sitting in the sanatorium, listening through the windows to the sounds of a fractured nation desperately rebuilding itself, he was tormented by a single crushing realization: he had contributed absolutely nothing to the effort. Tomonaga's desperate attempts to secure even the most demeaning employment were met with a relentless polite wall of rejection. The stigma of being Hibakusha clung to him like a physical stain, rendering him unemployable. When his brother pleaded with him to move in, promising care and a useful role within the household, Tomonaga recoiled at the thought of imposing on a young couple trying to build their family. The sanatorium felt like a prison, but becoming a parasite felt like a deeper damnation. He repeatedly reached for pills or shattered glass, only to have an invisible, humiliating force stay his hand. He branded himself a dishonorable coward, a living embodiment of the emperor's historic decree to endure the unendurable. Slipping away from the sanatorium without a word to his brother, Tomonaga drifted northward, begging his way to Sapporo. Hokkaido, Japan's sparse frozen frontier, offered the ultimate anonymity. There, he encountered Ota Hideki, an Ainu gardener. As a member of Japan's oldest indigenous group, Ota occupied a rung on the social ladder even lower than the marginalized Koreans, making him uniquely sympathetic to another societal outcast. Having lost his own son in Manchuria, the old gardener quietly paid Tomonaga's wages from his own meager pocket when the Akakaze's hotel's administration claimed poverty. Ota became Tomonaga's sole friend and mentor. When the old man passed, Tomonaga again considered following him into the dark, but his ingrained cowardice held him back. He simply persisted, tending the earth in silence, as the repatriation center blossomed back into a luxury hotel and a ruined nation transformed into an economic titan. Years later, while trimming the manicured hedges outside the Akakaze's restaurant, Tomonaga overheard guests whispering about the Nagumo murders, a man slaughtering his wife and devouring her corpse like a feral animal. The phrase, African rabies, drifted across the lawn, a term he tried to dismiss, but the whispers multiplied. The next day brought news of the Sumitomo Hospital outbreak in Osaka, followed rapidly by eruptions in Nagoya, Sendai, and Kyoto. He attempted to bury his head in the soil, desperate to maintain his self-imposed exile in shame. Then came the staff meeting. The hotel manager, Mr. Sugawara, stood before them to debunk the rumors of the Walking Dead following the Hirosaki incident. To Tomonaga's highly attuned ears, the manager's voice betrayed everything. Sugawara was over-articulating his hard consonants, a desperate subconscious compensation for a childhood speech impediment. Tomonaga had heard this exact vocal tightness during the devastating earthquake of 1995 and the North Korean missile test of 1998. Now, that strained articulation shrieked louder in his mind than the air raid sirens of his youth. For the second time in his life, Tomonaga fled. He did not warn his brother, a failure of duty that settled as the heaviest, most unforgivable weight upon his soul. He did not run from a fear of death. In truth, he welcomed the release. His terror lay in the possibility of becoming a burden, of slowing down the living, or worse, of turning into the very monster he feared and endangering his countrymen. If he was to perish, it would be on his own terms, forgotten, isolated, and utterly alone. Under the cover of darkness, he began hitchhiking south along Hokkaido's Do Expressway, carrying only a water bottle, a change of clothes, and his aikupasui, a long flat shovel that doubled as his walking stick. The road still hummed with traffic, and drivers offered him rides, their conversations a chorus of mounting panic about military mobilization and local outbreaks. Yet, every terrified exchange inevitably dissolved into a blind, fragile faith that the authorities would soon restore order. The final human voice he ever heard belonged to a truck driver, urging him to wait patiently. The very next day, Tomonaga turned his back on civilization and vanished into the Hidaka Mountains. The national park was a second home. Ota had brought him here annually to forage for sansai, wild mountain vegetables. Tomonaga knew this wilderness with the intimate precision of a blind man navigating his own bedroom in the dark. He knew the exact location of every river, stone, mossy patch, and bubbling onsen that offered natural cleansing warmth. Each morning, he told himself, this was the perfect place to finally die, perhaps through a fatal fall, a poisoned root, or simply by ceasing to eat. Yet, his body betrayed his resolve. Every day, he foraged diligently, bathed in the hot springs, dressed warmly, and watched his step, taking every conceivable measure to stave off the death he claimed to desire. He had no way of knowing the fate of the nation below, though the distant high-altitude whine of jetliners and the thrum of fighter planes occasionally pierced the canopy. He wondered if the authorities had already triumphed, if his departure had merely left a vacant gardening position at the Akakaze, waiting for angry park rangers or giggling schoolchildren to eventually drag him back to the world. One morning, he was roused not by human voices, but by the heavy, resonant pitch of a massive brown Higuma bear. The beast, a ferocious migrant from the Kamchatka Peninsula, stood no more than 4 or 5 meters away. Tomonaga rose slowly, entirely devoid of fear. Beside him rested his aikupasui. It was the only object at hand that could serve as a weapon, and had he chosen to wield it as such, it might have offered a formidable defense. But he did not reach for it. Tomonaga did not reach for his aikupasui. He viewed the massive Higuma bear not as a random predator, but as the manifested will of the kami, the sacred spirits inhabiting every facet of existence. By exiling himself to the wilderness, he believed he had polluted nature's purity and finally dishonored the gods. He welcomed the beast as a divine assassin sent to erase his lingering shame. Weeping with profound gratitude, he braced for the fatal blow. It never came. The 300-kilogram carnivore released a high, childlike whimper, whining like a frightened dog before tearing away into the brush with the desperate speed of hunted prey. In the sudden silence, a new sound emerged, a wet, bubbling moan from a gaping chest wound, accompanied by the heavy drag of a foot across the moist earth. Tomonaga spun, orienting himself by the height of the rasping breath. The creature was taller than him, swiping blindly at the empty air. He sidestepped the clumsy lunge, snatched up his shovel and drove it with precise, violent force into the source of the moan. A sharp crack vibrated up his arms as the creature collapsed, prompting a triumphant, roaring shout of enduring life from the old man. In that instant, a fierce, cleansing fury exploded within his chest, burning away his lifelong shame. The gods had not sent an assassin, they had sent a warning. He resolved then to survive, until the purpose of his salvation was finally revealed. For the ensuing months, survival became a rigid, sacred discipline. Tomonaga mentally mapped the Hidaka range into hundreds of kitai, designated zones anchored by a secure tree or flat rock, where he could sleep without fear of ambush. He reversed his circadian rhythm, sleeping by day and traveling, foraging, or hunting strictly by night, denying the undead any potential visual advantage. His blindness, once a source of deep shame, became his greatest tactical asset. While sighted men grew lazy and tripped over what they could see, Tomonaga's mind was already conditioned for hypervigilance. He moved in short, deliberate bursts of a few hundred paces, halting constantly to listen, smell the wind, and press his ear to the ground. He was never caught off guard. Long-range detection was unnecessary. He only needed to monitor his circle of sensory security, the maximum reach of his ears, nose, fingertips, and feet. On favorable days, guided by the spirit Hayaji, this radius extended half a kilometer. On the worst days, it shrank to a mere 15 paces. The local wildlife proved invaluable, their instinctive howling alarms pinpointing the exact direction, range, and approach of the undead. When a moan drifted across the hills, signaling an attack in 30 minutes, Tomonaga would halt, unpack, stretch, and meditate. He always took the time to bow and thank the mindless creatures for their courteous warning before ending their journey. His combat technique evolved into lethal efficiency. He never swung his weapon. He thrust forward, initially targeting the base of the neck, but later refining his aim to the indentation between the forehead and nose, crushing the brain in a single decisive blow. When overwhelmed by swarms, early encounters grew messy. At Takachi Dake, he slaughtered 41 zombies in as many minutes, leaving himself drenched in foul fluids for a fortnight. Adapting to the rising tide, he began using the terrain as an ally, luring clusters of the dead to the base of tall rocks to crush their skulls from above, or knocking them one by one into jagged 1,000-meter drops. Yet, he never left the carnage behind. Driven by a deep sense of propriety, he retrieved every single corpse to prevent the desecration of the mountain streams. He separated the heads, burning most, but at Takachi Dake, he hauled them for 3 days to cast into the volcanic crater of Oyamatsumi, allowing the mountain god's rage to purge their stench. On the eve of his second winter in exile, Tomonaga settled into the high branches of a tall tree, his final night there before the snows forced him back to his cave. As he waited for the dawn's warmth, a new sound broke the stillness. Footsteps, too quick and energetic for a beast. The wind carried a distinct, pungent odor. The undead possessed only a paradoxical, scentless stench, a faint hint of decomposition, but no sweat, urine, or bacterial rot. This approaching figure reeked of unwashed clothes and human sweat. Unsure if the stranger was hostile, insane, or recently bitten, Tomonaga crouched silently in the darkness, preparing to strike if the figure passed directly beneath his limbs. Kondo never saw the attack coming. One moment he was walking, and the next, his prized sword went flying as his feet collapsed beneath him. A heavy weight slammed between his shoulder blades, knocking the wind from his malnourished frame and driving his face into the dirt. Before he could process the impact, the cold, unyielding blade of a shovel pressed tightly against the back of his neck. Tomonaga pinned the slight figure to the ground, his voice a low, lethal promise that any movement would result in immediate death. Beneath him, the stranger gasped and coughed, desperately trying to explain that he was friendly, completely unaware of the ambush, and only wished to pass through unharmed. Seryosha sat in his corner office on the 69th floor of the Malpica Savings and Loans building, watching the magic hour bathe the Cienfuegos harbor in a subtle magenta glow through the energy-efficient photovoltaic glass. He reflected on the breathtaking view with a quiet, unapologetic certainty Cuba had won the zombie war. He recognized how arrogant such a claim might sound given the global carnage, but the sheer contrast between the grinding deprivation of 2 decades prior and the thriving, secure metropolis below made the truth undeniable to him. He remembered the suffocating quasi-isolation of his youth, a period far bleaker than the Cold War era when Soviet economic welfare had at least provided a baseline of survival. After the communist bloc collapsed, existence devolved into a constant, exhausting scarcity of rationed food and fuel, mirroring the besieged endurance of Blitz-era Britain. Seryosha recalled how Fidel, with Machiavellian brilliance, had weaponized the American blockade. The leader had masterfully pinned every hardship, every endless queue, and every hushed conversation on the northern oppressor, convincing the populace that only his iron grip kept the Yankee invaders from storming the beaches. It was an inescapable psychological trap, and Seryosha had grown up believing this oppressive reality was the only one Cuba would ever know. Then the dead began to rise. The initial cases were small and swiftly contained, limited to a handful of Chinese refugees and European businessmen. Because travel from the United States remained largely prohibited, the island was spared the catastrophic first wave of mass migration that doomed other nations. The very repressive nature of their fortress society became their greatest asset. The government swiftly suspended all internal travel and mobilized both the regular army and territorial militias. Crucially, Cuba's high per capita ratio of medical professionals meant the leadership grasped the true, horrific nature of the infection weeks before the rest of the world even recognized the threat. By the time the Great Panic shattered global complacency, Cuba was already braced for total war. Geography offered a natural moat against the massive overland swarms that devoured continents. Cuba's invaders arrived by sea, riding a desperate armada of boat people. Seryosha knew how easily this could have ended in disaster, pointing to the tragic fate of Iceland. That once idyllic, demilitarized paradise had been utterly overwhelmed by a torrent of European and Russian refugees the moment American forces withdrew, transforming into a frozen, heavily infested white zone. Cuba avoided that same bloody cauldron only because of the heroic, sacrificial stand of their neighbors in the Lesser Antilles. From Anguilla to Trinidad, those islanders had first eradicated their own outbreaks, then immediately turned their small arms and machetes against an endless flood of both undead and human invaders. Their spilled blood bought Cuba the crucial time needed to fortify, sending a clear, brutal message to any would-be conquistador if civilians could defend their shores so tenaciously. A nation armed with main battle tanks and radar-guided anti-ship missiles would be an impenetrable fortress. Though the Caribbean heroes fought for their own survival, their resistance allowed Cuba to dictate the terms of sanctuary. Anyone seeking refuge would find themselves subject to a strict, uncompromising doctrine of absolute obedience. The arriving boats carried a diverse mix of souls from mainland Latin America, Africa, and Western Europe, including polite Spaniards and Canadians whom Seryosha remembered fondly from the Para-war years. They were a stark, welcome contrast to the cruel East German tourists of his childhood, who had once tossed candy to starving Cuban children like scraps for rats. However, the vast majority of the maritime arrivals hailed from the United States. Day after day, private craft, large ships, and even pathetic homemade rafts delivered a staggering 5 million refugees, a number equal to nearly half of Cuba's indigenous population. All arrivals were funneled into the government's quarantine resettlement program. Seryosha was careful to note that these centers were not true prison camps. Political dissidents, teachers, and persecuted minorities had endured far worse fates under the old regime. Yet, life in the camps was undeniably harsh, Regardless of their former status, the newcomers were forced into 12 to 14-hour shifts as field hands, cultivating vegetables in the repurposed rows of former state-run sugar plantations. The dropping temperatures and darkening skies offered some natural mercy, but the guards offered none, routinely meeting complaints with physical abuse and chilling threats of the dreaded zombie pits. The General Intelligence Directorate actively seeded the camps with informants who spread terrifying, fabricated tales of troublemakers being lowered headfirst into boiling lakes of the undead. It was a psychological leash, designed to keep millions of desperate people in line. There was, however, one glaring exception to this policy of mere intimidation. Seriosha's expression hardened as he recalled the Miami whites, the affluent, pre-revolution elite who had fled the island, spent decades plotting its downfall, and now returned begging for salvation. While he offered no concrete proof, a cold, deeply satisfied vindictiveness colored his recollection, suggesting that these reactionary aristocrats may have very well been fed to the ghouls, a fate he felt they richly deserved. Yet, he was acutely aware that such physical extermination could not be applied to the broader American refugee population. Pushing 5 million Yankees too far risked an unthinkable open revolution. The camps already strained the military's capacity to maintain order, a fragile, boiling tension that would ultimately become the catalyst for the initial chaotic success of the American invasion of Cuba. Seriosha Garcia Alvarez stood in his corner office on the 69th floor of the Malpica Savings and Loans building, gazing out through the photovoltaic windows. The magic hour bathed the Cienfuegos harbor and the glittering metropolis below in a subtle magenta hue. He felt a profound sense of vindication looking at the view the island had emerged victorious from the global crisis, a stark contrast to the grinding deprivation of the past 2 decades. He remembered the suffocating isolation of his youth, a bleak era far worse than the Cold War days of Soviet subsidies. Following the collapse of the communist bloc, existence had devolved into a relentless scarcity of rationed food and fuel, mirroring the besieged endurance of Blitz-era Britain. Seriosha recalled how the national leader had masterfully weaponized the northern embargo. The commander had pinned every hardship, endless queue and hushed conversation on the foreign oppressor, convincing the populace that only his iron grip kept the invaders at bay. It was an inescapable psychological trap, and Seriosha had grown up believing this oppressive reality was the only one his island would ever know. Then the dead began to rise. The initial cases were small and swiftly contained, limited to a handful of foreign travelers. Because travel from the north remained largely prohibited, the island was spared the catastrophic first wave of mass migration. The very repressive nature of their fortress society became their greatest asset. The government swiftly suspended all internal travel and mobilized both the regular army and territorial militias. Crucially, the nation's high per capita ratio of medical professionals meant the leadership grasped the true horrific nature of the infection weeks before the rest of the world even recognized the threat. By the time the global panic shattered complacency, the island was already braced for total war. Geography offered a natural moat against the massive overland swarms. The island's adversaries arrived by sea, riding a desperate armada of maritime refugees. Seriosha knew how easily this could have ended in disaster, recalling the tragic fate of Iceland. That once idyllic, demilitarized paradise had been utterly overwhelmed by a torrent of refugees. The moment foreign forces withdrew, transforming into a frozen, heavily infested zone. The island avoided that same bloody cauldron only because of the heroic sacrificial stand of their neighbors in the Lesser Antilles. From Anguilla to Trinidad, those islanders had first eradicated their own outbreaks, then immediately turned their small arms and machetes against an endless flood of both undead and human invaders. Their spilled blood bought the island the crucial time needed to fortify, sending a clear, brutal message to any would-be conqueror. A nation armed with main battle tanks and radar-guided missiles would be an impenetrable fortress. Though the Caribbean heroes fought for their own survival, their resistance allowed the island to dictate the terms of sanctuary. Anyone seeking refuge would find themselves subject to a strict, uncompromising doctrine of absolute obedience. The arriving boats carried a diverse mix of souls from the mainland, Africa, and Western Europe, including polite travelers whom Seriosha remembered fondly, a stark contrast to the cruel tourists of his childhood, who had once tossed candy to starving children like scraps for rats. However, the vast majority of the maritime arrivals hailed from the north. Day after day, private craft and pathetic homemade rafts delivered a staggering 5 million refugees, a number equal to nearly half the indigenous population. All arrivals were funneled into the government's quarantine resettlement program. Seriosha was careful to note that these centers were not true prison camps. Political dissidents had endured far worse fates under the old regime. Yet, life in the settlements was undeniably austere. Regardless of their former status, the newcomers were forced into grueling shifts as field hands, cultivating vegetables in the repurposed rows of former state-run plantations. The dropping temperatures offered some natural mercy, but the guards offered none, routinely meeting complaints with firm physical correction and chilling warnings of severe, irreversible consequences for troublemakers. Intelligence officers actively seeded the camps with informants who spread terrifying, fabricated tales of rule breakers being subjected to the ultimate grim disposal methods involving the infected. It was a psychological leash, designed to keep millions of desperate people in line. There was, however, one glaring exception to this policy of mere intimidation. Seriosha's expression hardened as he recalled the affluent peer revolution elite who had fled the island, spent decades plotting its downfall, and now returned begging for salvation. While he offered no concrete proof, a cold, deeply satisfied vindictiveness colored his recollection, suggesting that these reactionary aristocrats may have very well been reassigned to the infected for permanent disposal, a final, silent resolution he felt they richly deserved, leaving them to answer to their former dictator in the hereafter. Yet, he was acutely aware that such permanent removal could not be applied to the broader northern refugee population. Pushing 5 million newcomers too far risked an unthinkable open revolution. The camps already strained the military's capacity to maintain order, a fragile, boiling tension that would ultimately become the catalyst for the initial chaotic success of the northern invasion. Locating loved ones proved a grueling, fragmented endeavor across a fractured nation. Yu and his shipmates strained every available channel, begging passing army units to carry desperate messages to Qingdao. The summons was always a fabricated urgency, a dying relative, a mandatory ceremony because physically retrieving them was an impossible risk. On a missile submarine, every single rating was irreplaceable at sea. Shu ached for his crewmates' agonizing vigil, yet counted himself profoundly fortunate. The restrictive one-child policy had been amended years prior, sparing him the grief of separation. His wife and twin daughters were already secured on the base when the collapse began. He noted the quiet, enduring tragedy of Captain Chen, a man who had somehow salvaged his career and raised a son alone after a devastating marital scandal in the early 80s, though Zhu carefully deflected any inquiries regarding the boy's current whereabouts. The true torment for the crew was the gnawing guilt of the waiting game. Families who risked their hidden sanctuaries to reach the docks faced the terrifying prospect of arriving just as the vessel slipped away. Yet, defying the odds, they came. Under the cloak of night, wives and children were smuggled aboard in borrowed uniforms, the youngest and most frail concealed within hollowed-out supply crates. None of the civilians grasped the true nature of this voyage. Strict, absolute silence was enforced. A single whisper to the Ministry of State Security would have invited a fate far worse than the undead. This secrecy dictated their departure. Captain Chen agonizingly delayed the cast-off, hoping to catch stragglers who might be mere hours away, but the tactical necessity of maintaining a routine patrol schedule finally forced his hand. Zhu watched the captain's stoic facade, but the reflection of Qingdao's receding, burning skyline in Chen's eyes betrayed a profound, silent grief. Their initial heading led to a standard patrol sector to preserve the illusion of normalcy, but beyond that, the submarine had no true destination. The world was thoroughly infected. No remote neutral haven could guarantee survival. When the unspoken question of defecting to the West arose, Zhu's internal resolve hardened into cold defensive pride. The Admiral Zheng Hehao's 16 JL-2 ballistic missiles, 15 of which carried 4 multiple re-entry vehicles with a 90-kiloton yield. They possessed the apocalyptic leverage of a major global power. Surrendering that deterrent to a nation that had previously deployed nuclear weapons in anger was unthinkable. They were not traitors. Despite the catastrophic failures of their leadership, they remained Chinese sailors. The submarine became their entire universe: heaven, earth, sun, and moon. The opening months mimicked a standard deployment. The vessel plunged deep, relying on its inherent stealth. They operated under the constant paranoid assumption that their own government's attack submarines might be hunting them, though the regime likely had far more pressing concerns. Routine battle drills continued, and the civilian passengers were rigorously drilled in noise discipline. The chief of the boat ingeniously soundproofed the mess hall, transforming it into a makeshift school and playroom. For the younger children, the horrors of their cross-country escapes had already faded into abstract nightmares. Within the steel hull, they felt secure, and for a time, the crew shared that fragile illusion. They were alive, united, and hidden from the collapsing world above. Active monitoring was impossible. Their survival depended on avoiding all commercial and military sonar grids. Instead, the wardroom became a theater of quiet, anxious speculation over off-duty tea. They debated the infection's velocity and the terrifying possibility of nuclear escalation. If the bombs fell, would radiation mutate the undead? The crew's dark imaginations conjured nightmarish visions of hyper-agile, cheetah-fast ghouls with brains swelling and bursting from their skulls. This collective anxiety manifested physically when Lieutenant Commander Song, the reactor officer, secretly unveiled a watercolor painting after their 3rd month at sea. The artwork depicted a ruined Pudong skyline bathed in the magenta glow of a nuclear winter. Ash rained upon lakes of melted glass, while a greenish-brown river of interconnected rotting bodies with glowing red eyes slithered through the devastation. Song claimed it was a generic city, but the crew recognized his Shanghai homeland instantly. He had never intended for Captain Chen to see it, but the breach of secrecy was inevitable. The captain swiftly ordered the apocalyptic vision painted over with a cheerful summer sunset over Lake Dian, followed by a mandate for more uplifting murals across the exposed bulkheads. All off-duty speculation was immediately banned as detrimental to morale. Yet, Su suspected the disturbing artwork had pushed Chen to his limit. The captain recognized that prolonged isolation bred dangerous, corrosive thoughts. The only antidote to speculation was hard, undeniable fact. After nearly 100 days of total radio and sensor blackout, the need to know the truth outweighed the risk of detection. Until then, only Sonar Officer Liu and his team possessed any window to the outside world, listening to the ocean's currents, marine life, and the distant chaotic thrashing of surface propellers. They had deliberately navigated to the most desolate, uncharted recesses of the global oceans. Recently, however, Liu's team had begun logging an alarming surge of random contacts. Thousands of unidentified vessels were crowding the surface, their acoustic signatures entirely absent from the submarine's archives. Captain Chen ordered the vessel to periscope depth. As the electronic support measures mass breached the surface, it was instantly overwhelmed by a deluge of radar signatures, followed immediately by a chaotic flood of radio traffic. Finally, the search and attack periscopes broke the waves. Zhu watched the monitors, remembering that modern scopes relayed video feeds rather than offering a direct optical view through the inner hull. The images that flickered across the screens defied all comprehension. It appeared as though a desperate humanity was casting every floating object into the sea. Within a single hour, the screens populated with tankers, massive freighters, and cruise ships. Tugboats strained against overloaded barges, hydrofoils darted through the waves, and even garbage scows and bottom dredgers joined the chaotic, aimless armada. Over the ensuing weeks, the submarine's periscope revealed a ghostly armada of military vessels, any of which possessed the capability to detect their submerged presence, yet none showed the slightest interest. Through the lens, he watched the USS Saratoga being dragged across the South Atlantic, its flight deck transformed into a sprawling canvas tent city. He spotted what could only be the HMS Victory, cutting through the swells beneath a chaotic canopy of improvised sails. Even the Aurora, the legendary World War I cruiser whose mutiny had ignited the Bolshevik Revolution, appeared on the horizon, leaving him to wonder how it had possibly escaped St. Petersburg or secured the coal to keep its ancient boilers burning. The ocean was choked with decrepit hulks that belonged in scrapyards, skiffs, ferries, and inland lighters entirely unsuited for the open sea. He observed a colossal floating dry dock, the size of a toppled skyscraper, its deck crammed with scaffolding that functioned as makeshift apartments, drifting aimlessly without a tugboat in sight, leaving him to question if the souls aboard were even still alive. Countless adrift ships sat dead in the water, their fuel bunkers bone dry and their power completely extinguished. Private yachts and cabin cruisers were lashed together into massive directionless rafts, alongside crude platforms built from logs and tires. He even stared in disbelief at a nautical shantytown buoyed by hundreds of garbage bags stuffed with styrofoam packing peanuts, a desperate flotilla that vividly recalled the historical ping-pong navy of refugees who had once tried to float to Hong Kong on sacks of ping-pong balls. Pity washed over him for these doomed souls whose only future was a hopeless battle against hunger, thirst, sunstroke, and the unforgiving ocean. Commander Song grimly characterized the Exodus as humanity's great regression, noting that they had crawled from the sea only to panic and run right back to it. The observation stung with truth. These refugees had fled the slaughter on land without a single thought for survival on the water, merely prolonging their inevitable demise. When the question of offering aid arose, the harsh reality of their own precarious situation silenced any heroic impulses. The captain refused to risk detection, terrified of unknown radio listeners and unsure if their own submarine was actively being hunted. Beyond the threat of discovery, the immediate peril of the undead loomed large. He frequently spotted infested vessels, some echoing with the sounds of desperate crews fighting for their lives, others completely overrun. Off the coast of Dakar, Senegal, the optics of their search scope zoomed in on the Nordic Empress, a 45,000-ton luxury liner. The high-resolution lenses captured every gruesome bloody handprint smeared across the ballroom windows and the thick swarm of flies feasting on the scattered bones and rotting flesh on deck. You watched zombies plummet into the ocean every few minutes, blindly reaching out toward low-flying aircraft or the very feather of their periscope. The sight sparked a tactical idea in his mind. If they surfaced a few hundred meters away and lured the infected over the rails, they could potentially clear the ship without firing a single shot, perhaps turning the liner into a floating supply depot. He pitched the plan to the master-at-arms, and together they brought the proposal to the captain. The captain shut down the idea immediately, citing the impossibility of knowing the exact number of infected roaming the dead liner. Directing their attention to the video feed, the captain pointed out a chilling detail: not all the falling zombies were sinking. He watched in dawning horror as some reanimated corpses, buoyed by life jackets or bloated with decomposition gases, bobbed on the surface. It was his first encounter with a floating ghoul, a terrifying realization that would soon become a routine hazard. He calculated the grim mathematics. Even if only 10% of the hundreds of thousands of refugee ships were infested, millions of zombies were randomly dropping into the sea or pouring out in droves when ancient hulls capsized in rough weather. After storms, the ocean's surface would be blanketed to the horizon with a churning mass of bobbing heads and flailing arms. On one occasion, raising the search scope revealed a distorted greenish-gray haze that he initially mistook for an optical glitch or floating debris, until the attack scope confirmed they had impaled one of the creatures right beneath the rib cage, its body still thrashing against the metal. The threat became violently personal the first time he cracked the surface hatch. A fetid, waterlogged claw darted through the opening and clamped onto his sleeve. He lost his footing, tumbling backward onto the lookout and crashing onto the deck with the severed, rotting arm still locked onto his uniform. Looking up through the bright circle of the open hatch, he saw the silhouette of the arm's owner. Acting on pure instinct, he drew his sidearm and fired blindly upward, showering the compartment in fragments of bone and brain matter. They were incredibly fortunate that no one suffered an open wound from the gruesome rain. He accepted the severe reprimand he received, knowing he deserved far worse, and from that day forward, A meticulous scope sweep became mandatory after every surfacing, revealing crawling corpses on the hull at least 1 out of every 3 times. Those long observation days were spent silently monitoring the collapse of the world through scopes, civilian radio traffic, and fragmented satellite television broadcasts. The picture was bleak. Entire cities and countries were dying. He listened to the final desperate reports from Buenos Aires and the massive evacuation of the Japanese home islands, while absorbing sketchy intelligence regarding mutinies within the Russian military. A morbid fascination took hold as they received confirmation of a limited nuclear exchange between Iran and Pakistan, marveling at how certain everyone had been that the United States or Russia would be the ones to launch the missiles. Eerily, there was absolute silence from China, no official or illegal broadcasts whatsoever. They continued to detect naval transmissions, though all encryption codes had been altered since their departure, while this posed a personal threat that their own fleet might be ordered to sink them. It at least proved their nation had not been entirely consumed by the undead, making any scrap of news a welcome comfort. Beneath the surface, survival logistics were tightening. Food shortages were looming, but medicine was the more critical crisis, with both Western pharmaceuticals and traditional herbal remedies rapidly depleting due to the civilian passengers. Mrs. Pei, the mother of one of the torpedo men, was battling chronic bronchial issues triggered by an allergic reaction to the submarine's paint or machine oil, burning through their decongestants at an alarming pace. When Lieutenant Chin, the weapons officer, coldly suggested euthanizing the old woman to conserve resources, the captain swiftly confined him to his quarters for a week on half rations, decreeing that only life-threatening illnesses would receive medical attention. Though Chin was ruthless, his brutal pragmatism forced them to confront their dire options. They had to drastically extend their consumable supplies or find a way to recycle them. Raiding derelict ships remained strictly forbidden, as even seemingly abandoned vessels echoed with the banging of trapped zombies below decks, and fishing was entirely impractical without netting materials and with no willingness to spend vulnerable hours on the surface dropping lines. The solution emerged not from the crew, but from the civilian passengers. Former farmers and herbalists revealed small hoarded pouches of seeds, proposing an audacious yet logical plan. If equipped, they could cultivate enough food to stretch the submarine's provisions for years. The cavernous missile room offered ample space. Pots and troughs could be hammered from scrap, and the ultraviolet lamps used for the crew's vitamin D treatments would serve as artificial suns. The sole critical obstacle was soil. With no knowledge of hydroponics or aeroponics, they needed actual earth, which meant deploying a shore party. The captain weighed the peril. Carefully landing on a coast was as dangerous, if not more so, than boarding an infested vessel, given that the majority of humanity, and consequently, the infected, had clustered along the world's shorelines. Their search began off the mid-Atlantic coast of South America, sweeping past Georgetown, Guyana, down through Suriname and French Guiana. Through the periscope, stretches of uninhabited jungle appeared deceptively clear. After surfacing for a secondary visual sweep from the bridge that revealed nothing, the officer requested permission to lead a landing party ashore. The captain remained unconvinced. Instead, he ordered the foghorn to sound loud and long. The response was immediate. At first, only a few tattered, wide-eyed figures stumbled from the tree line, oblivious to the shoreline as the surf knocked them down, dragging them back onto the sand or pulling them out to sea. One creature was dashed against a rock, its chest crushed, broken ribs piercing the flesh as black foam erupted from its mouth. It howled, relentlessly crawling toward the water. Within minutes, the trickle became a flood. Over 100 infected plunged into the surf. This grim tableau repeated at every coastline they visited. The unlucky refugees who had failed to reach the open ocean now formed a lethal, rotting barrier along the shore. A shore party was deemed impossibly dangerous, forcing a new directive: they would have to find soil on an offshore island. He was acutely aware of the grim fate of the world's islands. After abandoning their Pacific patrol station, the submarine had restricted its movements to the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, gathering fragmented transmissions and visual confirmations of those isolated specks of land. They had witnessed the overcrowding and the violence, watching gun flashes illuminate the windward islands and smelling the acrid smoke drifting eastward from the Caribbean on the night breeze. They had heard the Cape Verdes off the coast of Senegal before they ever saw them, the air carrying the wails of a society collapsed by too many refugees and too little discipline, undone by a single infected soul. He wondered how many islands remained successfully quarantined, or how many frozen northern rocks were still locked in the white. Returning to the Pacific was the most logical choice, yet it meant steering directly back toward their homeland's front door. They still did not know if the Chinese Navy existed, let alone if it was actively hunting them. All they knew was their desperate need for supplies and a profound, aching craving for direct human contact. Persuading the captain took time. He remained fiercely loyal to the government, and beyond that, there was a deeply personal matter he deftly skirted whenever questioned. The officer's mind settled on Manihee. Before the war, it had been the very image of a tropical paradise flat, palm-covered motus encircling a shallow, crystal-clear lagoon, renowned as one of the few places on Earth that cultured authentic black pearls. Having purchased a pair for his wife during their honeymoon in the Tuamotus, his first-hand memory made the atoll the most viable destination. The Manihee he encountered was utterly transformed. The pearls were gone, the oysters consumed, and the lagoon choked with hundreds of small private vessels. The motus were paved over with tents and ramshackle huts, while dozens of improvised canoes shuttled between the outer reef and a dozen large ships anchored in deeper water. It was a microcosm of what post-war historians would later term the Pacific continent, a sprawling refugee island culture stretching from Palau to French Polynesia. It was a new society, a new nation, forged under the singular desperate flag of survival. Integration was achieved through trade, the central pillar of this floating society. A boat with a large distillery sold fresh water, one with a machine shop became a mechanic. The Madrid Spirit, a liquefied natural gas carrier, bartered its cargo for cooking fuel. This ecosystem sparked an idea from Mr. Song, Commander Song's father, and a former hedge fund broker from Shenzhen. He proposed running floating power lines into the lagoon, leasing electricity directly from the submarine's reactor. The strategy transformed them into barter millionaires. They acquired food, medicine, spare parts, and raw materials. They secured a greenhouse and a miniature waste recovery plant to convert their own night soil into valuable fertilizer. They purchased gymnasium equipment, a full wet bar, and home entertainment systems for both the enlisted mess and the wardroom. Children were lavished with leftover toys and candy, and most crucially, gained access to continuing education aboard barges converted into international schools. The crew was welcomed into any home or boat. Enlisted men, and even some officers, were granted free credit on any of the 5 comfort boats anchored in the lagoon. In return, they illuminated the nights, powered machinery, and resurrected long-forgotten luxuries like air conditioning, refrigeration, working computers, and the first hot showers many had experienced in months. Their contribution was so vital that the Island Council politely offered them a reprieve from perimeter security duties, though they declined. Seaborne zombies remained a constant, creeping danger. Every night, they would wander onto the motus, or attempt to drag themselves up the anchor lines of low-lying boats. Paying citizenship dues meant helping patrol the beaches and vessels. While zombies were poor climbers on land, the water counteracted gravity, allowing them to simply follow an anchor chain to the surface. If that chain led to a deck sitting mere centimeters above the waterline, lagoon attacks became just as frequent as beach assaults. Nights were always worse, which made the submarine's presence even more cherished. They could take back the darkness, both above and below the surface. It was a chilling sight to sweep a flashlight across the black water and catch the bluish-green bloated outline of a ghoul crawling up a chain. The illumination undeniably attracted more of them. Night attacks nearly doubled once mariners began leaving their lights on. Yet neither the civilians nor the Island Council complained. Most people, he realized, would rather face the illuminated reality of a tangible enemy than suffocate in the darkness of their imagined fears. They remained at Manihee for several months. He did not know if they were truly the best months of their lives, but in the moment, the illusion was absolute. They began to let their guard down, shedding the mindset of fugitives. They even encountered genuine citizens of the People's Republic, not diaspora or Taiwanese, who reported that the situation back home had deteriorated so severely that the government was barely holding the country together. With over half the population infected and military reserves evaporating, the state simply lacked the time or assets to hunt down a single lost submarine. For a fleeting beautiful while, it seemed entirely possible to make this small island community their permanent home, to reside there until the crisis passed, or perhaps until the end of the world. Above them now he looked up at the monument built on the very spot where, supposedly, the last zombie in Beijing had been destroyed. The illusion of safety shattered during a night shore patrol alongside Commander Song. They had paused near a beach fire to monitor local radio chatter, catching fragmented rumor-fueled reports of a catastrophic event unfolding in China. The officer was studying the receiver, his back turned to the lagoon, when the dark water suddenly began to luminesce. He spun around just in time to witness the Madrid spirit erupt in a cataclysmic fireball. He could only guess how much residual natural gas the carrier held, but the explosion rocketed into the night sky, consuming the immediate area of the two nearest motus in a sudden, overwhelming flash. His mind desperately grasped for a mundane explanation, a faulty valve, human error. Commander Song, however, had been staring at the horizon and had clearly tracked the incoming missile's contrail. A half-second later, the Admiral Zheng's foghorn blared a frantic warning. Sprinting back to the submarine, the officer felt his fragile sense of security collapse. He knew with chilling certainty that the ordnance had come from one of their own nation's vessels. The Madrid had only been targeted because its high profile presented a larger radar signature. As the staggering loss of civilian life registered in his mind, he realized that lingering in the lagoon would only invite a second strike. Captain Chen evidently reached the same conclusion. By the time they scrambled onto the deck, evacuation orders were already echoing from the bridge. Floating power cables were severed, personnel were accounted for, and hatches were sealed. They plotted a course for the open ocean and dove at battle stations. At 90 meters, the crew deployed the towed array sonar and immediately detected the distinct, sharp popping of a titanium hull adjusting its depth. Only two nations built attack submarines with brittle titanium hulls, Russia and China. The propeller blade count confirmed their worst fear. It was a domestic Type 95 hunter killer. With only two such vessels in existence when they departed, they could not identify which one was hunting them. Initially, Captain Chen refused to engage. He ordered the submarine to settle onto a sandy plateau at the absolute limit of their crush depth. The Type 95 began hammering the water with active sonar pings, but the ocean floor masked their acoustic signature. The hunter then switched to passive listening. In response, the Zheng's crew reduced the reactor to a bare minimum, powered down all non-essential systems, and froze in place. For half an hour, they waited in suffocating silence, straining to hear the enemy's propeller, but the hunter had matched their stealth. Standing near the sonar shack, the officer felt a tap on his shoulder. Lieutenant Liu had detected an anomaly on the hull-mounted array. It was not the other submarine, but something much closer, encircling them entirely. The officer slipped on a headset and heard a dense, rhythmic scraping against the metal, like countless hands clawing at the hull. He silently gestured for the captain to listen. It was too rhythmic for ocean currents, and too massive for ordinary marine life. A dark suspicion took hold. Requesting a periscope observation, knowing the mechanical movement might give away their position, the officer watched the tube ascend. The lens revealed a grim reality. Hundreds of the infected were swarming the hull, stumbling across the seabed, and piling over one another in a desperate, meaningless assault against the steel. While the officer knew the figures could not breach the sealed hatches or protected torpedo tubes, a critical vulnerability remained. The reactor relied on circulating seawater for cooling, and the intake grates, though too small for a person to enter, were easily obstructed by a single body. A warning light silently flashed above the number 4 intake. One of the figures had torn away the protective grate and become fatally lodged within the conduit. As the reactor's core temperature began to climb, shutting it down was not an option. It would leave them dead in the water. Captain Chen gave the order to move. They attempted to lift off the seabed with agonizing slowness, but the effort was futile. The hunter's propeller noise grew louder, closing in for the kill. They heard the distinct hydraulic flood of the enemy's torpedo tubes, followed by the mechanical click of the outer doors opening. In a desperate gamble, Captain Chen ordered their own sonar to go active. The ping broadcast their exact location, but it also provided a perfect firing solution on the Type 95. Both vessels launched simultaneously. The torpedoes crossed paths in the dark water as both crews executed evasive maneuvers. The Hunter possessed a slight speed and agility advantage, but it lacked Captain Chen's intimate knowledge of evasion tactics. The Zheng slipped past the incoming ordnance with practiced precision, just as their own warhead found its mark. Through the hull, the officer heard the Type 95's titanium frame groan under catastrophic pressure. Bulkheads failed, and compartments collapsed inward in a rapid, devastating chain reaction. He knew the physics of such a collapse. The crew would be overcome instantly by the sudden pressure shift or the explosive displacement of air. It was understood to be a swift end. Yet, watching the profound grief settle over Captain Chen's features as the sounds of the doomed vessel echoed through the water was an agony entirely its own. Bracing for the inevitable question, the officer clenched his fist and exhaled sharply. Captain Chen had raised his son alone, molding him into a flawless officer who loved the state and never questioned an order. The proudest moment of the captain's life had been watching his son receive command of a brand-new Type 95 hunter killer. When later asked if that was the very class of submarine they had just destroyed, the captain offered only a grim, silent nod. The weight of that unspoken truth was devastating. His betrayal of the fleet may have forced him to end the life of his own child. The following morning, when the captain failed to appear for watch, the officer went to his quarters. The cabin was dim. When the man finally stepped into the light, he was unrecognizable. His hair had turned stark white, his skin was sallow, and his eyes were deeply sunken. The officer realized then that the reanimated threats outside were nothing compared to the unbearable guilt festering within the living. From that day forward, all external contact was severed. They fled to the Arctic ice, seeking the most desolate void on the planet. They attempted to maintain a routine tending the reactor, harvesting the greenhouse, and educating the children. But the captain's broken spirit infected the entire crew. The officer became the sole liaison to the captain's cabin, delivering meals, collecting laundry, and relaying sparse mechanical orders to the crew in an endless, monotonous cycle. That fragile isolation was shattered when sonar detected the acoustic signature of another Type 95 approaching. Battle stations were called. For the first time in months, Captain Chen emerged from his quarters. He took his position in the attack center, coldly ordering a firing solution and the loading of tubes 1 and 2. Sonar indicated the enemy vessel was not arming its weapons. Captain Chen viewed this hesitation as a tactical opening. He was determined to neutralize this threat before it could act. Just before the execution order could be given, a transmission crackled over the Gertrude underwater telephone. It was Commander Chen. The captain's son was alive, broadcasting peaceful intentions and requesting they stand down. He explained that the mysterious catastrophe rumored in Manahi was the deliberate destruction of the Three Gorges Dam, an event that had ignited a brutal civil war. The submarine that had previously hunted them belonged to the Loyalist faction. Commander Chen had defected to the rebels, and his mission was to escort the Zheng home. A wave of euphoric relief swept through the vessel. As they broke through the ice and the two crews embraced under the pale Arctic twilight, the officer believed the nightmare was finally over. They could reclaim their homeland and eradicate the infected. But the conflict was not yet resolved. A final grim duty remained. The Politburo remained entrenched in a hardened leadership bunker in XIII, hoarding the nation's dwindling military resources. They would never surrender, and their continued grip on power would only prolong the slaughter, ensuring the infected would inherit the country. The Zheng was the only force capable of ending the stalemate. Land-based silos had fallen, the Air Force was grounded, and the remaining missile boats had been overrun at their docks. Commander Chen confirmed that their submarine was the rebellion's sole remaining nuclear asset. Every second of hesitation cost hundreds of lives. When asked if they had truly fired upon their own homeland to save it, the officer framed it as a final crushing weight to bear. Sensing the officer's trembling hands moments before the launch, Captain Chen firmly claimed the order and its absolute responsibility as his own. The missile carried a single massive multi-megaton prototype warhead, originally engineered to penetrate the hardened rock of the NORAD facility in Cheyenne Mountain. Ironically, the Politburo's bunker had been constructed to emulate that exact fortress. As they prepared to submerge, Commander Chen confirmed that XIII had taken a direct hit. Sliding back beneath the frozen surface, the crew listened to the final transmission. The Loyalist forces had surrendered, reunifying with the rebels to finally face the true enemy. The officer came on watch the morning the submarine finally emerged from beneath the ice pack, finding Captain Chen already seated in the attack center. The captain rested in his command chair beside a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. He appeared profoundly exhausted, yet he watched the bustling crew with the quiet, proud smile of a father observing his children's happiness. Noticing the chilled beverage, the officer gently asked if he might fetch a fresh cup. Captain Chen looked up, maintaining that gentle smile, and slowly shook his head, acknowledging the silent refusal. The officer offered a respectful affirmation and turned to resume his duties. Suddenly, the captain reached out, grasping the officer's hand. He gazed upward, but his eyes held no recognition of the face before him. In a whisper so faint, it barely carried through the hum of the ship, the old man murmured an affectionate tribute to his son, praising the boy's inherent goodness. He held on to the officer's hand as his eyes closed for the final time. In the 17th floor presidential suite of Sydney's Clearwater Memorial, the largest hospital constructed in Australia since the war's end, Terry Knox reflected on his circumstances. Surrounded by luxurious amenities and sustained by expensive, nearly unobtainable medications, the former International Space Station commander acknowledged that this was the least his government could provide for the first and only Australian to hold that role. As he spoke, a vitality returned to his withered frame, color briefly flushing back into his cheeks. He mused that the heroic myths surrounding their ordeal were preferable to the mundane reality. They had never been unexpectedly stranded, possessing the ultimate vantage point. No one aboard was surprised when the replacement crew from Baikonur failed to launch, or when Houston instructed them to prepare the X-38 re-entry vehicle for evacuation. He wished he could claim they had defied orders or fought over who remained, but the truth was far more pragmatic. He had ordered the scientific team and non-essential personnel back to Earth, then offered the remaining crew the choice to stay. Without the re-entry lifeboat, they were technically marooned, yet given the stakes below, abandoning their post was unthinkable. The station itself stood as a monumental triumph of human engineering, an orbital platform so vast it remained visible to the naked eye from the surface. It had required the collaboration of 16 nations over a decade, hundreds of extravehicular excursions, and unfathomable wealth to complete. Yet, even more critical than the structure was the irreplaceable network of over 3,000 satellites orbiting above. Humanity relied entirely on this web for communication, navigation, surveillance, and vital weather prediction, a modern infrastructure as crucial as ancient roadways or industrial rail lines. Their objective was never to preserve the entire network, an impossible task, but to concentrate solely on the few dozen satellites most essential to the global war effort. That singular purpose justified the immense risk of remaining aloft. When questioned about rescue, Knox admitted they had neither been promised one nor expected it. The true challenge was not descent, but survival in the void. Even with tanked oxygen, emergency chemical oxygen generators, and the water reclamation system operating at maximum capacity, their food stores were calculated to last roughly 27 months. This grim arithmetic included the test animals housed in the laboratory modules. Since the creatures were not being utilized for vaccine trials, their remains became a necessary, albeit harrowing, source of sustenance. The memory of their faint distress calls and the unsettling sight of crimson droplets suspended in microgravity remained vivid. There was no escaping the visceral reality of their situation. He had attempted to rationalize the act scientifically, meticulously calculating the nutritional yield of every extracted droplet, fiercely convincing himself that the grim task served the mission's survival rather than his own gnawing starvation. To maintain the orbital network, the crew repurposed the Jules Verne 3 automated transfer vehicle. The final supply pod launched before French Guiana fell. Originally designed as a disposable cargo hauler destined for atmospheric incineration, the vessel was retrofitted with manual flight controls and a pilot's couch. Knox lamented the lack of a proper viewport, forcing him to navigate entirely through video feeds and to conduct his extravehicular activities in a bulky re-entry suit, as the station lacked the space to store a dedicated spacewalking kit. Most of his excursions targeted Astro, an orbital refueling depot. Military and surveillance satellites frequently required orbital adjustments to acquire new targets, depleting their limited hydrazine reserves. Recognizing the cost efficiency of an in-orbit refueling hub, the Americans had established Astro, which Knox's team modified to service both military assets and decaying civilian satellites. It was a brilliantly efficient machine, part of a suite of wondrous technology designed to ease their burden. This included the Canadarm, a 50-foot robotic appendage that performed external maintenance. Boba, a virtual reality-operated android equipped with a thruster pack for independent maneuvering and a squadron of free-floating grapefruit-sized robotic assistants. He often reflected with dark irony that he wished this miraculous technology had not functioned quite so flawlessly. Despite the advanced automation, the crew was left with perhaps an hour or two of idle time each day. They slept, exercised, reread the same worn books, and looped the same music or Radio-Free Earth broadcasts endlessly. Knox found himself repeatedly playing a specific Red Gum track, a song about being 19 that had been his father's favorite, evoking memories of Vietnam. He prayed fervently that his parents' military training was keeping them safe, though he had received no word from them or anyone else in Australia since the government's retreat to Tasmania. He desperately wanted to believe his family was safe, but the view from the observation windows during their off-duty hours made sustaining that hope nearly impossible. During those quiet hours, they pirated signals from military relay satellites, granting them a horrifyingly intimate view of the surface. While Cold War-era spy satellites might have only read newspaper headlines, these modern instruments captured the grim, visceral reality of the collapse. The high-resolution feeds displayed the brutal physical toll of the conflict, the desperate expressions of those pleading for help, and the stark contrast of blood staining the grey concrete of London or the white sands of Cape Cod. The crew had no control over the cameras. The United States military dictated the targets. They witnessed major engagements in Chongqing and Yonkers, and watched a company of Indian troops attempt a civilian rescue at Delhi's Ambedkar Stadium, only to become trapped and forced into a retreat toward Gandhi Park. Knox observed their commander form a defensive square, a colonial-era tactic that held the line temporarily. The profound frustration of their vantage point was the total absence of audio. They could not hear the defenders' dwindling ammunition, only see the infected masses closing in. They watched a helicopter hover as the commander argued with his subordinates. Unaware of the man's identity as General Raj Singh, Knox nonetheless saw the truth, contradicting later critics who claimed the general had fled. The footage showed him attempting to rally his men before being struck down by a rifle butt, unconscious as he was dragged into the waiting aircraft. Witnessing such intimate tragedy from orbit, utterly powerless to intervene, was a uniquely agonizing torment. The station's own civilian research equipment provided a slightly less potent, yet still terrifyingly clear, perspective. Through these lenses, the crew received their first visual confirmation of the colossal infected swarms sweeping across Central Asia and the American Great Plains. The formation stretched for miles, reminiscent of the historic bison herds of North America. They also bore witness to the monumental evacuation of Japan, marveling at the sheer scale of the exodus. Hundreds of ships and thousands of small boats crowded the waters, while an uncountable number of helicopters ferried survivors from rooftops to the offshore Armada, and commercial jetliners made their desperate final flights northward toward Kamchatka. From their unique vantage point, Knox and his crew became the first to identify the strange excavated pits left by the infected as they pursued burrowing animals. Initially dismissed as isolated anomalies, these disturbances soon appeared globally, sometimes clustered in unsettling proximity. Over a field in southern England, likely dense with rabbits, the surface was riddled with craters of varying depths, each ringed by dark, ominous stains that the station's optics strongly suggested were blood. To Knox, this represented the most terrifying aspect of their adversary, a complete absence of conscious thought, replaced entirely by relentless biological instinct. He once fixated on a fuzzy high-altitude image of a creature in the Namib Desert, relentlessly digging into a dune slope after a golden mole. As the sand continuously collapsed and filled the excavation, the figure did not pause or react, it simply continued its futile labor. Knox watched the silent, grainy vigil for 5 days until, one morning, the creature abruptly ceased its efforts, rose, and shuffled away, presumably having lost the scent. Knox felt a quiet, profound relief for the mole's survival. Despite the station's enhanced optical arrays, nothing carried the visceral weight of looking through the viewport with the naked eye, gazing down upon the fragile biosphere. The sheer scale of the ecological devastation clarified why the modern environmental movement had been born from the early American space program. The planet was ablaze. Beyond the conflagrations consuming cities, forests, and deliberately sabotaged oil rigs, there were the campfires. Billions of tiny, flickering orange specks now blanketed the globe, replacing the vast grids of electric light. Day and night, the world appeared to be burning. While an exact ash count was impossible, Knox estimated the atmospheric particulate matched that of a low-grade nuclear exchange between the United States and the former Soviet Union, and that was before factoring in the actual nuclear detonations between Iran and Pakistan. Knox had watched and recorded those blinding flashes, the after-images lingering as painful spots in his vision for days. A nuclear autumn was already descending, the gray-brown shroud thickening with each passing orbit. Eventually, the dense atmospheric haze rendered conventional optics useless, forcing the crew to rely entirely on thermal and radar sensors. Earth's natural visage vanished, replaced by a distorted caricature of primary colors. It was through the Aster sensor aboard the Terra satellite that Knox witnessed the catastrophic failure of the Three Gorges Dam. Roughly 10 trillion gallons of water unleashed a churning brown and white dragon of debris, silt, boulders, vehicles, and massive chunks of concrete racing toward the East China Sea. The grim reality of the human toll haunted him. Countless individuals trapped behind barricaded doors, unable to flee the tidal wave, with the infected waiting just outside. The true death count remained unknown, with remains still being discovered to this day. Recalling the aftermath, Knox's skeletal hand would instinctively curl into a tight fist before pressing the self-medication button on his chair. The Chinese leadership's attempt to sanitize the disaster ignited a deep, lingering fury within him. Having intercepted a pirated broadcast from their Sino-Sat-2, Knox heard the president dismiss the collapse as an unforeseen tragedy and an unavoidable accident. The sheer audacity of the claim was staggering. The dam had been constructed atop an active fault line. The immense weight of the reservoir had historically induced seismic activity, and structural cracks had been documented months before completion. The government possessed enough military manpower to wage open warfare in every major city, yet could not spare personnel to monitor seismic warnings or manage emergency spillways. When the narrative abruptly shifted to claim that valiant troops had heroically died defending the structure, Knox knew it was a blatant fabrication. Having personally monitored the site for over a year, the only soldiers he had ever observed there had perished long before the collapse. He could not fathom how the leadership expected their own populace to accept such a transparent lie, nor could he imagine anything less than total rebellion as the inevitable consequence. 2 weeks into that revolution, the IS received its first and only transmission from the Chinese space station, the Yang-Li. It was the only other manned facility in orbit, though it paled in comparison to the ISS, resembling a hastily assembled, oversized version of the American Skylab, cobbled together from Shenzhou modules and Long March fuel tanks. Knox's crew had attempted to establish contact for months, unsure if anyone was even aboard. Their only prior response had been a chilling peer-recorded message in flawless Hong Kong English, warning them to maintain their distance or face deadly force. The wasted potential gnawed at Knox. They could have shared supplies and technical expertise, setting aside geopolitical posturing to simply survive as human beings. Convinced the station was entirely uninhabited, and the warning merely a bluff, the crew was stunned when a live, human voice suddenly crackled over their ham radio. The transmission was brief, exhausted, and terrified, cutting out after only a few seconds. It was all the confirmation Knox needed to board the Verne transfer vehicle and intercept the drifting station. As the Yang-Li crested the horizon, its radically shifted orbit was immediately apparent. Closing the distance, Knox discovered the cause: the escape pod's hatch had been violently blown while still docked to the primary airlock, depressurizing the entire station in seconds. As a standard precaution, he requested docking clearance. Silence was his only reply. Floating aboard, he noted a stark discrepancy. The station was sized for a crew of 7 or 8, yet contained only the bunks and personal kits for 2. It was densely packed with emergency provisions, enough food, water, and oxygen candles to sustain 2 people for 5 years. What baffled him was the complete absence of scientific instruments or intelligence-gathering equipment. The station seemed designed for no other purpose than mere existence. 15 minutes into his search, Knox discovered the first of several scuttling charges. The facility was, in truth, an orbital denial vehicle. Detonating those charges would scatter 400 metric tons of debris, capable of shredding any other orbiting platform and grounding all future space launches for years. It was a ruthless, scorched space doctrine. If they could not have it, no one could. Despite the lethal payload, all of the station's core systems remained fully operational. There was no fire, no structural compromise, and no logical explanation for the escape pod's catastrophic failure. Knox eventually located the body of a lone taikonaut, one hand still frozen in a desperate grip on the hatch release mechanism. The man was clad in a pressurized escape suit, but the faceplate had been violently shattered by a projectile. Knox deduced that the shooter had likely been ejected into the vacuum of space. He chose to believe that the revolution had reached the stars. The man who blew the hatch was the one who had desperately tried to signal the IS, while his partner remained loyal to the old guard, ordered to trigger the scuttling charges. The personal effects identified the fallen man as XIII. In Knox's mind, XIII had attempted to blast his mutinous partner into the void and had taken a fatal round in the process. It was a narrative of defiance that Knox resolved to hold on to. When later asked if this discovery had extended their endurance, Knox offered a silent affirmative gesture. They had cannibalized every available inch of the Yang-Li for spare parts and raw materials. Merging the 2 platforms had been considered, but they lacked the necessary tools and manpower. The intact escape pod, equipped with a heat shield and seating for 3, presented a deeply tempting opportunity to return to Earth. However, the station's orbit was decaying at an accelerated rate, forcing an immediate binary choice attempt: a desperate re-entry, or use the salvaged resources to resupply the ISS. Knox and his crew never hesitated in their decision. They chose to stay. Before abandoning the derelict station, the crew secured their fallen comrade XIII into his bunk. They retrieved his personal effects for the International Space Station and watched in solemn silence as the Yang-Li disintegrated into a fiery streak across the Earth's atmosphere. Whether he had been a loyalist or a rebel remained a mystery, but his final actions had undeniably purchased them 3 additional years of survival, sustained entirely by the scavenged Chinese consumables. Knox still marveled at the profound irony of their eventual rescue. Their replacement crew arrived not in a military vessel, but in Spacecraft 3, a privately owned civilian craft originally designed for pre-war orbital tourism. The pilot, sporting a cowboy hat and a brash, confident grin, had crackled over the comms with a joking inquiry about a delivery order. When later asked if he regretted the choice to remain in orbit, Knox reflected on his mates, who had both insisted on their deathbeds that they would make the same choice again. He shared their conviction. He harbored no bitterness toward the grueling physical therapy required to reacquaint himself with his own bones, nor did he resent the heavy cosmic radiation exposure, the unprotected spacewalks, or the inadequate shielding that had left his body withered and tethered to hospital machinery. They had made their choice, and he firmly believed they had altered the course of the war. Terry Knox passed away 3 days after this interview. In the coastal town of Ancud, on Chile's Isla Grande de Chile, Ernesto Olguin reflected on a very different kind of isolation. Though the official capital had returned to Santiago, this former refugee stronghold remained the nation's economic and cultural heart. Olguin, a merchant ship's master who spent most of his year at sea, called a beach house on the peninsula de Lacui his home. History would record the gathering as the Honolulu Conference, but Olguin knew it should have been named for the USS Saratoga. For 14 grueling days, delegates were confined to the carrier's cramped, dank and stifling passageways, a vessel that had devolved from a proud aircraft carrier to a decommissioned hulk, then an evacuee barge, and finally a floating United Nations headquarters. It was less a diplomatic conference and more a strategic ambush. The delegates had arrived expecting to exchange tactical innovations, such as the British methods for fortified motorways or live demonstrations of new weaponry, and to rebuild the shattered framework of international trade. Olguin's specific mandate was to integrate the remnants of the Chilean Navy into a newly proposed international convoy structure. No one was prepared for the reality that awaited them. On the first day, during the introductory assemblies, Olguin sat sweltering and exhausted, desperately wishing to bypass the tedious formalities. Then the American ambassador rose, and the trajectory of the war shifted irrevocably. The ambassador declared that the time for passive defense had ended. The Allied nations must launch a permanent, coordinated offensive to retake infested territory. This was not a proposal for minor tactical incursions to secure isolated islands or reopen canal zones. The United States intended to march forward relentlessly until every trace of the infection was purged from the Earth's surface. The attempt to echo historical wartime rhetoric fell entirely flat, instantly igniting the crowded compartment into a furious, spontaneous debate. One faction vehemently argued against risking further casualties. They insisted that time was their greatest ally, pointing out that the earliest infected were already showing advanced signs of decomposition. Why not let nature dismantle the enemy while humanity remains safely entrenched? The opposing side countered with grim pragmatism. Not all the infected were decaying. Later cases remained robust and highly mobile, posing the constant threat of reigniting the plague. Furthermore, they demanded to know how long the world should wait for the frozen snow-lined nations to clear. Decades? Centuries? Were the refugees of those regions simply to be exiled forever? The discourse rapidly deteriorated into venomous hostility. A delegate from a pre-war developing nation heatedly suggested that the plague was a form of cosmic retribution, punishing the so-called white hegemony for its historical exploitation of the global South. He posited that the undead invasion might ironically allow the rest of the world to develop free from imperialist intervention, framing the apocalypse as a twisted form of future justice. Olguin listened with a heavy sinking realization. His own people harbored deep-seated resentment toward northern powers, and his family had suffered profoundly under the Pinochet regime, making the animosity deeply personal. Yet, he recognized that private grievances could not override objective reality. The most dynamic pre-war economies had been China and India, and the largest wartime economy was unquestionably Cuba. The frozen north was not the sole domain of the privileged millions were barely surviving in the Himalayas and the Andes of his own Chile. The delegate was not advocating for future justice. He was merely demanding revenge for the past. Olguin felt a profound despair, realizing that despite the apocalypse, humanity remained hopelessly entangled in its own historical hatreds. As Olguin stood beside the Russian delegate, physically restraining her from vaulting over her seat in the escalating melee. A new voice cut through the chaos. It was the American president. He did not shout, nor did he attempt to forcefully command order. He spoke with a calm, unwavering firmness that Olgun felt no subsequent leader would ever replicate. The president acknowledged the delegates' valid concerns, conceding that from a strictly military standpoint, there was no logical reason to push their luck. The defensive strategies had achieved a stalemate, and future generations could eventually inhabit the planet with minimal physical danger. However, the president pivoted to a far more profound casualty: the human spirit. The infected had stolen more than territory and loved ones. They had shattered humanity's confidence as the planet's dominant species. The survivors were a broken, shaken people, driven to the brink of extinction and reduced to mere gratitude for a tomorrow with slightly less suffering. He challenged the assembly to consider the legacy they would leave. Would they bequeath to their children a paralyzing anxiety and self-doubt, reminiscent of simian ancestors cowering in the highest canopy? What kind of world could be rebuilt by a species that knew it had been powerless to reclaim its own future? And if the infected ever rose again, would those descendants rise to fight, or would they meekly surrender to an assumed inevitable extinction? For that reason alone, the president argued, they had to reclaim the planet. They had to prove to themselves that they possessed the will to do so, etching that proof as the war's greatest monument. The choice was stark: embark on the long, arduous road back to true humanity, or succumb to the regressive stagnation of Earth's once proud primates. The decision, he concluded, had to be made immediately. Olgun viewed the American president's grandstanding as a classic display of overreach, a nation reaching for the stars while its feet remained firmly mired in the mud. He half expected a cinematic, contrived display of slow clapping and tearful resolve to follow the speech. Instead, a heavy, absolute silence gripped the compartment. No one moved. The president simply announced an afternoon recess to consider the proposal, deferring the general vote until dusk. As a naval attaché, Olgun was barred from participating in that decisive ballot. While the ambassador determined the fate of Chile, Olgun sought refuge on the flight deck, wedged between the towering windmills and solar cells, watching the Pacific sunset with his French and South African counterparts. They deliberately avoided military strategy, desperately seeking common ground far removed from the conflict. Wine became their sanctuary. By sheer coincidence, each man shared a deep connection to a specific viticultural region: Aconcagua, Stellenbosch, and Bordeaux. Yet even this refuge inevitably circled back to the war. Aconcagua had been razed to the ground during Chile's disastrous, self-inflicted napalm experiments. Stellenbosch had been forced to abandon luxury viticulture for subsistence crops to stave off mass starvation. Bordeaux lay entirely overrun, its sacred soil trampled by the dead alongside the rest of continental France. Commander Émile Renard offered a morbidly optimistic observation, suggesting that the decomposing nutrients of the infected might eventually enrich the soil, perhaps even improving the vintage if the region were ever reclaimed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Renard retrieved a bottle from his kit bag, a Eau Chateau Latour. It was an extraordinarily rare pre-war vintage, elevated to legendary status because a bumper crop had been harvested in late August, narrowly escaping the devastating early September rains that ruined neighboring vineyards. This bottle was the sole personal artifact Renard had salvaged during the evacuation, a relic he had intended to preserve indefinitely, assuming no new vintages would ever be produced. The president's speech, however, had shifted that calculus. The wine had not traveled well, and drinking it from utilitarian plastic mugs did nothing to enhance the experience. They did not care. They savored every drop, a quiet communion in the face of the abyss. When the vote was finally cast, Olgun knew it would not be unanimous, and his cynicism was entirely justified. Out of 72 delegates in the newly formed United Nations, 17 voted against the offensive, and 31 abstained. The lack of support was dismal, yet the dissenting nations would inevitably suffer the long-term consequences of their hesitation. For Olgun, his homeland, and his children, the path was already clear: they would attack. High above Valavarvi, Finland, at an altitude of 3,000 feet, General D'Ambrosia stood in the Combat Information Center of Europe's answer to the massive American d'Archegos command dirigible. Around him, the crew worked in hushed silence at their glowing monitors, exchanging rapid whispered acknowledgments in French, German, Spanish, and Italian. The general leaned over the central video chart table, absorbing the operation from the closest approximation of a God's eye view. Upon first hearing the mandate to attack, his immediate visceral reaction was sheer dread. He was acutely aware that outsiders expected the high command to be eagerly anticipating the violence, craving the simplistic, aggressive rhetoric of historical military clichés. He despised the stereotype of the hard-charging, dim-witted general, a caricature perpetuated by Hollywood, the civilian press, and the egocentric historical figures who had defined the military's public image. The truth was far heavier. He was terrified of taking the armed forces on the offensive, precisely because it would not be his own life on the line. He would be the one sending others to their deaths, and he knew exactly what they were being sent to face. Turning to a screen on the far wall, he nodded to an operator, and the display dissolved into a wartime map of the continental United States. 200 million infected. The sheer magnitude of that number defied visualization, let alone conventional combat. Even with all the compiled data regarding their origins, physiology, strengths, weaknesses, and mindless motives, the prospect of victory remained profoundly bleak. The entire historical canon of warfare, written since the first primitive skirmishes, was utterly useless here. A completely new doctrine had to be authored from scratch. Every human army, whether mechanized or guerrilla, was bound by three fundamental restrictions: they had to be bred, fed, and led. Breeding required a steady supply of warm bodies. Feeding demanded an unbroken chain of logistics. Leading required a central authority capable of commanding obedience. None of these constraints applied to the living dead. He recalled the grim depiction in All Quiet on the Western Front, where Germany became empty, its military simply running out of men. A nation could fudge the numbers, drafting old men and young boys, but eventually, it would hit an absolute demographic ceiling unless every enemy soldier killed simply rose again to fight on the opposing side. That was the insidious mathematics of the infected. They swelled their own ranks by thinning humanities. The equation only worked in one direction: infect a human, and they became a zombie. Kill a zombie, and it became a harmless corpse. Humanity could only grow weaker, while the enemy possessed the terrifying potential to grow stronger. Furthermore, human armies required constant resupply. This enemy required nothing. They needed no food, no ammunition, no fuel, not even water or oxygen. There were no supply lines to sever, no depots to bomb, no encirclement tactics that could starve them out. 100 of them could be locked in a sealed room for 3 years and emerge just as lethal as the day they went in. Todd stood at the kitchen sink, the warm, soapy water slick against his hands as he scrubbed a dinner plate. Upstairs, his wife Allison helped their son Addison with homework, leaving Todd alone with his memories in the quiet Denver kitchen. He reflected on the bitter irony of the enemy they had faced to kill a zombie. One had to destroy its brain, yet the horde possessed no collective mind whatsoever. There were no leaders to assassinate, no bunkers to strike, and no chain of command. Each undead creature was a self-contained, automated unit, a terrifying advantage that defined the entire conflict. As he rinsed a dish, Todd's mind contrasted human warfare with the absolute reality of the undead. Human leaders loved to boast of declaring total war, but Todd knew it was a physical impossibility. No nation could commit every single person, every single second, to the fight. There were always the sick, the very young, the old, the malingerers, and the unavoidable necessities of sleep and sustenance. Furthermore, human societies possessed a breaking point. The Japanese had reached theirs under the weight of American atomic bombs, and the Vietnamese would have, had the bombing continued. Human warfare was merely a grim contest of pushing the opponent past their limit of endurance. But the living dead had no such limit. For the first time in history, humanity faced an enemy actively waging true total war. The zombies would never negotiate, never surrender, and never tire. Every second of their existence was devoted to consuming all life on Earth. That was the relentless foe waiting beyond the Rocky Mountains, and that was the brutal nature of the war they had been forced to fight. The memory shifted to the battlefield, feeling like a step back in time. The new army bore no resemblance to the mechanized force Todd had nearly died with at Yonkers. Tanks, artillery, and treaded vehicles were entirely absent, with even the Bradleys held in reserve for future urban reclamation. Instead, the few-wheeled vehicles, like Humvees and M-Trip 7 ASVs, were relegated to hauling ammunition. The infantry hoofed it, marching in long columns reminiscent of Civil War paintings. Their new battle dress uniforms earned them the moniker of the Blue, a stark contrast to the gray of the zombies, partly due to the skin tone of soldiers like Zach and the cheap navy blue dye of the era. Camouflage was abandoned as pointless. The uniform resembled a SWAT coverall, lightweight and interwoven with bite-proof Kevlar threads, complete with gloves and a full-face hood that would later prove vital in urban hand-to-hand combat. When close quarters demanded it, they relied on the Lobo. Though standard orders dictated using the heavy steel blade only when necessary, the men made it necessary often. Swinging that solid hunk of steel felt deeply personal and empowering, delivering a visceral rush as the skull split, a tangible reclamation of their own lives. Their primary firearm was the standard infantry rifle, or Sir sporting wood furniture that evoked World War II. It was born of necessity, as composite materials were too difficult to mass produce. Its exact origins were a mystery. Some claimed it was a modified AK, others a stripped-down XM8, and rumors even suggested it was invented and tested during the siege of the Hero City before plans were transmitted to Honolulu. Todd never cared about the pedigree. It kicked hard, and fired only in semi-automatic, but it was supremely accurate and utterly immune to jamming. It could be dragged through mud, buried in sand, or submerged in salt water for days without failing. Equipped with a conversion kit for different barrel lengths, it could transform from a long-range sniper rifle to a close combat carbine in minutes. It even featured an 8-inch flip-out spike for emergencies, a feature the troops jokingly warned would poke someone's eye out, a fate it frequently delivered. They referred to the weapon with absolute respect as Sir. It fired the NATO 5.56 Cherry Pie, a pyrotechnically initiated explosive round that shattered upon entering a zombie skull, frying the brain with fragments. This brilliant design eliminated the risk of spreading infected gray matter, negating the need for wasteful bonfires during body sanitation duty. They could simply dig a trench and roll the entire corpse in without decapitation. Yet the new army was defined as much by its people as its gear. Recruitment had fundamentally changed. Traditional metrics of physical stamina, mental competence, and discipline were meaningless if a soldier could not withstand long-term Z-shock. Todd had watched good friends shatter under the strain, collapsing or turning their weapons on themselves or their buddies. It had nothing to do with bravery. He recalled reading a British SAS survival guide that pompously outlined the warrior personality, demanding emotional and financial stability, and even a lack of early romantic attraction. The very notion drew a silent, dismissive scoff from him as he remembered the chaotic reality of the front. The faces in the ranks could have belonged to anyone, a neighbor, an aunt, a geeky substitute teacher, or a sluggish DMV clerk. From former insurance salesman to a man Todd was certain was the musician Michael Stipe. Everyone was already a veteran in some sense. Anyone incapable of rolling with the punches would not have survived this long. His battle buddy, Sister Montoya, embodied this new reality. A 52-year-old nun standing just 5'3" and weighing barely 120 pounds, she had protected her entire Sunday school class for 9 days using nothing but a 6-foot iron candlestick. She humped her heavy ruck without a single complaint, marching all the way from the assembly area and Needles to their contact site just outside Hope, New Mexico. Hope. The town was genuinely named that. The brass insisted the location was chosen strictly for its terrain clear and open, with the desert to the front and mountains to the back, making it perfect for an opening engagement. They claimed the name had nothing to do with it, but Todd knew better. The High Command desperately needed this test operation to go smoothly. It was to be their first major ground engagement since the disaster at Yonkers, a critical moment where countless variables and desperate hopes converged into a single defining battle. Todd viewed the upcoming engagement as a true watershed, a convergence of new personnel, equipment, training, and strategy designed for a massive kickoff. En route, they had encountered scattered zombies, quietly neutralized by handlers with silenced weapons and sniffer dogs to avoid drawing a crowd before they were ready. They wanted the confrontation strictly on their terms. On the ground they planted their garden, driving shelter stakes wrapped in bright orange day glow tape into the earth precisely 10 meters apart to serve as range markers for zeroing their sights. While some handled light duties like clearing brush or stacking ammo crates, the rest were left to wait, eat, and recharge their hydration packs. The high command insisted on rested troops, but the enforced idleness left far too much room for dread to creep in. The reality of the desert starkly contradicted the polished cinematic portrayals of soldierly camaraderie. There were no crackling campfires, no harmonica melodies under the stars, and absolutely no witty banter. It was the glaring middle of the day, and a heavy, suffocating silence blanketed the ranks. Every soldier shared the same unspoken gnawing dread, questioning the very purpose of their presence in this hostile territory. This was the enemy's domain now, and humanity could have simply kept it. Despite endless pep talks about the indomitable human spirit and repeated broadcasts of the president's speeches, the president was not standing on this hostile front lawn. They had secured a safe haven behind the Rocky Mountains. Venturing out into this wasteland felt like a profound, terrifying mistake. Around 1300 hours, the radios crackled to life. The canine handlers had made contact. The troops locked and loaded, stepping into their positions along the firing line. The new battle doctrine was a deliberate step backward into history, a massed straight line of 2 ranks, one active and one in reserve, designed to ensure uninterrupted fire as soldiers rotated to reload. As the frantic barking of the dogs echoed from the horizon, hundreds of the undead crested the ridge. Despite his previous deployments in Los Angeles and the thawed mountain passes, a violent, involuntary tremor seized Todd's hands. The dogs were recalled behind the lines, and the unit activated their primary enticement mechanism. While other nations relied on bagpipes, bugles, or traditional war chants, the American forces blasted hardcore heavy metal. Todd, a classic rock purist at heart, felt the deep thumping bass of the music vibrate through his chest in the desert wind. He realized the tactic was never meant for the enemy. It was a psychological shield for the living, designed to strip the monsters of their dread and pump the soldiers full of defiant adrenaline. As the vocalist screamed about plunging into certain death, Todd's fear crystallized into fierce resolve. He charged his rifle, fixed his eyes on the closing horde, and silently dared them to come. Just before the leading figures crossed the front range marker, the music faded. Squad leaders barked the commands to ready and aim. The front rank dropped to one knee. The troops held their collective breath until the final musical note clicked off, instantly replaced by the deafening synchronized crack of the firing line. The front rank rippled with mechanical precision, dropping every target that crossed the threshold while strictly ignoring those still behind the line. Months of grueling training had reduced the action to pure instinct. When Sister Montoya raised her rifle above her head to signal an empty magazine, Todd smoothly rotated into her place. He flicked off his safety and centered his sights on his first target, a relatively fresh corpse, dead perhaps a year. Patches of dirty blonde hair clung to tight, leathery skin, and a swollen belly strained against a faded black t-shirt bearing a bold, gang-themed slogan. He aligned his crosshairs between her shrunken, milky blue eyes, which were clouded not by death, but by thousands of microscopic dust scratches from a complete lack of tears. Those scratched, sightless eyes seemed to lock onto his as he squeezed the trigger. The round snapped her backward, a wisp of steam rising from the fresh hole in her forehead. Todd inhaled, acquired his next target, and locked into the rhythm. The doctrine demanded one shot every full second, slow, steady, and utterly mechanical. They had practiced with metronomes, drilled with the mantra that the enemy was in no hurry, so neither should they be. The goal was to outlast the undead at their own grinding pace. The cycle became a blur of firing, switching positions, reloading, taking quick sips of water and grabbing fresh magazines from the sandlers. These recharge teams were a specialized reserve unit that sprinted up and down the line, collecting empty magazines, reloading them from bulk crates, and distributing them to any soldier who signaled. Born from a trainee's comedic impression of a famous actor's hydration-obsessed character, the nickname stuck despite the officers' disapproval, but the soldiers revered them. The Sandlers moved with the flawless, life-saving precision of a ballet, ensuring no one ever ran dry. As night fell, the assault escalated into a massive chain swarm. A single moan would draw another, which drew another, creating an unbroken acoustic chain that pulled thousands of the undead from miles around. The bodies began to pile up against the first range marker, forming a grotesque artificial palisade that grew higher by the minute. The troops were literally building an undead fortification, reducing their task to popping the heads that crested the rising wall of corpses. The High Command had anticipated this, utilizing periscope towers and satellite downlinks to monitor the battlefield from above, leaving the grunts to focus solely on the immediate visceral threat in front of them. When contacts began swarming from the flanks and rear, the order came to form a reinforced square, colloquially named after the officer who reinvented it. It was a perilous gamble, boxing themselves in with their vehicles at the center. Todd knew the historical precedent. A similar formation had failed in India solely due to ammunition depletion. The terrifying specter of Yonkers loomed, threatening a scenario where no one would escape alive. Yet the ammunition held. The supply vehicles were stacked to their roofs, and the logistical machine functioned flawlessly. When a soldier needed a mandatory 5-minute rotation, they simply raised their weapon, and a Sandler would instantly vault into their position on the line. The rotating soldier would quickly consume a field ration, splash water on their face, stretch, and relieve themselves. No one volunteered for these breaks. Instead, the combat shrink teams monitored the line. Having observed the troops since basic training, these specialists could detect the microscopic degradation in performance caused by battle stress before the soldiers even recognized it themselves. Todd remained oblivious to his own fatigue until a firm tap on his shoulder signaled his mandatory rotation. The system worked flawlessly. He would return to the line with an empty bladder, a settled stomach, and loosened muscles, ready to resume the grueling task of hitting a moving target every single second. Without that relentless invisible support, surviving 15 hours of non-stop mechanical slaughter would have been an absolute impossibility. Darnell recalled the eerie crimson glow of the vehicle searchlights, their red-coated beams carefully calibrated to preserve night vision. The true horror of the night watch, however, lay in the brief, incandescent flash of a round striking a skull. If the chemical composition of the cherry pie ammunition was imperfectly mixed, the bullet burned so fiercely it made the zombie's eyes ignite with a hellish red luminescence. It was a jolt to the system, a stark cure for any lingering fatigue during guard duty when a lone figure emerged from the dark, its glowing eyes frozen in a final, silent second before collapsing. The battle's end did not arrive with a fanfare, but with a gradual, hollow tapering around 400 hours. The relentless moaning subsided, and the silhouettes ceased rising over the barricade. Darnell noticed the officers peering through their scopes and murmuring into their radios, the tension melting into palpable relief on their faces. The final shot echoed just before dawn, leaving the troops to wake in the quiet for first light. The sunrise revealed a surreal, mountainous ring of corpses. They were completely walled in, the piled bodies reaching at least 20 feet high and extending 100 feet deep on every side. The exact death toll remained a blur of varying statistics, but the physical reality was undeniable. Dozer blade Humvees had to forcibly carve a path through the macabre rampart so the unit could extract. Even then, a few sluggish stragglers tumbled from the mound, late to the slaughter, or having slid down the shifting mass of their own dead. It was only during this grim burial detail that the heavy steel of the Lobo blade finally saw use. Fortunately, Darnell's unit was spared the lingering body sanitation duty, handed off to a fresh reserve team. The High Command deemed they had bled enough for one day. They marched 10 miles east, erecting a bivouac fortified with watchtowers and concertina wire. Exhaustion claimed Darnell completely. The subsequent chemical showers, the disinfection of his gear, the meticulous weapon inspection, not a single jam across the entire unit, and the final collapse into his sleeping bag, all blurred into a void of unconsciousness. They were permitted to sleep until their bodies naturally roused them. When Darnell finally woke, the air was alive with laughter and animated storytelling, a stark, 180-degree shift from the suffocating dread of 2 days prior. He struggled to name the emotion swelling in his chest, perhaps echoing the president's rhetoric about reclaiming their future. He simply felt profoundly good, better than at any other point in the war. He knew the road ahead would be agonizingly long, and the campaign to retake America was merely beginning, but a quiet certainty settled over him. It was, at last, the beginning of the end. The narrative of the war shifted in Darnell's mind to the quiet, dusty reality of his present life in Ainsworth, Nebraska. Now a shy, soft-spoken man, he ran a retirement farm for 4-legged veterans of the Army's K-9 Corps, alongside his wife. A decade ago, such sanctuaries dotted almost every state now. His was the last one standing. Darnell harbored a deep, quiet resentment that these animals never received their due credit. Popular culture reduced their sacrifice to simplistic children's tales about a single Dalmatian rescuing an orphan, ignoring the vast, brutal scope of their actual contribution. Initially, dogs were deployed for triage, sniffing out the infected in a method copied from the Israelis, who forced civilians past caged canines. The cages were a grim necessity. Without them, the dog's involuntary, genetically hardwired terror would trigger a ballistic frenzy, resulting in handlers losing limbs or throats to their own panicked partners. Darnell could not blame the animals. That raw, primal fight or flight instinct was precisely what had saved millions of lives early on. But the American program sought to evolve beyond mere exploitation of that terror, aiming instead to integrate it into disciplined, regular training. It required starting with puppies born after the crisis, creatures that had literally smelled death in the air from the moment they opened their eyes. The initial induction was a brutal filter. Placed in a wire mesh-divided room with the undead on the other side, the weak pups whimpered and broke down. The strong ones, however, locked eyes with the monsters, stood their ground, bared their teeth, and issued a low, controlled growl of absolute defiance. That self-mastery became the bedrock of the entire program. Basic training mirrored the grueling pre-war standards, demanding physical endurance, obedience, and intelligence, resulting in a staggering 60% washout rate. Injuries, and even fatalities among the K-9 recruits were common, drawing modern criticism that conveniently ignored the parallel suffering of the human handlers. Darnell and his fellow handlers endured the exact same punishing regimen from day one of basic through 10 weeks of advanced individual training. They were the first to utilize live zombies in field exercises, preceding the infantry, special forces, and even the Air Force cadets at Willow Creek. It was the only authentic way to prove a team could survive. This rigorous preparation enabled a diverse array of battlefield roles. They served as lures, famously utilized at the Battle of Hope, where a dog would hunt a target and deliberately herd it into the kill zone, learning to back away slowly to maximize the draw. They acted as decoys, circling infested areas to bark from the far side and delay the enemy's advance, a tactic that birthed the lemming maneuver. During the Denver push, when hundreds of reanimated refugees were trapped in a high-rise, a K-9 operator independently darted to a rooftop across the street, barking to draw the horde upward until they spilled over the edge. The infantry soon adopted the tactic themselves. Yet their primary and most vital mission remained scouting, divided into sweep and clear operations and long-range patrols. In sweep and clear, attached to conventional units, the dog's senses were unparalleled. They detected the undead miles in advance, communicating the exact nature of the threat through the specific pitch of a growl or the frequency of a bark. When silence was paramount, a handler needed only to read the subtle arch of the dog's back or the raising of its hackles. This silent language saved countless infantrymen from concealed threats lurking in mud or tall grass. Long-range patrols required the dog to scout far beyond friendly lines, sometimes for days, equipped with a specialized harness featuring a video uplink and GPS tracker. This provided the High Command with real-time, hard intelligence, overlaying the dog's perspective onto tactical maps. The brass adored this technological marvel. Darnell, however, despised it. Standing in a safe, air-conditioned, computer-filled room, watching his partner's point-of-view feed, he felt utterly helpless and consumed by stress. Later harness models introduced radio uplinks, allowing handlers to relay commands or abort missions, but Darnell never worked with them. A seasoned canine could not be retrofitted with new protocols. You could not teach an old dog new tricks. He had heard the intelligence officers make that exact, tired joke, smugly referring to the animals by the sterile title of data orientation asset, delighting in the morbid doya shorthand. Darnell would just stand there, feeling useless, watching his partner's camera feed creep through dense forests, treacherous marshes, or the most dangerous environments of all towns and cities. Urban scouting was his team's grim specialty, a harrowing reality best known by a single haunting designation: Houndtown. Darnell explained the grim reality of Houndtown, the canine urban warfare school located in the sealed, abandoned municipality of Mitchell, Oregon, which was still actively crawling with infected. While the facility primarily utilized small terriers like Cairns, Norwiches, and Jack Russells to navigate rubble and tight choke points, Darnell preferred dachshunds. Originally bred to hunt in narrow badger burrows, their low, elongated frames made them the ultimate urban warriors, perfectly adapted to slip through pipes, air shafts, and wall cavities without panicking. His thoughts drifted to the aging dog currently resting in his lap. Maisie, universally called Maze, was a miniature dachshund mix weighing barely 9 pounds. Her muzzle had turned white, the fur on her ears and tail worn down to leathery skin, and her eyes had clouded with age. As he gently massaged her back legs and rubbed beneath her neck, feeling her lick his palm in response, he reflected on the failure of purebred dogs. Bred purely for aesthetics, they were too neurotic and fragile for the war. The military had quickly pivoted to mixed breeds like Maze, prioritizing physical constitution and mental stability above all else. Long-range patrols across wild terrain carried immense risks, not just from the undead, but from feral dog packs. Early in the conflict, abandoned pets and strays had degenerated into vicious, starving killers, forcing the military to abort many missions until they deployed escort dogs. Maze had been protected by 2 formidable escorts, Pongo, a pit bull and Rottweiler mix, and Purdy, a massive shepherd cross with the heavy armored build of a stegosaurus. Darnell trusted them implicitly, having trained alongside their handlers. The escorts proved their worth, chasing off feral packs 14 times and engaging in brutal combat twice. Darnell still vividly recalled the sickening crunch of bone over the surveillance microphone when Purdy clamped her jaws onto the skull of a 200-pound mastiff. Though Maze constantly wanted to engage the enemy herself, her escorts kept her focused on the objective, ensuring her safe return and even taking down a few infected along the way. Biting the enemy was a death sentence, as infected flesh was highly toxic. Early in the war, countless dogs were found dead without a scratch, poisoned simply by biting a zombie. Rigorous training taught them to defend themselves without using their teeth. The larger breeds relied on their weight, slamming into the zombies' shoulder blades or the small of their backs to knock them flat. Miniatures like Maze utilized their size, darting underfoot or launching themselves at the back of the knee to drop the creatures onto their backs. That simple maneuver bought the human handlers a crucial 5 to 15 seconds to finish the job. Injuries were inevitable, and while a broken bone near friendly lines meant a quick rescue and a return to duty, deep penetration missions offered no such luck. Darnell felt a surge of old, bitter anger remembering the denied petitions for mercy, charges small explosive packs attached to the harnesses to euthanize stranded wounded dogs. The brass rejected the request, dismissing the explosives as a frivolous waste of supplies, yet they seriously considered the unofficial fragment program. Inspired by Soviet World War II mine dogs, the proposed initiative would strap explosives to canines and train them to detonate under enemy vehicles. It was only shelved because the war was no longer desperate enough, and the High Command was terrified of sparking another incident like the one involving Sergeant Eckhart. Eckhart, a senior handler operating in the Northern Territories, had watched her partner break his leg in a ditch outside Little Rock while a swarm closed in. When an officer blocked her rescue attempt hiding behind regulations, she snapped, emptying half a magazine into his mouth before military police tackled her to the ground. She was forced to listen to her partner being torn apart. The subsequent public execution by hanging was a harsh enforcement of military discipline, but it forced a vital shift in protocol. Handlers were finally permitted to risk their own lives to save their partners. The Army stopped viewing the dogs as replaceable machinery and recognized the teams as inseparable entities, classifying the animals as vital half-assets. That profound cross-species bond made canine handlers a unique breed, but it also carried a devastating psychological toll. Darnell knew they suffered the highest suicide rate in the entire military, surpassing Special Forces, Graves registration, and even the psychological casualties at China Lake. Meeting handlers from 13 different nations at Houndtown, he realized the grief was universal. No one could endure the loss of their partner and remain entirely whole. The Army had recognized that same fierce protective instinct in Darnell months earlier on a desolate stretch of road in the Colorado Rockies. He had been on foot for 3 months after fleeing Atlanta, ravaged by rickets, burning with fever, and starved down to 96 pounds. Stumbling upon 2 men building a fire, he saw a small bound and bleeding mutt whimpering on the ground. Driven by a primal, blinding rage, Darnell attacked. He cracked his bat over one man's shoulder and relentlessly beat the other's face into the dirt until National Guardsmen physically dragged him away. They cuffed his emaciated frame to a rusted car hulk, slapping him to break his hysterical frenzy. While the bleeding men shouted that he was insane, Darnell could only scream back, begging them to leave the animal alone. The lieutenant simply laughed at the absurdity of the scene, recognizing the exact fierce loyalty they needed, and offered him a position on the spot. Sometimes, Darnell mused as he stroked Maze's leathery tail and watched her crack one sleepy eyelid. A person didn't find their path. The path found them. Darnell's mind drifted to the mutt he had saved, wishing he could offer a pristine fairy tale resolution. Instead, the reality was far grimmer. A stray rock had struck the animal, causing fluid to build up in its ear canals and leaving it permanently deaf in one ear and partially deaf in the other. Yet the dog's nose remained sharp, and once Darnell secured it a home, the hound proved its worth as a relentless ratter, hunting enough winter vermin to keep an entire family fed. It was a grim sort of happy ending, a darkly comic twist on a children's story. He reflected on the profound irony of his own past, remembering a time when he had utterly despised dogs, viewing them as filthy, slobbering nuisances that ruined carpets and demanded unwarranted affection. He had been the cynical neighbor who threatened to call animal control, the office worker who mocked sentimental pet photos. That cynicism had shattered during the panic. Living just a block from a pet store, Darnell had listened in helpless agony from his bedroom window as the undead gathered outside the locked gates. The owner had fled, sealing the terrified 2-week-old puppies inside. Day and night their desperate high-pitched cries for their mothers echoed through the freezing air. Darnell had listened to them perish, one by one, as their water bottles ran dry, while the horde remained massed and waiting outside. When he finally fled, he had sprinted past the gates without a backward glance, rationalizing his cowardice with the cold logic of survival. He was unarmed, untrained, and barely clinging to life himself. Yet, as the old dachshund sighed softly in his lap, the heavy, unyielding truth settled over him. He could have done something. Thousands of miles away, in a primitive Siberian shantytown devoid of electricity or running water, Father Sergei Ryzhkov sat within the walls of his meager, tree-lined hovel. Every movement betrayed the brutal toll of the war. His uneven gait spoke of shattered bones, his handshake revealed fingers broken and healed wrong, and his fractured smile exposed teeth long knocked out or blackened by decay. To comprehend how Russia had transformed into a religious state, one had to look through the eyes of a man who had endured its darkest crucible. General Winter had been their most steadfast ally. The biting, prolonged cold, amplified by skies choked with ash, granted them the precious time needed to fortify the homeland. Russia fought a desperate war on two fronts, holding the Ural barrier in the west, while fending off massive Asian swarms from the southeast. Though Siberia was temporarily stabilized, it remained perilously fragile, burdened by refugees from India and China and the annual, terrifying thaw of frozen ghouls. The winter months were essential for reorganizing forces, marshaling the population, and distributing their vast inherited stockpiles of military hardware. Unlike the West, Russia possessed no modern department of strategic resources, no booming industry beyond the desperate scramble for food. They relied entirely on the grim legacy of a Soviet military-industrial state. The West had long mocked this paranoid folly, laughing at a nation that built mountains of tanks and guns while its citizens starved for basic goods. Yet, when the motherland faced annihilation, those very mountains of obsolete steel became the only shield protecting her children. As a chaplain with the 32nd Motor Rifle Division, Sergei witnessed this grim reality firsthand. They were a Category D unit, armed with fourth-class, ancient equipment, clad in the rough, moldy, moth-eaten wool tunics of their grandfathers. They resembled ghosts from the Great Patriotic War, wielding PPS submachine guns and bolt-action Mosin Nagant rifles that offered zero protection against bites. Their casualty rates were catastrophic, particularly in urban combat, driven largely by faulty ammunition. Decades-old rounds, left to rot in open crates since before Stalin's death, frequently resulted in a fatal misfire, a hollow click just as a ghoul lunged. Their warfare was not the neat, calculated precision of the American forces. There were no tight reinforced squares or disciplined single-shot doctrines. Russian battles were sloppy, brutal, and wasteful. They plastered the undead with heavy machine gun fire, drowned them in waves of flamethrower fuel and Katyusha rockets, and crushed them beneath the rusted treads of prehistoric T-34 tanks. It was a meat grinder that claimed far too many needless lives. The Battle of Ufa became the grim turning point, the catalyst for their new strategy of walling up cities during the winter rather than charging into them. They had learned the hard way that hours of merciless artillery, followed by block-by-block urban fighting, only resulted in overwhelming numbers of zombies, catastrophic misfires, and rows of bitten boys. Without the luxury of lethal pills, a bullet was the only cure for infection. But the burden of pulling that trigger was unbearable. The historical decimations had forged an army capable of enduring any hardship, yet ordering a soldier to execute a comrade crossed a psychological line that threatened immediate mutiny. Initially, the horrific duty fell to the officers and senior sergeants. It was a devastating mistake, forcing leaders to look into the eyes of the young men they had fought beside, shared bread with, and sworn to protect shattered their ability to command. The officer corps rapidly degraded into a shadow of itself, consumed by dereliction of duty, rampant alcoholism, and an epidemic of suicide. In the first week of their initial campaign alone, Sergei's division lost 4 experienced leaders. 2 junior lieutenants put their own pistols to their heads, one immediately after the act, the other later that same night. A 3rd platoon leader chose a slower, more violent end, volunteering for suicidal missions until he fell trying to take on a dozen ghouls with nothing but a bayonet. Then Major Kovpak simply vanished. The perimeter had been thoroughly swept. No one left without an escort. Colonel Savichev issued an official statement claiming the major was on a long-range reconnaissance mission and posthumously recommended him for a first-class order of the Rodina. But the rumors of desertion spread like a plague, poisoning unit morale. Sergei could not bring himself to condemn the man. Kovpak was a battle-hardened veteran of Chechnya and Dagestan who had once marched his entire company on foot for 65 days through 37 major engagements, carrying the wounded from the Salib Mountains to the Caspian Sea. He had earned the right to train new recruits, yet he had volunteered to return to the front lines only to disappear into the snow. This phenomenon became known as the second decimation. Nearly 1 in 10 officers took their own lives, a catastrophic hemorrhage of leadership that nearly brought the entire war effort to a grinding halt. The only logical, desperate alternative was to leave the final act to the infected soldiers themselves. Sergei would forever be haunted by the memory of those young, pimply faces, their eyes wide and red-rimmed with terror as they placed the cold barrels of their rifles into their own mouths. Soon, they began gathering in groups at the field hospitals, synchronizing their final moments so they would not have to face the darkness alone. It was a bleak, shared comfort, one that Sergei, bound by his vows and his helplessness, could never provide. Sergei existed as a religious anomaly in a nation long stripped of faith. Decades of communism followed by hollow materialism had left his generation devoid of any need for spiritual opium. His duties as a chaplain felt profoundly useless, collecting final letters from condemned boys and distributing scavenged vodka. He harbored no illusions that this bleak trajectory would ever change. Shortly after the battle for Kostroma, and mere weeks before the official assault on Moscow, Sergei entered the field hospital to administer last rites to the infected. They were segregated in a grim row. The first boy, barely 17, had not been bitten, a mercy denied to him. Instead, a zombie's forearms, torn away by the treads of an XIII self-propelled gun, had impaled him. The jagged spear-like humerus bones had pierced straight through his tunic, leaving him ashen-faced and bleeding from the abdomen, a rifle trembling in his grasp. Beside him lay 5 other infected soldiers. Sergei mechanically recited prayers for their souls, accepting their letters, handing out drinks, and passing along cigarettes from their commanding officer. Yet, as he performed these familiar motions, a strange, tense tingling surged upward through his heart and lungs. His entire body began to tremble as the soldiers positioned the muzzles of their weapons beneath their chins. The oldest began the count. He never reached 3. The 17-year-old violently jerked backward, collapsing to the floor. The remaining soldiers stared in dumbfounded silence at the fresh bullet hole in the boy's forehead, then slowly raised their eyes to the smoking pistol in Sergei's hand. In that suspended moment, Sergei felt the unmistakable resonance of divine command echoing in his mind. There would be no more sinning, no more souls resigned to hell. The practice of officers executing soldiers was decimating their leadership, while soldiers taking their own lives was robbing the Lord of his children. Suicide was a mortal sin. It was the sacred duty of his shepherds to bear the cross of releasing trapped souls from infected vessels. Sergei delivered this revelation to his division commander, and the message rapidly cascaded through every field chaplain and civilian priest across Mother Russia. This act of final purification ignited a religious fervor that would eventually eclipse the Iranian Revolution of the 1980s. It provided the direction, courage, and hope a starved populace desperately needed, forming the bedrock upon which the nation rebuilt itself. When later questioned about the political perversion of this philosophy about a president declaring himself head of the church, or priests organized into death squads to assassinate under the guise of purification, Sergei offered only blank, evasive pauses, claiming total ignorance of such matters. The interview was abruptly severed by a frantic knock. A small, mud-stained child burst into the hovel, shouting in a panicked local dialect and pointing wildly up the road. Sergei nodded solemnly, patted the boy's shoulder, and politely dismissed his guest. As the interviewer rose to leave, the old priest opened a heavy wooden chest at the foot of his bed, withdrawing both a Bible and a World War II-era pistol. Far from the frozen steppes, Master Chief Petty Officer Michael Choi lay in the porthole of Deep Glider 7, a twin fuselage mini-sub suspended off the coast of the Hawaiian Islands. An old-timer in the Deep Submergence Combat Corps, Choi's gray temples and weathered crow's feet sharply contrasted with his almost adolescent, surfer-tinged enthusiasm. As the mothership lowered them into the choppy Pacific, the vessel struck the whitecaps with a jarring thud. Choi grinned, checked his instruments, and switched his radio channel as the water outside the observation dome frothed white, then dissolved into a deepening purplish ink. For Choi, the war had never truly ended, it was merely escalating. Every month brought expanded operations and refined assets, yet an estimated 20 to 30 million zombies still washed ashore or tangled in fishing nets, posing a constant threat to offshore oil rigs and transatlantic cables. This dive was strictly about tracking and predicting those submerged movements to provide advance warning. He held zero patience for civilian inquiries about scuba gear or titanium shark suits. Those were brown water tactics employed by Army personnel. Choi's war was fought exclusively in an atmospheric diving suit, a rigid, armored enclosure that maintained surface pressure regardless of depth. He understood the historical lineage of the technology, tracing it back centuries to crude barrel-like contraptions and mid-century sci-fi prototypes like the Tritonia and Neufeld-Kunke. Scuba had briefly rendered such heavy armor obsolete, but the extreme pressures of deep-water oil rig maintenance had forced its resurrection. Choi knew the brutal physics of the deep scuba and mixed gas rigs required agonizingly long decompression schedules, and a rapid emergency ascent guaranteed the bends, flooding the brain and blood with lethal gas bubbles, not to mention long-term horrors like bone necrosis. The only truly safe method to dive deep and stay down was to trap the human body in an indestructible bubble of surface pressure, much like the submersible hull currently protecting them. He made a sharp distinction between a submarine which could generate its own air and power for years, and their short-duration submersible. More importantly, the rigid nature of the adze made it the ultimate weapon for blue and black water combat. While soft mesh suits offered superior speed and agility in shallow water, they were death traps in a grapple. Choi had witnessed the gruesome aftermath of mesh divers caught by the undead, their bodies left with shattered arms, crushed ribs, and broken necks. In the crushing dark of the deep ocean, only absolute, armored isolation could keep a diver alive. Choi knew the grim fate that awaited mesh-suited divers. A punctured airline or a ripped regulator meant drowning in the dark, or worse, a panicked sprint to the surface that ended in a fatal embolism. The undead needed only to pin a diver down and wait for the air to run out. But inside an atmospheric diving suit, that physical terror vanished. Encased in a cast aluminum or high-strength composite shell with steel and titanium joints, the diver was untouchable. No matter how violently a zombie wrenched at the smooth, rounded limbs, breaking a joint was physically impossible. If an emergency ascent became necessary, jettisoning the ballast or thruster pack sent the positively buoyant suit rocketing to the surface like a cork. The only lingering dread was the possibility of an uninvited decaying passenger clinging to the hull during the rise. In actual combat, those frantic balloon ascents were practically non-existent. With 48 hours of emergency life support, a trapped diver could simply sit tight, snug, and secure, waiting for extraction, regardless of falling debris or tangled underwater cables. No one ever dove alone, and the longest Choi had ever heard of a diver waiting for rescue was 6 hours. Often, a snagged operator would calmly radio the team to finish the mission first, knowing their immediate survival was guaranteed. The suits themselves varied wildly. Choi was profoundly grateful to have missed the early 70s models like the Jims and Sams, which relied on crude universal joints and tiny portholes. He remembered a British special boat service diver who suffered massive blood blisters on his inner thighs from the Jim's pinching leg joints. They were exceptional operators, but Choi would never trade his rig for that kind of torture. The U.S. Navy operated 3 primary models: the Hardsuit 1200, the 2000, and Choi's absolute favorite, the Mark I exosuit. It looked like something designed to battle giant space termites, but its sleek, lightweight frame offered a massive tactical advantage: the ability to actually swim. Without needing a power sled or thruster packs, an exopilot could maneuver above the enemy, a freedom that more than compensated for the inability to scratch an itch. The bulkier hardsuits, by contrast, were full service units. They allowed the operator to retract their arms into a central cavity to manipulate secondary equipment like lights, video feeds, and side-scanning sonar. The EXO was bargain basement simplicity, stripping away distracting readouts and multitasking so the pilot could focus entirely on the weapon and the immediate battlefield. Early armament consisted of the M9, a cheap, modified knockoff of a Russian APs. Since the suits featured only 4-pronged claws or industrial pincers, excellent for crushing a skull but useless for pulling a trigger, the M9 was fixed to the forearm and fired electrically. It utilized a laser pointer and air-encased cartridges to drive 4-inch steel rods into the target. However, the design was fundamentally flawed for deep water under extreme pressure. The cartridges imploded like fragile eggshells. A year later, the vastly superior M11 arrived, brilliantly engineered by the same eccentric Canadian who had designed the hard suit and the XO. Choi silently hoped the man had received a mountain of medals. Though the Department of Strategic Resources initially balked at the production costs, absurdly insisting that the suit's claws and standard construction tools were sufficient to handle the undead. That bureaucratic stubbornness shattered during the Troll incident in the North Sea. While repairing a Norwegian natural gas platform, the construction noise and lights predictably attracted a few stragglers, but no one anticipated a full swarm. When a sentry's beacon flared, the team rushed in, only to be instantly inundated. Underwater hand-to-hand combat was a nightmare. The churning seabed reduced visibility to zero, turning the environment into a blinding glass of milk. Unlike terrestrial kills, underwater strikes caused the zombies to disintegrate, spraying fragments of muscle, organ, and brain matter into the swirling silt. Modern divers in Mark III and IV suits enjoyed a zero-visibility detection kit, complete with color imaging sonar, low-light optics, and stereo hydrophones relayed to a heads-up display. Choi had none of that. The fundamental flaw of the ads was complete tactile blackout. The rigid shell severed all connection to the outside world. Unless a zombie actively yanked at the suit, a pilot might not know an attacker was there, until a rotting face slammed directly against the face bowl. That night at Troll, the helmet lights only worsened the horror, casting a harsh glare that was abruptly broken by the sudden, sickening appearance of decaying flesh pressed against the glass. It was the only time Choi had ever felt truly spooked, swinging blindly through liquid chalk. The civilian oil workers flatly refused to return to their duties, even under threat of reprisal, until their escorts were heavily armed. They had already lost too many colleagues to ambushes in the pitch-black depths. Choi could vividly imagine their terror encased in a dry suit, eyes stinging from a welding torch, body numb from the cold or scalded by the hot water circulation system, only to feel sudden grasping hands or tearing teeth. A desperate struggle would end with nothing but severed lifelines or floating body parts washing to the surface. That brutal reality forced the military to formalize the Deep Submergence Combat Corps. Their inaugural mission was to protect the rig divers and keep the oil flowing, which later expanded into beachhead sanitation and harbor clearing. Beachhead sanitation meant paving the way for the Marines to get ashore. During their first amphibious landing at Bermuda, they discovered the shoreline was under constant assault by zombies wading out of the surf. The solution was to establish a semicircular defensive net around the landing zone, deep enough for ships to pass over, but tall enough to repel the undead. 2 weeks prior to the invasion, a ship would anchor miles offshore and blast active sonar to draw the horde away from the beach. The High Command acknowledged this would also lure deep-water zombies, but deemed it an acceptable risk. It was an operation far too dangerous for mesh-suited divers, making it a prime ads mission. Ironically, it turned out to be the closest thing to a cakewalk they ever experienced. The attack frequency was the lowest of any operation, and once the nets were secured, the success rate was nearly flawless. A skeleton crew was all that was required to maintain a constant vigil, occasionally sniping a stray climber. After the first 3 successful landings, the military confidently reverted to using mesh divers for the task. Harbor clearing had been anything but a cakewalk. In the war's final stages, the objective shifted from merely opening a beachhead to resurrecting deep-water shipping lanes. It demanded a massive, chaotic convergence of mesh divers, ads units, and desperate civilian volunteers armed with little more than scuba rigs and spear guns. Choi had helped clear Charleston, Norfolk, Boston, and the ultimate subsurface nightmare, the Hero City. Grunts might complain about urban combat, but Choi had navigated a drowned metropolis choked with sunken ships, cars, planes, and mountains of discarded evacuation cargo. Couches, toaster ovens, and heaps of clothing littered the seabed. Every step crushed plasma televisions with a sickening crunch that his mind relentlessly translated into snapping bone. Behind every submerged washer or smashed air conditioner, he imagined a lurking ghoul. Sometimes it was merely paranoia, sometimes it was not. The true horror lay in sweeping sunken vessels. A few had gone down within the harbor boundaries, including the Frank Cable, a massive submarine tender-turned refugee ship that had sunk right at the harbor mouth. Before it could be raised, it required a grueling compartment-by-compartment sweep. Inside those flooded corridors, the exosuit's sleek advantages vanished, replaced by a claustrophobic, unwieldy bulk. Hatches were choked with debris, forcing the divers to cut through reinforced decks and bulkheads. During one such operation above the cable's engine room, the corroded deck simply gave way. Before he could swim, before he could even process the collapse, Choi was engulfed. Hundreds of them swarmed the engine room, a suffocating vortex of flailing limbs and rotting meat. If he ever entertained recurring nightmares, he would be back in that crushing dark stripped entirely of his armored shell. Back in the present, the mini-sub settled onto the ocean floor. The landscape resembled a bleached desert wasteland, glowing stark white against the permanent abyssal darkness, littered with the trampled stumps of wire coral. Out of the gloom a swarm of roughly 60 figures emerged, walking with slack jaws and wide, unseeing eyes. Choi maneuvered the sub above them, bathing the horde in harsh searchlights. A dim red laser settled on the first target, followed a second later by the quiet discharge of a non-lethal dart into its chest. He repeated the process down the line, tagging each oblivious subject. It frustrated him deeply. This mandate to merely study their movements and build an early warning network rather than eradicate them. The enduring mystery gnawed at him. Saltwater corroded everything, yet these creatures persisted long after their surface-dwelling counterparts should have dissolved. Their clothing had long since rotted away, leaving them practically naked, but their bodies remained intact. At such crushing depths, the human nervous system should have been reduced to jelly. They should not have been able to stand, let alone walk or process thought. He was certain the highest echelons of command possessed the answers, withholding them as they always did. A sudden flashing light on his instrument panel shattered his reverie. The readouts indicated a highly radioactive target, likely drifted from the Indian Ocean, perhaps Iranian or Pakistani, or maybe a Chinese attack boat that had gone down off Manihi. He fired another dart, noting that this was one of the final manned reconnaissance dives. By next month, the operation would transition entirely to remotely operated vehicles. When the topic of Roe v. combat controversy arose, Choi dismissed the political posturing outright. He knew the influential Sturge would never allow Congress to fully automate their ranks. The argument that robots were more efficient or limited human casualties was pure fiction. The DSCC had never lost a single man in combat. The off-sighted casualty Chernov had been killed on land long after the war, after passing out drunk on a tram line. Machines lacked heart, instinct, and initiative. Once the brass finally engineered a collection of chips and wires capable of replacing human divers, Choi vowed he would quit the Navy entirely and pull an Alpha November Alpha, a reference to an old black-and-white film, where a sailor puts an oar on his shoulder and walks inland, settling down the moment someone asks what he is carrying. Thousands of miles away in a secluded Quebec farmhouse, André Renard sat down to his lunch. The dwelling possessed no perimeter wall, no barred windows, and no lock on the door. When questioned about this glaring vulnerability, he merely chuckled, entirely indifferent to the threat of the undead, harboring a far deeper contempt for the living. The brother of the legendary war hero Émile Renard, André had fiercely guarded his exact location since immigrating after the official end of hostilities in Western Europe, steadfastly refusing all invitations from the French government to return home. He harbored a profound disdain for the boastful veterans who claimed their surface campaigns had been the hardest of the war. He dismissed the chest-beating peacocks who bragged about mountain, jungle, or urban warfare. Cities were their favorite trophy, but true terror did not exist on the streets, it festered beneath them. André knew exactly why the pre-war Paris skyline had been stripped of skyscrapers, forcing those glass and steel monoliths out to La Défense. While aesthetics and civic pride played a role, the logical, practical truth was that the earth beneath the city center was simply too hollow to support such weight. The subterranean landscape was a labyrinth of Roman tombs, limestone quarries, World War II resistance bunkers, modern metro lines, telephone conduits, gas mains, and water pipes, and woven through it all were the catacombs. Roughly 6 million bodies, relocated from pre-revolution cemeteries where corpses had been discarded like rubbish, lined those ancient tunnels. Entire walls of skulls and bones were arranged in macabre interlocking patterns, functionally holding back mounds of loose remains. To André, those hollow eye sockets had always seemed to be laughing at him. He could not entirely blame the civilians who had attempted to survive in that subterranean hell during the Great Panic. Deprived of survival manuals or the broadcasts of Radio Free Earth, a desperate rumor had spread that the underground was safe. A few who knew the tunnels led the way, followed by a few more, until the bone counters estimated 250,000 refugees had crammed into the dark. But they lacked organization, food, and tools. They failed to seal the entrances behind them or verify that those seeking refuge were uninfected. No surface warrior could comprehend the suffocating reality of that environment. The absolute darkness and the pervasive rotting stench were compounded by a severe lack of equipment. Night vision goggles were a rare luxury, perhaps one pair per platoon if fortune allowed. Spare batteries for electric torches were critically scarce. Often, an entire squad had to share a single working light, its red-coated beam slicing through the oppressive blackness solely for the point man, while the rest of the unit marched blindly into the abyss. The subterranean air hung thick and toxic, a suffocating brew of raw sewage, chemical runoff, and rotting flesh. Standard gas masks were a cruel joke, their filters long expired. André and his men scavenged whatever they could find, donning obsolete military models or heavy firefighting hoods that sealed the entire head. The gear was a sweltering trap, blinding them with misted visors and deafening them to all but the muffled, distorted voices of their squad mates and the static crackle of the radio man. Reliable communication demanded hard-wired copper telephone lines ripped from the city's ancient conduits. They dragged massive heavy rolls of this wire through the dark, the only fragile tether keeping them from vanishing entirely into the labyrinth. Pre-war maps were utterly useless, blind to the desperate, chaotic modifications carved by survivors' hidden alcoves, interconnecting tunnels, and sudden, gaping holes in the floor. Losing their way was a daily, sometimes hourly, inevitability. When disorientation struck, they were forced to trace their steps backward along the copper lifeline, cross-referencing their position with a useless map, and agonizingly deduce their error. These delays cost minutes, hours, or sometimes days. The acoustics of the catacombs were a psychological weapon. When another squad came under attack, their desperate cries echoed through the stone, bouncing and multiplying until the screams and moans seemed to emanate from every direction. The radio offered the only slim hope of triangulating their comrades' position, provided the victims maintained enough presence of mind to report it, and the rescuers knew where they themselves stood. The ensuing rescue runs were a blur of frantic, bruising desperation. André would dash through narrow passageways, bashing his helmet against low ceilings, dropping to his hands and knees, praying fiercely to the Virgin Mary that his comrades would hold on just a few moments longer. Too often he would burst into an empty chamber, the haunting cries still echoing agonizingly far away. When they finally arrived, they frequently found nothing but scattered bones and dried blood. If they were fortunate enough to find the zombies still lingering, there was a fleeting chance for vengeance, a vengeance that, if the rescue had taken too long, now tragically included their own reanimated friends. Close-quarters combat was the only reality. There was no standard issue gear. Each man relied on whatever he believed would keep him alive. Firearms were strictly forbidden. The tunnels were saturated with flammable gases, and a single muzzle flash could trigger a catastrophic explosion, burying men alive under collapsing stone or sending fireballs melting their masks directly into their flesh. Instead, they relied on the Beretta Greccio, an Italian air carbine adapted from a child's carbon dioxide pellet gun. It offered perhaps 5 or 6 shots, effective only if pressed directly against a target's skull. It was a woefully inadequate weapon, and a missed shot carried a lethal risk. A steel pellet striking dry stone could spark a chain reaction, igniting the tunnel. Hand-to-hand combat was the grim necessity. André wielded a weapon of his own design, a brutal modernization of his great-grandfather's Verdun trench tool. A semicircular steel ball encased the handle, from which two 8-inch steel spikes protruded at right angles. In the suffocating crush of the tunnels, there was no room to swing a blade. The tactic was a swift, brutal punch followed by a stab, driving the spike through an eye socket or over the top of the skull. Ambushes were sudden and inescapable, erupting from the darkness or grabbing from unseen side passages. The men armored themselves in heavy chainmail or thick leather, but the gear was a crushing, suffocating burden. Exhausted beyond reason, some men would tear off their masks in a desperate gasp for air, instantly inhaling the toxic stench and dying before they could ever be dragged to the surface. André protected himself with custom greaves and chain-covered leather gloves that could be easily shed when not in combat, paired with high, waterproof marsh covers lined with bite-proof fiber. That summer, the rains were relentless, turning the Seine into a raging torrent that flooded the lower levels. The tunnels were perpetually wet. Rot festered between fingers, toes, and in the groin. The foul water sat at their ankles, often rising to their knees or waists. On point, walking or crawling through the stinking fluid up to their elbows, a man would suddenly feel the ground vanish. He would plunge headfirst into an unmapped sinkhole. He had only seconds to right himself before his gas mask flooded. Thrashing and kicking, he relied entirely on his comrades to haul him back from the brink, but drowning was the least of their fears. Men struggling in the heavy gear would suddenly have their eyes bulge with silent, muffled terror. A sickening snap or tear would follow, and the victim would be dragged under, pinned by the poor bastard attacking him. Without the protective marsh covers, a man lost a foot or an entire leg. If he went in face first, he lost his face. In those moments, the only recourse was a full retreat to a defensible position, waiting for the Cousteaus. These specialized scuba divers were trained to fight in the flooded depths, equipped with little more than a searchlight, a shark suit if they were lucky, and a maximum of 2 hours of air. They were supposed to tether themselves with safety lines, but most refused, knowing the lines would tangle and doom them in the tight spaces. Their survival rate was a staggering 1 in 20, the lowest of any military branch, earning them an automatic Legion of Honor. André harbored a bitter, lingering fury over the cost. 15,000 dead or missing in just 3 months. The entire core of their force was sacrificed while the war wound down across the rest of the globe. The English had taken 5 years to clear London, moving with deliberate, low-intensity caution to minimize casualties. But France demanded heroes. Haunted by the ghosts of Algeria, Indochina, and the Nazis, the leadership and the populace desperately needed new names and places to restore national pride. They understood the concept of reclaiming confidence better than most. The ossuary, the Port Mahon quarry, and the hospital became their shining, tragic moments. The hospital, originally built by the Nazis to house and starve mental patients, had served as an infirmary for the recently bitten. As the survivors' humanity faded alongside their failing electric lamps, they began dumping the infected, and God knew who else, into that concrete vault. An advance team had breached the perimeter without realizing the horror that awaited them. They could have withdrawn, detonated the tunnel, and sealed the nightmare away. Instead, one squad faced 300 zombies. The squad was led by André's baby brother. His voice was the last thing André heard before the radio went permanently silent, his final defiant transmission echoing the historic vow that his position would never be surrendered. In Denver, the weather was perfectly crisp for a neighborhood picnic in Victory Park. The absence of a single zombie sighting all spring gave the gathered crowd ample reason to celebrate. Todd Wainio stood in the outfield, his eyes tracking the sky, waiting for a high fly ball that he quietly suspected would never come. Perhaps he was right, but no one seemed to mind him standing there, lost in his own memories. He recalled the grueling campaign they had dubbed the Road to New York. It had been an agonizingly long road. The grand strategy relied on 3 main army groups, North, Center, and South. The plan was to advance as a single unified front across the Great Plains and the Midwest, before breaking off at the Appalachian Mountains. From there, the wings would sweep north toward Maine and south toward Florida, grinding along the coasts to eventually link up with Army Group Center as it slogged over the mountains. The entire endeavor consumed 3 years. When questioned about the glacial pace, Todd knew the answer was a brutal combination of foot transport, unforgiving terrain, harsh weather, relentless enemies, and rigid battle doctrine. The doctrine demanded they advance in 2 solid unbroken lines, one directly behind the other, stretching all the way from Canada down to Mexico. It was a methodical, sweeping clearance, much like firefighters combing a crash site for wreckage. They moved with excruciating slowness, ensuring not a single inch of ground was missed. They did not skip 1 damn inch between the Rocky Mountains and the Atlantic Ocean. Whenever a zombie was spotted, whether in a massive group or wandering alone, a specialized FAR unit would immediately halt the advance. Todd understood the grim mechanics of the force-appropriate response. Halting an entire army group for a lone, decaying zombie was a tactical impossibility. Many of the older infected were little more than deflated husks, their skulls exposed and bones jutting through rotting flesh, dragging themselves uselessly through the mud. When encountered, a localized unit, a platoon or company would halt to sanitize the immediate area. The resulting gap in the line was seamlessly filled by the secondary force trailing a click and a half behind, allowing the army to leapfrog across the continent without ever breaking the front. It was a flawless, yet grindingly slow strategy. Nightfall brought an absolute halt to operations regardless of perceived security. Then there was the fog. Todd had never imagined inland fog could be so impenetrable, sometimes blanketing the entire front for days. In that zero-visibility soup, the only warnings were the sudden frantic barking of canines or a distant shout of contact, followed by haunting moans and hazy, shifting silhouettes. It reminded him of a BBC documentary he had seen, where British soldiers fought as mere sparks and shadows in the mist, a chilling spectacle that required no cinematic soundtrack to induce dread. The advance was further delayed by the need to coordinate with Mexican and Canadian forces, who lacked the manpower to liberate their own nations. The agreement dictated they secure the borders while the U.S. stabilized its interior, eventually paving the way for a UN multinational effort, though Todd's service ended before that phase began. For him, the campaign was an endless cycle of hurrying up and waiting, particularly when confronting the nightmare of urban sprawl. Cities had bled into endless infill, a term coined by a former real estate medic to describe the suffocating miles of fast food joints, strip malls, and cookie-cutter housing that had to be cleared block by block before any quarantine perimeter could even be established. Assigned to Army Group North, Todd initially believed winter would be a reprieve. For 6 to 8 months, the freezing temperatures would render the undead harmless, reducing his squad to little more than garbage collectors who could simply find, dispatch with a Lobo blade, and mark the frozen corpses for spring burial. He quickly learned that the zombies were far from the only threat. Human reclamation units roamed the snow, attempting to dart and rehabilitate quislings, compliant survivors who had adapted to the winter. But the true danger lay with the ferals. These feral humans, ranging from teenagers to full-grown adults, were fast, cunning, and lethal. When a 200-pound feral bull charged, a mere fraction of a cc of tranquilizer was useless. Human reclamation volunteers, bound by a strict code that every human life was worth saving, frequently ended up battered or worse. The brass eventually assigned grunt escorts to intervene. If a dart failed, a pie round to the gut ensured the threat was neutralized, though the resulting high-pitched screams deeply disturbed the idealistic HR personnel. History would later vindicate the rehabilitators, but in the moment, survival demanded brutal efficiency. Even more terrifying than feral humans were the feral packs, specifically, the flies. These lions were monstrous, evolved predators, part mountain lion, part Ice Age saber-tooth, or perhaps just hyper-adapted house cats that had grown massive hunting the abundant, corpse-fed rat populations of the north. They did not charge like hounds, they ambushed. They waited patiently on tree limbs or rooftops, dropping only when their prey was too close to raise a weapon. Outside Minneapolis, while clearing a strip mall, 3 of them ambushed Todd from behind a Starbucks counter, knocking him to the ground and tearing at his face and arms. The encounter left a permanent scar on his cheek, though his bite-proof BUs, body armor, and a recently readopted hard helmet saved his life. He had forgotten how suffocating the heavy gear felt, but the alternative was far worse. The body armor also protected against the unpredictable last men on Earth, or Lamos. Unlike the cooperative Robinson Crusoes who could be talked down, Lamos were solitary survivors who had grown accustomed to ruling their desolate kingdoms of zombies and feral beasts. They viewed the advancing army not as rescuers, but as invaders. Todd learned this the hard way while closing in on the Sears Tower in Chicago. Amidst brutal lake-effect winds, a high-powered hunting rifle slug slammed into his head. The tower's entrenched gang refused to surrender their domain, forcing the military to escalate to full conventional warfare, deploying saws, grenades, and bringing Bradley fighting vehicles back into the fray. Following the Chicago bloodbath, the brass mandated hardcovers and body armor year-round, issuing pamphlets detailing the threat pyramid. Ranked by probability rather than lethality, the hierarchy placed zombies at the bottom, followed by feral creatures, feral humans, quislings, and lamos at the apex. Todd harbored little sympathy for Army Group South veterans who complained about their own hardships. The North's winter might have neutralized the undead, but it replaced them with a different kind of hell. Temperatures had plummeted 10 to 15 degrees, burying them in gray snow. For every 5 frozen zaxicles they shattered, an equal number would reanimate with the first thaw. They were forced to sweep every sector at least 3 times using ramrods, sniffer dogs, and ground-penetrating radar, losing more men to frostbite than to enemy action. And every spring, despite civilian volunteer sweeps, the thaw brought the same inevitable chilling realization. The brief respite was over, and the nightmare was beginning again. Every isolated zone liberation was a brutal, grinding fight. Todd remembered the twin forts of Comerica Park and Ford Field, where the besieged survivors were surrounded by a literal moat of at least 1 million undead. It was a 3-day slugfest that made the Battle of Hope look like a minor skirmish. For the first and only time, Todd genuinely feared they would be overrun, buried alive beneath a crushing landslide of rotting corpses. Battles of that magnitude left the soldiers completely hollowed out, their bodies and minds utterly wasted. The desire for sleep eclipsed everything else. Food, hygiene, and intimacy meant nothing. All they craved was a warm, dry corner to close their eyes and erase the world. The reactions of the liberated varied wildly depending on who was behind the walls. Military zones were generally low-key, marked by stiff formal ceremonies of relief and the occasional defensive posturing from units insisting they had never needed rescuing in the first place. Todd understood the sentiment. Every grunt wanted to be the cavalry, not the besieged. Sometimes, that defiance was justified. The Air Force personnel outside Omaha operated a strategic airdrop hub with near-hourly flights, enjoying fresh rations, hot showers, and soft beds that made the arriving infantry feel like the ones being rescued. Conversely, the Marines at Rock Island concealed the true depth of their suffering, a stoicism the grunts respected enough to grant them every ounce of unearned bragging rights they desired. Civilian zones were an entirely different spectacle. To the survivors, the advancing army were absolute rock stars. The scenes mirrored the triumphant black-and-white newsreels of liberators marching into Paris, complete with roaring crowds and ecstatic cheers. Todd couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the countless children born between their position and the hero city who might bear a striking resemblance to him. Yet the adoration was never universal. Amidst the cheering, there was always that one furious face screaming accusations into the ranks. They demanded to know where the army had been when their husbands, mothers, or half their communities perished. The previous summer, thrusting photographs of the dead into the soldiers' faces. In Janesville, Wisconsin, a man held aloft a sign featuring a smiling little girl, bearing a bitter inscription questioning if their arrival was simply better late than never. The crowd turned on him, beating him down. Todd believed they shouldn't have done that. a haunting image that preyed on his mind during sleepless nights. Rarely, they encountered zones that outright rejected them. In Valley City, North Dakota, the survivors cursed the Army for abandoning them, though they at least permitted entry. The secessionist zones, however, offered only gunfire. Todd never ventured near those enclaves, leaving them to specialized units. Seeing tanks rolling toward the Black Hills for the first time since crossing the Rockies left him with a deeply unsettling premonition of how that conflict would end. When whispers surfaced regarding the extreme, questionable survival methods employed by certain isolated communities, Todd refused to listen. Liberated civilians, desperate to unburden their traumatized minds, would try to confess their sins, but Todd would shut them down, insisting their war was over and he had no room for additional weight in his rucksack. He later read about the tribunals, but he harbored no desire to judge. He hadn't endured their hell, and back then, he had a job to do, leaving no time for hypothetical moralizing. Historians often praise the U.S. Army's remarkably low casualty rate during the Continental Advance, but Todd knew that statistic was a hollow metric, counting only zombie-inflicted wounds and ignoring the far deadlier realities faced by nations like China or Russia. Over two-thirds of their losses stemmed from threats entirely absent from the official pyramid. Sickness was a relentless predator. Despite strict regimens of pills, vaccinations, and checkups, the environment was saturated with archaic, dark ages, diseases lurking in the dirt, water, rain, and air. Merely entering a city or liberated zone guaranteed at least one man would vanish, either dead or whisked away to quarantine. In Detroit, an outbreak of Spanish flu wiped out an entire platoon, prompting the high command to panic and quarantine the entire battalion for 2 weeks. Then there were the mines and booby traps, laid by desperate civilians or the military itself during the chaotic Western retreat. The logic had seemed sound at the time: seed the landscape and let the undead trigger the explosives. But conventional mines were designed to maim, not kill, crippling victims to drain enemy resources. Against the living dead, this tactic only created hordes of crawling, mangled ghouls that were far more difficult to spot and eliminate than their upright counterparts. Compounding the danger, the retreating units had rarely marked their minefields accurately, or the mapmakers were long dead. Add to this the sadistic makeshift traps left by last men on Earth, punji stakes, and trip-wired shotgun shells, and the terrain became a lethal maze. Todd lost a close friend to exactly that kind of senseless trap inside a dilapidated Walmart in Rochester, New York. His buddy, born in El Salvador but raised in California, had endured a harrowing journey. Deported to El Salvador as a teenager due to his gang affiliation, he had fought his way back north on foot, with nothing but a machete during the darkest days of the panic. He possessed no family, no friends, only a profound immigrant's love for his adopted country, reminiscent of Todd's own grandfather. That fierce loyalty ended when he took a 12-gauge blast to the face from a tripwire rigged by a lamo who had likely stopped breathing years prior. Finally, there were the accidents. Years of combat damage, neglect, and the crushing weight of winter snow turned every abandoned structure into a potential tomb. Whole roofs collapsed without warning. Todd lost another comrade this way, a woman he had been quietly close to. They had never made their affection official, operating under the grim assumption that keeping their distance would make the inevitable loss easier to bear. She had been tracking a feral sprinting toward her across the floor of an abandoned auto garage. She raised her weapon and fired. That single shot was all it took to dislodge tons of snow and ice, bringing the weakened roof crashing down and burying her instantly. Todd cast a glance toward the bleachers, offering a quiet, lingering smile to his wife. The strategy of emotional detachment had failed completely. He drew a long, steadying breath, his mind drifting back to the true invisible enemy of the Continental Advance's psychological casualties. They outnumbered every other threat combined. Sometimes, breaching a barricaded zone revealed nothing but rat-gnawed skeletons, the grim remnants of communities that had succumbed to starvation, disease, or the sheer crushing weight of despair. In one Kansas church, the horrific evidence pointed to adults executing their own children first. One Amish soldier in Todd's platoon had made a macabre ritual of reading the survivor's suicide notes, committing every word to memory before carving tiny half-inch nicks into his own flesh to ensure he would never forget. When the lieutenant discovered the man was sliced from neck to toe, he was immediately sectioned out. Most of these psychological breaks, known as 8-balls, occurred late in the war. It was not the crushing stress that shattered them, but the sudden, terrifying absence of it. As the end drew near, a treacherous inner voice whispered that it was finally safe to let go. Todd remembered a massive steroid-fueled former professional wrestler who froze on a freeway near Pulaski, New York. The wind had carried the faint, cheap scent of perfume from a jackknifed rig. The giant, a man who had once bludgeoned zombies with their own corpses, collapsed into uncontrollable childlike sobs. 4 soldiers had to carry him out on a stretcher, the specific trigger forever unknown. Then there was the unremarkable balding man in his late 40s scouting defenses in Hammond, Indiana. He spotted an intact house with a caved-in door at the end of a deserted street. A strange, serene grin spread across his face. Before anyone could react, he dropped out of formation. They found him later, seated in a worn living room armchair, his standard infantry rifle propped between his knees, that same peaceful smile frozen on his face. The photographs on the mantelpiece confirmed the grim truth: he had simply come home. Those were the extreme cases. The truly unnerving reality was the unpredictability of who would crack and who would hold. One night in Portland, Maine, while policing piles of bleached bones in Deering Oaks Park, 2 grunts began performing a comedic routine with the skulls, mimicking an old children's record. The older generation ex-soldiers roared with laughter, and soon a crowd gathered, spontaneously bursting into a hopeful song, strumming femurs like makeshift banjos. Todd locked eyes with the company shrink, a Dr. Chandra, silently asking if the entire unit had lost its mind. The doctor merely smiled and shook his head. That response chilled Todd to the bone. If the ones acting crazy were sane, who was truly broken? His squad leader, Sergeant Avalon, was a formidable veteran of the Battle of the 5 Colleges. The movie had captured her as a tall, long-haired warrior, but the war had burned away her curves and replaced her hair with a severe crew cut. One day, she discovered a turtle in a field, a creature as rare as a unicorn. A genuine childlike smile broke across her face as she whispered a phrase in Lakota, which Todd later learned signified a deep spiritual connection to all living relations. She had never mentioned her Sioux heritage. Almost immediately, Dr. Chandra materialized, draping a comforting arm over her shoulder and gently steering her away for coffee. That was the same day the president died. Todd suspected the commander-in-chief had heard that same seductive voice urging him to let go. With Avalon gone, Todd inherited the squad leadership, suddenly thrust into the same overwhelming position as the new vice president. By the time they reached Yonkers, Todd was the sole survivor of his original Hope cohort. Marching past the rusting wreckage of abandoned tanks, crushed news vans, and scattered human remains, he felt a profound, hollow numbness. The demands of leadership and the constant influx of new faces left no room for grief. He could feel Dr. Chandra's watchful gaze, yet the doctor never intervened. Only when they boarded the barges on the Hudson River did they lock eyes again. Chandra offered that same, silent, head-shaking smile. Todd had survived. In Burlington, Vermont, snow began to drift silently from the gray sky. The politician, known only as the Wacko, turned reluctantly toward his house, leaning heavily on his cane. He reflected on the historical parallel of Clement Attlee, the mediocre leader who unseated Winston Churchill simply because the British public felt they had suffered enough, even as Churchill insisted the fight against Japan must continue to the bitter end. The Wacko's administration was determined not to suffer the old lion's fate. The moment the continental United States was secured, they declared victory. Everyone understood the global conflict was far from over. Allies required assistance, and vast white zones remained under undead control. Yet, with the American homeland finally stable, the administration believed the people deserved the option to return to their lives. The creation of the UN multinational force was met with a surprising surge of volunteers, forcing the government to turn some away or assign them to training roles. Despite taking political flack for internationalizing the effort rather than pursuing an exclusively American crusade, the wacko remained unbothered. America was a fair nation when the contract ended with the last boots on the Atlantic beaches. The government would shake hands, settle accounts, and allow citizens to reclaim their private lives. This decision may have slowed overseas campaigns, but the Allies were standing again. Challenges remained, including clearing mountain ranges, snow-lined islands, the ocean floor, and the formidable stronghold of Iceland. He harbored a quiet wish that Russia would accept American assistance in Siberia, though he knew better than to expect it. Domestically, the threat persisted, with sporadic spring attacks near lakes and beaches. The numbers were thankfully declining, but vigilance was non-negotiable. The war was not truly over until every last trace of the infection was purged from the earth. He paused beside a massive ancient oak tree, tapping its trunk lightly with his cane, murmuring a quiet, solitary word of praise to the wood. Far away, on Olkhon Island in Lake Baikal, a nurse gently interrupted Maria Zhuganova's thoughts to ensure she took her prenatal vitamins. 4 months pregnant with her 8th child, Maria harbored only one profound regret: she could not remain in the army to participate in the liberation of the former republics. The motherland had been purged of the undead filth, and the time had come to carry the holy war beyond their borders. She longed to be present for the formal reabsorption of Belarus into the empire, and soon, the Ukraine. She rested a tender hand upon her swelling womb. She wondered how many such clinics existed throughout the Rodina, knowing the number was tragically insufficient. So few young, fertile women had survived the war without succumbing to drugs, disease, or the pervasive stench of the living dead. The leadership had made the doctrine clear. The greatest weapon a Russian woman could now wield was her uterus. If fulfilling that sacred duty meant never knowing the identities of her children's fathers, or perhaps never knowing her children at all, she accepted it without hesitation. She served the motherland, and she served with every fiber of her heart. Maria caught the interviewer's gaze, her expression hardening with cynical clarity. She knew exactly what the outsider was wondering: how her stark reality reconciled with the state's new fundamentalist dogma. The answer was simple: it didn't. The religious fervor was merely opium for the masses, a pacifying illusion. She doubted anyone in the upper echelons of leadership or the church actually believed their own sermons, save perhaps for the exiled Father Ryzhkov, who had nothing left to offer. Maria, however, possessed immense value. With at least a few more children to gift the motherland, she was afforded privileges and a rare freedom of speech. She cast a sharp, deliberate glance toward the one-way mirror behind her interviewer. What could they possibly do to her? By the time her biological usefulness expired, she would have already surpassed the average lifespan of a Russian woman. She raised a hand and extended a single defiant middle finger toward the hidden observers. Furthermore, she understood the true purpose of this interview. The regime had permitted this foreigner entry specifically to broadcast their narrative, to warn the world of the consequences of ever crossing them again. The war had forged them back to their roots, reminding them of their inherent strength. They were feared once more, and to a Russian, fear equated to absolute safety. For the first time in a century, they could finally bask in the protective, unyielding grip of a Caesar. In a dimly lit Barbados bar, T. Sean Collins sat amid the wreckage of broken glass and dried blood, the night staff scrubbing the floor around him. From the corner, a lone South African patron slurred an emotional, drunken rendition of a wartime anthem. Sean absently hummed the melody, downed a sharp shot of rum, and signaled for another. He harbored a dark, inescapable truth: he was addicted to murder. He rejected the semantic argument that destroying the undead wasn't truly killing; it was a visceral, unparalleled rush. He had tried to reintegrate into civilian life, to build and heal, but his mind relentlessly fixated on violence. He found himself studying the anatomy of strangers, calculating the precise angle to drive a blade through an eye socket or shatter an occipital bone. When he heard the new president speak at a rally, his mind instantly catalogued dozens of different ways to assassinate him. Recognizing the imminent danger he posed to himself and others, he had fled, enlisting with the MPC, named after the Zulu word for hyena. the scavengers of the dead. This private mercenary outfit offered the ultimate freedom: no red tape, self-determined hours, and the choice of weaponry. He rested a hand on the sharpened steel paddle at his side, a pau vinu, a gifted by a Maori warrior who had famously held the line at One Tree Hill. Trigger pulls had lost their thrill. He craved the brutal physical danger of close quarters combat against overwhelming odds. Yet, a sliver of hope remained. He hoarded his earnings, dreaming of the day the psychological weight might finally lift, just as it had for a Canadian operative who abandoned the fight to seek peace in a Greek monastery. But if the monsters ever vanished while his own demons remained, he knew exactly how his story would end. The sharp ring of the Mfingo's cast-off bell shattered his reverie. Sean tossed a few silver rand onto the table, shouldered his brutal weapon, and stepped out into the night. Amid the freezing quiet of the Manitoba wilderness, Jessica Hendricks heaved the final heavy weight of the day's catch into her sled. 15 corpses and a grim mound of dismembered parts shifted in the frozen wood. She actively fought the corrosive urge to succumb to bitterness over the sheer unfairness of her reality. She recalled an ex-Iranian pilot she had once met, a man who observed that Americans uniquely struggled to accept that tragedy could strike the innocent. Perhaps he was right. Just the previous week, the static of her radio had crackled to life with the voice of a famous pre-war comedian. As he delivered his routine of crude jokes and adolescent insults, a cold, sharp realization had pierced her chest. This frivolous man had survived, while her parents had not. She forced the thought down, clamping her jaw against the rising tide of resentment, determined not to let the anger consume her. High on the back deck of her Montana home, Mrs. Miller looked down into the central courtyard, watching the children play in the crisp air. It would be easy to point fingers at the politicians, the corporate executives, or the generals who comprise the so-called machine, but she knew the ultimate truth. She was the machine. That was the inherent burden of a democracy. Every citizen shared the culpability. She finally understood why other nations had rejected or delayed such a system, preferring the comfort of shifting blame elsewhere. As she observed the next generation, a profound, sobering question weighed on her mind. What would history say about them? Her grandparents had endured the Great Depression and a world war, returning to forge the greatest middle class in history. Her parents, the self-absorbed baby boomers, had squandered that foundation. And then there was her own cohort. They had allowed the zombie plague to ignite, but they were also the ones scrubbing the blood from the streets. It was a flawed, painful legacy. But perhaps it was the only epitaph they could rightfully claim they had finally cleaned up their own catastrophic mess. In the dusty, fading light of a Chongqing street, Dr. Quang Jingshu concluded his final house call of the day. A young boy suffered from a harsh respiratory ailment, and the mother's face had been pale with a terrifying suspicion of tuberculosis. With calm, practiced authority, the doctor examined the child and delivered his diagnosis: merely a severe chest cold. The transformation in the woman was immediate. The ashen fear drained from her features, replaced by a profound, flushing relief. As the doctor turned to leave, the mother's tearful, overflowing gratitude seemed to follow him all the way down the quiet, unpaved road, a small but vital victory at the end of an exhausting day. Dr. Quang found a profound, quiet comfort in observing the post-war children. These new generations possessed no innate terror of the living dead, only a pragmatic understanding of the rules: avoid the water, never wander alone, and stay indoors after dark during the spring and summer thaw. Their blissful ignorance of true fear was the ultimate inheritance, the only genuine gift his generation could bestow. Watching them, his mind drifted to the elderly woman he had encountered at New Dachang, a survivor of seemingly endless generational upheaval. Now, he recognized himself in her. He was the old man who had watched his nation be shredded and stitched back together time and time again, and they would do it again. Though a lifelong revolutionary who rejected the concept of an afterlife, he allowed himself a fleeting private fantasy. If a realm beyond existed, he could almost hear his old comrade Gu laughing down at him as he declared, with absolute sincerity, that everything was finally going to be all right. In Wenatchee, Joe stepped back to admire his latest creation, a 13-inch statuette capturing a figure in a mid-shuffle, clad in a tattered baby Bjorn, its eyes fixed in a lifeless stare. He would never claim the war was a blessing, but he could not deny its unifying force. His parents had spent their lives lamenting the lost sense of community from their days in Pakistan, where American neighbors were strangers known only for their noise. That isolation had evaporated. Now, whether at home or aboard a Pan-Pacific cruise liner surrounded by global strangers, everyone shared the same foundational trauma and triumph. He harbored a cautious optimism, tempered by the fear that future generations, raised in comfort, might revert to the selfish, narrow-minded habits of the past. He clung to an old African proverb, hoping the shared suffering had permanently altered their collective soul. Still, nostalgia occasionally pierced his resolve. During a recent bachelor party, watching a pre-war adult film on a borrowed DVD player, his attention had drifted from the screen to the pearl gray BMW Z4 convertible in the background. Amidst the chaos of the new world, his mind had briefly, absurdly mourned the loss of such finely engineered machines. Arthur flipped the sizzling steaks on the grill, the thick smoke carrying the rich scent of searing meat. Of all his post-war roles, serving as the nation's financial enforcer as SC chairman was his absolute favorite. The new president had practically begged him to return, likely because, much like his tenure at the Department of Strategic Resources, nobody else wanted the grueling assignment. The challenges were monumental. Much of the country still operated on a barter-based turnip standard, and restoring faith in the American dollar meant battling the dominance of the Cuban peso, where affluent citizens still hoarded their wealth. The sheer volume of untraceable cash, scavenged from abandoned vaults and corpses, created a logistical nightmare distinguishing opportunistic looters from citizens who had wisely hidden their life savings was nearly impossible without property records. His mission was to ruthlessly target the predators destroying economic confidence, the corporate sharks snapping up abandoned homes, and lobbying to deregulate essential survival commodities. He harbored a particular gleaming hatred for Breckinridge Scott, the disgraced Phalanx king hiding in his Antarctic stronghold. Arthur took grim satisfaction in knowing that back-channel negotiations with Russia were underway to revoke Scott's lease, leaving the fugitive to face the inevitable wrath of the IRS. Confidence, he knew, was the lifeblood of capitalism. The economy would only revive if the public believed in it. He often recalled his father's claim of having ghost-written FDR's famous line about fear itself. Slowly, the metrics were shifting. Bank registrations climbed, small businesses reopened, and the stock market inched upward. It felt like the gradual, undeniable turning of the seasons. Reaching into a cooler packed with ice, he pulled out 2 frosty brown bottles, offering one with a knowing grin. For the Shield Society in Kyoto, it was a day of profound historical weight. They had finally been recognized as an independent branch of the Japanese self-defense forces, tasked with the vital mission of teaching civilians how to survive the undead. Their mandate extended beyond domestic borders, requiring them to absorb global combat techniques and export their unique firearm-free, internationally cooperative philosophy to the world. As Tomonaga Eijiro stood at the head of the receiving line, gracefully bowing to a parade of undignitaries and journalists, Kondo Tatsumi watched his mentor from across the room with a quiet, private smile. Kondo harbored zero belief in the spiritual mysticism that often surrounded the movement. To him, Tomonaga was merely a scarred, eccentric survivor of the atomic bombings who had accidentally stumbled upon a brilliant, necessary concept. Japan's history was a pendulum of catastrophic extremes. His teacher's generation had sought to conquer the globe, while Kondo's own cohort had passively allowed foreign powers to dictate their fate. Both paths had nearly annihilated the homeland. A middle way was the only salvation, a doctrine of self-reliant defense that projected strength without inciting the anxiety or hatred of neighboring nations. The road ahead was obscured by towering, unpredictable mountains, but Kondo knew his duty. He would follow his sensei down this uncharted path, alongside the swelling ranks of new recruits, leaving the final destination to the gods. In a quiet pub in Armagh, Philip Adler drained the last of his drink and rose from his stool. He offered no further elaboration, His departure, marked by a single heavy truth, abandoning their own to the dead, had cost them far more than mere population numbers. The cultural and spiritual void left behind was a wound that required no further explanation. In Tel Aviv, Jurgen aggressively snatched the lunch bill from his companion's hand, insisting on paying for the meal he had once found utterly repulsive. Decades ago, he had viewed the local cuisine as a grotesque display, requiring his young, exuberant Israeli staff to practically drag him to the table. They affectionately mocked him as a Yeku, a tight-lipped German Jew, a label he readily accepted as entirely accurate. The meal always stirred a deep historical resonance. He had been a child on the Kindertransport, the final, desperate evacuation of Jewish youth from Germany, an event that marked the last time he ever saw his family alive. He carried the memory of a small ash-choked pond in a Polish town, its waters remaining a permanent ghostly gray half a century later. He had often heard the grim assertion that the Holocaust produced no true survivors, that those who physically endured were spiritually hollowed out, their essential selves erased forever. He desperately wanted to believe that was a lie. Yet, looking at the world around him, a chilling alternative took hold. If that old tragedy truly annihilated the soul, then absolutely no one on earth had survived this new war. Aboard the U.S. Tracy Bowden, Master Chief Petty Officer Michael Choi leaned heavily against the fantail's railing. His gaze remained fixed on the endless rolling horizon, his mind a quiet, steady anchor in the vast open sea. Michael stared out at the endless horizon, his mind fixed on the silent, catastrophic loss of the whales. They had never stood a chance against desperate, starving maritime refugees and global navies repurposed into massive, industrial fishing fleets. It required so little effort to end them. A single helicopter-dropped torpedo, detonated just close enough to deafen and disorient the massive creatures without causing immediate physical damage. By the time the deafened giants registered the approach of the factory ships, it was already too late. The memory of those underwater warhead detonations and the ensuing agonizing shriek still haunted him, the sound energy conducting mercilessly through the water for miles. It was a profound, irreplaceable tragedy, one that didn't require any pseudo-spiritual awakening to comprehend. His father's work at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography outside San Diego had been the very reason Michael joined the Navy and first fell in love with the sea. He remembered the majestic California grays, finally rebounding from the brink of extinction. They had lost their ancestral fear of humans, allowing paddlers to drift close enough to feel the rough texture of their skin. A single swipe of a 12-foot tail fluke, or a lunge from their 30-ton bodies, could have ended a human life in an instant, a ferocity that earned them the early whaler moniker of devilfish. Yet they seemed to understand the lack of malice, occasionally permitting a gentle touch or softly brushing a human away to protect a calf. Now, that immense restrained power was extinguished. The grays were gone, eradicated alongside the blues, finbacks, humpbacks, and rights. He had heard vague rumors of isolated beluga and narwhal pods surviving beneath the Arctic ice, but their numbers were surely too depleted for a sustainable gene pool. Even the resilient orcas faced grim odds against rampant pollution in oceans as barren as an Arizona swimming pool. Nature might eventually adapt the survivors, much as she had with certain dinosaurs, but the gentle giants were lost to history forever. No genetic archivist could simply rebuild a California gray from scratch, any more than a deity could conjure a mackerel from nothing. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the deck, Michael let out a heavy, weary sigh. He spat into the churning wake, utterly dismissive of the sentimental rhetoric claiming the war's true casualties were human innocence or abstract morality. Those platitudes meant nothing. The real, irrevocable loss belonged to the whales. Todd walked his guest toward the Denver train station, savoring the rich, unfamiliar smoke of the Cuban cigars offered as a parting gift. He admitted, with a quiet candor, that he still lost control occasionally, the episodes lasting anywhere from a few minutes to an hour. His VA counselor, Dr. Chandra, had assured him these minor tremors were entirely healthy, functioning like small seismic shifts that released dangerous pressure along a fault line. In fact, Chandra warned that anyone completely devoid of such tremors was the one who truly required monitoring. It took so little to trigger an episode now, a sudden, familiar scent or the cadence of a stranger's voice. Just the previous month, during a quiet dinner, a foreign radio broadcast had drifted through the room. The accent and vocabulary were entirely alien, yet the chorus struck a visceral chord, lamenting the tragic youth of a 19-year-old soldier. As the station chimes announced the imminent departure and passengers began to file past them, Todd's gaze drifted to the massive mural dominating the wall behind them. It was a strange, surreal twist of fate that his most haunting, vivid memory had been immortalized as the nation's ultimate icon of victory. The mural depicted his exact squad standing on the muddy banks of the Jersey River, silently watching the dawn break over the ruined skyline of New York. They had just received the official transmission declaring VA Day. Yet, there had been no cheering, no triumphant celebration. The concept of peace felt entirely alien, a hollow word that refused to compute. After years of relentless fear, killing, and the constant grinding anticipation of his own death, he had simply accepted the horror as his permanent reality. Standing there in the cold morning light, he had believed it was a dream. Even now, years later, looking at the painted sunrise over the hero city, a part of him still wondered if it ever truly happened at all. The end. Thank you for spending this time with this story. What makes World War Z endure is not the outbreak itself, but the people caught inside it. Max Brooks imagined a world facing an unimaginable crisis, yet his focus remained firmly on human nature, how fear spreads, how societies respond under pressure, and how ordinary individuals find ways to endure when everything familiar begins to disappear. That may be why the story continues to feel relevant years after its release. Beneath the horror is a meditation on resilience, memory, and the fragile systems we often take for granted. Every testimony in the novel serves as a reminder that history is not shaped only by leaders and governments, but by countless personal experiences that survive long after the crisis has passed. When the story reached the screen in 2013, director Mark Forster approached it from a different angle. Starring Brad Pitt as Jerry Lane, the film transformed the book's collection of global accounts into a single high-stakes journey. While many readers noted how different the adaptation was from the novel, that creative choice allowed the filmmakers to explore the same sense of worldwide uncertainty through a more traditional cinematic narrative. The production itself faced significant challenges. Extensive reshoots led to major changes in the final act, and the filmmakers ultimately chose suspense and atmosphere over a large-scale action ending. Brad Pitt, who also served as a producer, remained deeply involved throughout the process. Cinematographer Ben Sarazin helped create the film's global scope, while composer Marco Beltrami's score added a constant feeling of tension and unease. The massive infected crowds that became one of the film's defining images required an ambitious combination of practical filmmaking and visual effects work. Perhaps the most fascinating part of World War Z's legacy is that the novel and film have found audiences for different reasons. The movie delivers urgency and spectacle. The book invites reflection. Together, they offer two very different ways of exploring the same question. How does humanity respond when the world changes overnight? If this journey left you wanting more, the original novel is absolutely worth reading. Its unique structure and unforgettable voices reveal layers of the story that no adaptation could fully capture. And if this retelling sparked a thought, a theory, or even a disagreement, I'd love to hear it. Feel free to share your perspective in the comments. If you'd like to experience more stories like this, subscribing and sharing helps keep these journeys going and allows more listeners to discover them. For now, the crisis has passed, the voices have fallen silent, and the world moves forward once again. But the most powerful stories have a way of staying with us, quietly waiting in the corners of our imagination, reminding us that every ending is also the beginning of another story.